In the winter of 1920, the first body is found in Delano, Georgia. It is a crime too horrific to be ignored, and the first of many that will span 4 decades, embroiling 3 separate police chiefs in a remarkable manhunt. And now, chiefs.
Prologue. The boy ran for his life. He poured forth an effort born of fear and a wild sense of freedom regained. At first he ran entirely unconscious of his injuries. Then, tearing recklessly through the dark woods, he struck a tree and went down. He lay stunned for a time he could not account for, and when he was finally able to struggle to his feet, the full force of the pain and the winter air swept over him and made him stagger. He heard the dog and the man crashing through the brush, and he ran again, wildly, blindly, the undergrowth tearing at his naked body. Abruptly he broke through onto a road, hesitated, decided against it, and threw himself across the open area into the brush on the other side. He was momentarily in thick, thorny blackberry bushes, then found himself on a narrow path. He was failing now, sucking in air with a loud rasping noise, his muscles aching, legs wobbling. He heard the man fighting through the blackberry bushes, cursing, and he flung himself forward with his remaining strength. He knew he would rather run until he died than go back to that house. He willed his heart to burst, God to take him, but his exhausted body still carried him unsteadily forward. The path turned sharply to the right, but he lunged ahead into the thick brush again, hoping for safety. Then he saw stars ahead through the bushes and thought he might break through into a field while his tormentor followed the path. He gathered his last strength and plunged forward and down, hoping to lie on the ground undetected. There was no ground. The earth fell away beneath him. He believed himself to be falling into a ditch, but his ditch had no bottom. He fell, twisting in the air, trying desperately to get his feet under him, while the hard earth waited far below him. Book 1. Will Henry Lee. 1. Hugh Holmes, president of the Bank of Delano and chairman of the Delano City Council, was a man who, more than most, thought about the present in terms of the future. It was one of his great strengths, both as a banker and as a politician. But on a cold morning in December of 1919, this faculty failed him. It would be many years before he would have some grasp of how that morning changed his future, changed everything. Holmes prided himself on being able to look at a man as he entered the bank and predict what the man would want. On this morning he watched through the sliding window in the wall between his office and the main room of the bank as Will Henry Lee entered, and Holmes indulged himself in a bit of his usual prognostication. Will Henry Lee was a cotton farmer. His standing mortgage was due the first of the year, and he would want it renewed. It took Holmes only seconds to review the circumstances. Will Henry's debt amounted to about 35% of the value of his farm in reasonably good times. That was a lower level of debt than was borne by most farmers, and Will Henry had paid his interest on time and made 2 payments against principal. But Holmes knew, the Bull-Weevil situation being what it was, that Will Henry might fail with his next crop. Still, he respected the man, liked him even. He decided to renew. He leaned forward at his desk and pretended to read a letter, confident that he had anticipated the content of their approaching discussion and had worked out an appropriate response. Will Henry knocked at the open door, sat down, exchanged pleasantries, and asked Holmes for the job of chief of police. Holmes was stupefied, partly by the completely unexpected request, and partly by the total collapse of his early warning system. His mind wasn't accustomed to such surprises, and it lurched about through a long moment of silence as it struggled to assimilate this outrageous input and get it into an orderly framework of thought. The effort was a failure. To give himself more time, he clambered onto familiar ground. "Well now, Will Henry, you're not overextended on your farm. We could probably see you through another crop, even with things the way they are with cotton." To his credit, Holmes maintained his banker's face throughout the exchange. "Hugh, if I extended, I'd have to have more capital, which means getting deeper in debt to the bank. If I did that for another crop, things wouldn't get any better. They'd just get worse. Better farmers than me are going under. I think you'd be doing the best thing for the bank if you took the farm now and sold it. I might get something after the note was paid. To tell you the truth, Hoss Spence offered me nearly about exactly what I owe for the place just last week, but I think I'd rather let the bank take it than let a man buy me out for a third of what the place is worth. Hoss's peaches and cattle are going to be on a lot of land where cotton used to grow, and I'd just soon my land didn't get included in that." He stopped talking, looked at Holmes, and waited. Holmes's brain was beginning to thrash through the gears now. Item 1. Will Henry was right about the bank's position. Taking the farm now would give a better chance of coming through the transaction profitably. Things could truly be a whole lot worse next year. Item 2. Delano had long been big enough for a chief, but the town wasn't big enough to attract an experienced officer from another force. Holmes, as chairman of the city council, had been looking hard for months for a suitable man. The chief at LaGrange had put it to him bluntly. "Mr. Holmes, I'll tell you the truth right now. Delano couldn't even attract a decent patrolman from a larger town, let alone a sergeant. And my advice to you would be to find a local man that people respect and give him the job. In a town like Delano, he can do about 99% of what he's got to do with just plain old respect." Holmes looked across the desk at Will Henry. He respected the man, and he was a harsher judge than most. Will Henry was well known in the community, even though he and his father before him had been countrymen. Maybe his always having lived in the country would mix a little distance with familiarity and give respect a sharper edge. Holmes resisted an urge to pump Will Henry's hand and pin a badge on him right on the spot. He had to preserve a reputation for caution, and anyway, he couldn't make the decision entirely on his own. "Well, I'll have to bring this up at the next council meeting." He paused. "Have you talked to Carrie about this, Will Henry?" "No. I wanted to talk to you first. Carrie's all ready to worry us through another crop, but I think it'd be a kind of relief to her to have done with the farm. We'd have to find a house in town, and I think she'd like fixing that up. She's really always been a town girl at heart, I think. What's your opinion of my chances for this job, Hugh?" Holmes cleared his throat. "Well, I guess you could say it's within the realm of possibility. I'll see that the council gives the proposal serious consideration." The two men rose and shook hands. "I might be able to help you with finding a house in town, too." He already had something in mind. The banker's brain was in high gear now. But Holmes's morning was just beginning. When he opened his office door to show out Will Henry, he found someone else waiting to see him. Francis Funderburk, better known in Delano and Meriwether County as Foxy, because of an uncommon resemblance to that animal, stood waiting at a not-too-loose parade rest. The stubby, wiry little man, dressed in stiffly starched and tightly tailored khaki, with trousers tucked into lumberjack boot tops and a flat-brimmed, pointy-peaked army campaign hat raked at a regimental angle over his bright, close-set eyes, looked for all the world like a demented forest ranger or an ancient Boy Scout. "Foxy, how you doing?" asked Will Henry. Foxy directed a narrow glance at the farmer. "Lee?" He turned back to the banker. "Holmes? Like to speak to you." Foxy addressed all men by their unadorned surnames, and usually in the manner of a high-ranking officer speaking to a recruit. To females he offered a grudging Ms. before the name, regardless of age or marital status. At meetings with Foxy, Holmes always felt as if he'd been summoned rather than sought out, and for some infraction of an unnamed set of rules. He invited Funderburk into his office with the distinct premonition that his morning was again about to come unglued. He wasn't wrong. Before either man had reached a chair, Foxy said, "Holmes, I want that job." "What job is that, Foxy?" Holmes asked, with a sickly foreknowledge of exactly what job Foxy meant. "Chief of police, of course," said Foxy, his tone implying that Holmes had been attempting to withhold information from him. "I know you've been looking hard for an experienced man and you can't find one. Well, that means you're going to have to hire a civilian. With my military experience and knowledge of firearms, I'm the man for the job." Foxy had served briefly in France as a second lieutenant in the Supply Corps. He had been sent home when a wagon had overturned, landing on his foot. The injury had got him a medical discharge. In Foxy's mind, and in his telling, the injury was a combat wound. Holmes began to marshal his faculties once more. "I don't see the connection." "I've been trained. I know how to lead men." "Well now, Foxy, a Delano chief of police isn't going to have any men to lead. He's going to be a one-man department. It'll grow. Besides, this town is going to need discipline." "Discipline?" Holmes repeated tonelessly. "People have got to respect the chief." There was that word again, respect. Holmes admitted to himself that Foxy did command respect of a kind in the community. His father had left him a small block of early Coca-Cola stock that Holmes estimated must be worth a considerable sum, judging from the size of the dividend checks Foxy deposited in his bank account. Wealth brought a kind of respect. Foxy had served his country in a war, and people respected him for that, although they were hazy about the details. And Foxy was a super-American. In a burst of patriotic fervor, he had built a log cabin with his own hands and lived in it. Through the improvements added by a series of builders, had since made it arguably the most expensive log cabin in American history, but Foxy could still, with some justification, say he had built it with his own hands. So people respected Foxy, but they also thought he was crazy. Foxy was certainly an eccentric, but there was considerable tolerance for eccentricity among the people of small towns like Delano, Georgia. Discipline? Foxy was congenitally incapable of requesting anything. Holmes had a brief vision of people driving their automobiles on the sidewalks and shooting each other just to spite Foxy. You know, Foxy, I'm not authorized to hire anybody. I've only been conducting a search on behalf of the council. I'd suggest you make application in writing to the council, and I'll see that it gets the council's full attention. Holmes would certainly do that. This clearly seemed an orderly and efficient procedure to Foxy. "You'll have my application today, Holmes," he barked, and with a curt farewell, Foxy Funderburk marched out of the office and the bank. Holmes took off his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose, and people wondered why he was almost entirely gray at 45. One of the tellers stuck his head in and said, "A man wants to open an account." At the thought of a familiar request, Holmes revived. He greeted the new customer warmly. He could, in fact, have kissed him. 2. The regular weekly meeting of the City Council of Delano was duly convened at 4 p.m. on December 31st, 1919. Present were Hugh Holmes, banker, J.P. Johnson, Coca-Cola bottler, Frank Mudter, doctor of medicine, Ben Birdsong, druggist, Willis Greer, city manager and honorary member, Lamar Maddox, undertaker, or funeral director, as he preferred to be called, and Idis Bray, peach farmer, landlord, moneylender, and co-proprietor of the Delano Telephone Company. The minutes of the last meeting were read and approved. The treasurer's report, Ben Birdsong's, showed an estimated end-of-year surplus of $6,300, was read and approved, and a motion for an extension of the sewerage system to Lower 4th Street was made, seconded, and approved by all but Idis Bray, who changed his vote when it was pointed out to him that new sewer extensions meant new houses, which would require new telephones. Hugh Holmes, as acting chairman, asked for further business. There was none. Holmes cleared his throat and assumed a look which the others had come to learn meant there was serious business afoot, which would likely be settled to Holmes's satisfaction before the meeting was done. The council has 2 applications for the position of chief of police. There was a loud sigh from Idis Bray. Several chairs creaked as their occupants assumed new positions to indicate their willingness to settle down and resolve a matter which has been hanging over the council for nearly a year. Idis Bray said wearily, "You gonna start that again, Hugh? This county has a sheriff, a good sheriff." J.P. Johnson cut in. "Skeeter Willis lives in Greenville. That's 22 miles up the road, and you know as well as I do that Skeeter won't get out of bed for anything less than a shooting." Holmes cut the discussion short. "Gentlemen, the council passed a resolution 8 months ago that a chief of police would be procured for Delano. Unless somebody wants to introduce a motion repealing that resolution, this discussion is out of order. The matter now before the council is who the man will be. As I said before, the council has 2 applications. Experienced men? Asked Ben Birdsong. Holmes's reply had an air of finality about it. During the past 8 months, I have talked, either in person or on the telephone, with 21 chiefs all over the state and in Alabama asking for recommendations. A total of 14 men were mentioned. 6 of them were interested enough to come and talk with me about it. None of the 6 wanted the job. I have come to the conclusion that it is not possible to attract an experienced police officer of good character to Delano without paying approximately 50% more money than we can afford. The best advice I had was from the chief at LaGrange. In his opinion, the kinds of problems the chief would face in Delano could be handled by a local man of good standing, with the support of the council and the help of the sheriff and state patrol when needed. I concur in that opinion. Frank Mudter spoke up. Our problems here are traffic and petty crimes, with a little peacekeeping thrown in down in Braytown. Anybody with a good head on his shoulders and a fairly strong arm ought to be able to handle the job. There were murmurs of agreement from Birdsong and Maddox. Who are your applicants? Asked Idus Bray. Holmes took a deep breath. The first application I'd like for the council to consider is that of Francis Funderburk. There was a moment of silence, followed by a shout of laughter. Holmes kept a straight face. Foxy feels that his military experience and his proficiency with firearms qualify him for the job. Ben Birdsong smiled. Well, if we want anybody shot, I guess Foxy's our man. More likely somebody'd shoot him, said Idus Bray. Holmes persisted. I told Foxy I'd see that the council would give his application serious consideration. Consider it considered, said Ben Birdsong. There was a chorus of agreement. I move that the application of Francis Funderburk for the position of Chief of Police be put to a vote, said Holmes. Seconded, said Dr. Mudter. All those in favor of acceptance of this application signify by saying aye. Silence. All those opposed to the acceptance of this application say nay. There was a volley of nays. I also vote nay, so the decision of the council is unanimous in rejecting the application of Francis Funderburk. Holmes set aside Foxy's letter and picked up another sheet of paper. The next applicant for the position of Chief of Police is William Henry Lee. There was a thoughtful silence. Will Henry? We will get him? Yes. Well, he's as honest as the day is long, like his daddy. Well, he's a good persuader. At deacons' meetings, he seems to be able to put a point without getting folks mad at him. Can he take care of himself? Well, I went to country school with him. I never saw him start a fight, but I never saw him let anybody push him around either. Well, he'd do it for the money. Yes, said Holmes. But if he works out, I think we ought to consider giving him more after a while. He's got a family. Is he all right with guns? He won't use a shotgun, but I've seen him shoot squirrel with a .22. He's a good man in the church. I reckon he's about as respected as any man around here his age. How old is Will Henry, anyway? About 30. He was 2 years behind me in school. There was silence again. Holmes hadn't spoken except to answer questions. Now he said his piece. Will Henry's a responsible man. He's not stupid, and I don't think he'd ever use the job to push anybody around the way Foxy might. He pays his bills, and he's from an old family in Meriwether County. He's never been a very successful farmer, but he's had the gumption to stick to it until the weevil came along. When that happened, he had the good sense to get out before he was over his head in debt. He's well known as a man of character and a Christian. He's never done anything but farm, but I think if he took the job, he'd feel obligated to give it his best, and I think that could be pretty good. I think we should hire him. So moved, said Frank Munter without hesitation. Seconded, said Ben Birdsong. All in favor? Say aye. There was a collective aye from everybody but Idis Bray. Well, I guess if you're bent on having a chief, Will Henry'd do about as little damage as anybody. Aye. The council unanimously approves the application of William Henry Lee as chief of police, said Holmes. There was a stir and a scraping of chairs. There's one more thing. This is the first time the city's ever hired a man to do what might be a dangerous job. We're asking this man to carry a gun and protect us, and there's always the possibility that he could get killed doing it. I think we ought to do something about some insurance for his family if he should be killed or disabled in the line of duty. Idis Bray spoke up. I don't think the city ought to go buying insurance policies for its employees. Sets a bad precedent. Why don't we give him another $10 a month with the provision that he spend it on insurance? Replied Ben Birdsong. So moved, said Frank Munter. Seconded, said Lamar Maddox. All in favor? Aye, said 4 men. All opposed? Nay, said Idis Bray. It's a bad precedent. The motion is passed, said Holmes. Any further business? Move we adjourn. Seconded. All in favor? Aye. Happy New Year, gentlemen. 3. Will Henry Lee stepped from his front porch with the fear and resolve of a man who's finally decided to jump from a great height into unknown waters. His historical perspective was sufficient for him to know that his descent of the 5 steps to the front yard was changing not just his own life, but the future of his line. Somewhere in one of the boxes stacked on the flatbed wagon was a Bible that recorded his forebears back to the year 1798, and now, at noon on this last day of 1919, he was the first man of that succession to leave the land, except to go to war. He joined the small group of people who stood shivering near the idling car. 2 of the black people made a farewell and separated themselves from the group, trudging over the frozen ground to one of the small unpainted houses a few yards away. The other 2 remained to say a few parting words. The black woman dabbed at her eyes as he approached. Now, Flossie, don't you do that, Will Henry said. You know you're going to be back with us real soon. That's right, Flossie, said Will Henry's wife, Carrie, dabbing at her own eyes. You know we can't get along without you and Robert. Yes, Flossie replied. She turned to the children in an effort to distract herself. The little girl, the smaller of the two, was carefully holding a box tied with string. "You children make that lemon cheesecake last you a while now. It's going to be a little while till I can make you another one. And Eloise, don't you let Billy eat it all up here." "Don't you worry about that, Flossie," replied the child firmly. Will Henry called Flossie's husband, Robert, aside. "Don't say anything to Flossie yet, but I think I might be able to get things fixed up in a week or 10 days. I've got to talk to Mr. Holmes at the bank one more time, and we'll have to find you a house in town. Mr. Holmes wants Jessie and Nellie to stay on at the farm and keep it up until the bank can find a buyer." Jessie and Nellie Cole were the only other remaining employees on the farm. Nellie was Flossie's sister. "Well, that's just fine, Mr. Will Henry, just fine. And I'll get the rest of your things into town just fast as that mule will move." The two men shook hands, the first time they'd ever done so. Robert held on to Will Henry's hand for a moment. "Miss Will Henry, you're a good farmer. A good farmer." Will Henry smiled gratefully, though he knew this wasn't true. "Couldn't nobody do no better," Robert said. "Couldn't nobody beat the weevil, except a rich man, a mighty rich man." As they climbed into the Ford, Will Henry took in the yard and the house with a final glance. Everything looked as cold and hard as the weather. It would be pretty in the spring if there were anybody here to see it. He forced himself not to think of anything that had happened to him here, of his father and grandfather. He would think of that later, alone with himself. He drove the car out of the yard, picking his way carefully through the red winter mud toward the main Delano road. In the bouncing mirror he caught a glimpse of Flossie and Robert standing in the yard looking after them. He quickly looked away. In the car, Billy hung over the front seat. "Mama, why can't I have my own room in town? I don't want Eloise to have half my room." Will Henry heard Billy catch himself, knowing he was sounding selfish. "I can't sleep with Eloise in the room," he continued, trying another tack. "She snores." Carrie disposed of this transparency with a reproachful glance. "Billy, you know we have to have a guest room." "But we hardly ever have any company. It'd just be him." "Billy?" The boy sank into the back seat, glaring sullenly at the back of his mother's neck. Eloise stuck her tongue out at him. Will Henry glanced at Carrie. He knew she was both looking forward to life in Delano and frightened. She would enjoy having friends within walking distance, but she would feel insecure at first without the farm. He'd given her no clear definition of his job. He would be, he'd said, working for the city, and he was vague about what the work entailed. She'd accepted that, at least for the moment. He wasn't looking forward to telling her the whole of it. Will Henry retreated into himself as he drove. He tapped out a rhythm on the steering wheel and sang absently to himself. "Bringing in the sheaves, bringing in the sheaves, we shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sheaves." He felt the way some men feel when they leave the army, the way some men feel when they've paid their debts, the way any man feels when he's free. "We shall come rejoicing, bringing in the sheaves." 4. Hugh Holmes had anticipated the outcome of the city council meeting, even to the method of arranging the insurance policy. He'd expected Ida Spray to object, but he was prepared to suggest the extra money as a compromise. Nevertheless, he was pleased that somebody else had suggested it. He'd anticipated the results to the extent that on the day after Christmas he'd given Will Henry Lee a year's lease on a house recently repossessed by the bank when its owner had simply disappeared on the occasion of the failure of his grain and feed business. Holmes sent his own housekeeper to clean the place before the Lee family arrived. He knew Carrie would be exhausted enough from the packing and unpacking without the additional chore of making habitable a house which had been disused for some months. Before the lease was signed, Holmes raised the insurance question. "Will Henry, have you thought about the possibility of your getting killed if you take this job?" "Well, I guess I'm going to have to carry a gun. That's part of the job. But I figure I'm about as likely to get kicked to death by somebody's mule while I'm directing traffic on Main Street on a Saturday afternoon as I am to get shot." "Well, I expect you're probably right. But I'll tell you the truth. I think that just by carrying a gun, and you've got to carry one, folks will expect it, you'll increase your chances of somebody taking a shot at you. You know, the English policemen, the bobbies they're called, don't wear guns. They figure if criminals know they're not going to get shot at by the police, they're less likely to carry guns themselves, and I think they're probably right, at least for England. But we Americans, especially we Southerners, don't see it that way. We're not very far from a time in this country when a man was more likely to get shot at if he didn't carry a gun, and we can't seem to forget it. So I think you ought to keep the possibility of getting shot at in mind. That's why I want you to make me a promise, and I won't recommend you for the job unless you do." "What's that, Hugh?" "I want you to agree to take out a $10,000 insurance policy. I'll make the arrangements for you." Holmes already had arrangements in mind. $10,000? "I know that sounds like a lot, Will Henry, but it's not. Your children are still young. What are they?" "Billy's 8 and Eloise is 6. "Yes, young. And if anything happens to you, Carrie's going to need $1,500 or $2,000 a year to raise and educate them. In fact, her expenses would be just about as high as they are with you around. You don't eat all that much. Even with $10,000 in the bank, she'd have to go to work to make that last until they're finished school. Don't you see that? If she didn't go to work, she'd have finished spending that money just about the time Billy would be ready to go to college. You want him to go to college, don't you? He's going to need that kind of education to make something of himself in this country. Carrie and I have talked about it. We'd like him to go. Eloise, too, if we can manage it." "Well, if you save your money, you can. But Carrie could never manage it by herself, not unless she has some capital to see her through. Now, I'm not going to have a widow and 2 children on my conscience or on the city's conscience if something happens to you. Will you promise me to take out that insurance policy?" "Well, all right, Hugh. I guess you're right. How much is it going to cost me?" "Several dollars a month. But the council is going to add enough to your salary to take care of it." "Well, I appreciate that, Hugh. There are going to be a lot of expenses connected with the chief of police that the council hasn't even thought about yet. We're going to have a jail. When you start arresting people, we've got to have a place to put them. And you're going to need a car. I figure you can use your own and take gas out of the city pump until I can get that through. They've already approved a firehouse, and I reckon a couple of extra rooms onto that will do for a jail. Why don't you think about what you might need? After you're appointed, you might go up to Greenville and talk to Skeeter Willis and see what he's got up there. Then you and I'll get up a budget, and I'll spoon-feed it to Idas Bray and the rest of 'em, and one of these days, before long, we'll have us a proper police station. I'll tell Idas the station will have to have a telephone. That'll do it for him." While the council was meeting to approve Will Henry's appointment, the Lee family moved into the house on Lower 3rd Street. Delano was situated at a point where Pine Mountain began its rise from the valley. Broad Street cut across the town at the place where the hillside started to be steep, and streets numbered 2, 3, and 4 ran vertically up the hill at right angles to Broad Street. The upper ends of the street attracted more expensive homes, since the sites afforded a view of the town. The lower ends of the streets contained neat frame and brick houses occupied by small merchants and the better-paid railroad people. Upper 3rd Street was the prettiest and most desirable in town. Lower 3rd Street, therefore, had a slight edge on Lower 2nd and 4th Streets. Carrie was delighted with their location. It made it, in her mind, all the more necessary to have a guest room, and Billy was quartered with Eloise in spite of increasingly loud protests and, eventually, hot tears. Eloise maintained a smug silence, but permitted herself an occasional triumphant glance in his direction. Carrie banished Will Henry and Billy to the yard, where they discovered a swing blade and a rusty lawn-mower in the back shed. They set about taming the overgrown lawn and pulling weeds from the skimpy flower beds. By late afternoon, the two of them were thoroughly muddy. They enjoyed their first bath in their running water tub, and when they sat down to a fried chicken supper, Will Henry experienced the odd sensation of having lived in the house for a long time. He felt they would like it here. Carrie was certain of it. Will Henry and Carrie Lee were town people now, after having spent all their lives on Middle Georgia farmland, half that period in hard times. Both, at 30, were handsome people. Will Henry stood just under 6 feet tall and was of a muscular build, the product of sturdy ancestors and hard physical work. If his ears were a bit large, his nose a bit blunt, and his jaw square and aggressive, his eyes softened the total effect considerably. Large and brown, they conveyed intelligence and sensitivity, and the soft tenor of his voice and the manner of speaking reinforced the impression immediately. He had a temper which he took pride in not showing, and this restraint enhanced the aura of strength, both physical and psychic, which he exuded. He was shy, but not withdrawn. Carrie was tall and trim of figure, and very nearly beautiful. An Irish grandmother had willed her black hair and green eyes and a sense of humor. She had none of her husband's shyness and little of his restraint. Pragmatism and often bluntness ruled her existence, but a natural charm and lack of desire to wound made her views seem refreshing rather than offensive to others. They both came of families that preceded their republic, the Lees claiming a connection with those of Virginia, and the Callaways, Carrie's family, going back to 17th-century Kentucky and a connection with Boone. Given an opportunity, Carrie would refer to Fenimore Cooper's description of Boone's daring rescue of the Callaway girls from the Indians. Neither of their families had anything but land since what was locally referred to as the War between the States. Still, they had inherited intelligence and gentility and a love of music and books. In their home they entertained themselves and had done so even before the children came. They both sang, and Carrie played serviceable Mozart and Bach. They had read Twain and Hawthorne and Dickens, among others. They'd both had some higher education, though neither had earned a degree. While Will Henry had been in his third year at Gordon Military College at Barnesville, his father had died suddenly, and the farm had demanded his presence. Will Henry, after an adolescence of waiting, had proposed to Carrie, and she had come home from Bessie Tift College at Forsyth and unhesitatingly become his wife, as she had known for a long time she would. Will Henry had had ambitions for the law, but the land had been in the family for a long time, though much had been sold during Reconstruction, and he felt a responsibility toward the 10 families who lived upon it. At the beginning of their marriage, the farm had offered security and familiarity and even promise, so they hadn't felt thwarted, not at least in a way they could admit to each other. And now they'd left the farm, something Will Henry had begun to think he would never do. He'd grown up there, and when it became his, it waited for him each day, demanding to be sown, reaped, milked, repaired, fertilized, and made profitable. He'd hacked away diligently, but he'd worked without fervor and without much talent, and the land had yielded a profit only so long as the soil and the times had been easy enough to require neither fervor nor talent. When the boll weevil had come, Will Henry had at first seen it as simply another demand upon his efforts. But when the pestilence had shown signs of hanging on, when even the best of farmers was struggling for existence, then the weevil began to look like something Will Henry had begun to despair of ever finding: an honorable way out. After supper, Carrie read to them from Great Expectations, because, she said, that was what they all had of their new life. Then the children were put to bed. Will Henry and Carrie tidied up. At the stroke of 12, somebody blew the siren at the firehouse, and they all sang Auld Lang Syne and kissed. Carrie read a passage from the Bible. Will Henry said a prayer of hope for the new year, and they all went to bed. Will Henry and Carrie were alone for the first time in their new existence. A weight had been lifted from them, and they enjoyed their love more than they had in months. They fell asleep, exhausted and happy. 5. It was his first morning on the new job, and Will Henry and Carrie sat in the car in front of the city hall. The car had no heater, and lap robes were pulled tightly around them. As they talked, the windows of the car misted over. Will Henry was glad, for he didn't know what her reaction would be when he told her about the job as chief, and he didn't want passers-by to see her upset. When he told her, her expression changed only slightly, and she was silent, her eyes remaining on his face. He couldn't look away from her for fear of seeming even more guilty than he felt. Soon he could bear the silence no longer. "It's not a dangerous job. Not really." She still said nothing. "Not in Delano. Nothing ever happens here that's dangerous. I'll be spending more time fooling with the traffic on Main Street and watching out for speeders on the Atlanta highway than anything else." She turned and stared at the foggy windshield. "It's just a city job," he said, almost pleading. "All right," she said finally. The members of the city council gathered in the back-room office of the city manager. They removed their coats and gathered around the wood stove, but didn't sit down. They were taking time away from their work and didn't wish to prolong the occasion. John B. Skeeter Willis, sheriff of Meriwether County, had driven down from Greenville to be on hand. When they were all present, Hugh Holmes called the meeting to order. "Gentlemen, I suppose this is a kind of an historic occasion. We're here this morning to appoint our first law enforcement officer. I guess it's a credit to our citizens that we've been able to get along so far without one. But we've got more than 1,000 people in Delano now. At least that's my estimate. And I think the census this year will bear me out. And a police department is something every town must have. We've chosen a local man for this job, not because he's an experienced policeman, but because we know him and respect him and believe we can trust him to preserve the peace and protect life and property." "Amen," said Idus Bray. "Idus, was that amen for life or for property?" Everybody laughed. "I suppose any councilman can swear in our new chief, but if nobody has any objections, I'd like the honor." There was a murmur of assent, and Holmes produced a battered Bible. "Will Henry, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you, William Henry Lee, swear by Almighty God to uphold and enforce the laws of Delano, the state of Georgia, and the United States of America, and to do so impartially without fear or favor?" "I do." "Well, I guess that makes you Chief of Police of Delano, Will Henry." Holmes had given some considerable thought to the content of the oath he'd just administered. He'd considered including a phrase along the lines of "carry out such instructions as the city council shall give from time to time," and as he watched his fellow councilmen offering hurried congratulations, then scrambling into their coats and returning to their interrupted work, he felt glad that he hadn't. Too much city business, he believed, was conducted hurriedly and without proper consideration. He was forced to use this impatience at times to push something he considered vital through the council, and he didn't like doing so. He felt that the responsibility for major acts should be carried by a consensus rather than by one councilman who had railroaded something through purely by the force of his personality or the weight of his standing. But he'd found that if he didn't do this, then the councilmen's impatience, coupled with their native caution, caused important business to be neglected, while time was taken up with pork-barrel trivia. Because of the indifference of his fellow councilmen, he was becoming, against his better judgment and considerably before his time, a town father. As the meeting broke up, Dr. Frank Mudter reached into an overcoat pocket and pulled out an enormous pistol. "Will Henry, I don't know if you own a gun, but this was my daddy's. It's a little rusty, but I expect it'll still shoot all right." Will Henry and the others had a good laugh over the pistol. "It's an old Colt .45 buntline with a 12-inch barrel. Wild Bill Hickok wore one, they say." Will Henry laughed. "Well, Dr. Frank, I hope you don't think you've got yourself a Wild Bill Hickok." He weighed the pistol in his hand. "I don't know if I'm strong enough to carry it for very long, but I guess if the rust is scraped off, it'll weigh a pound or two less." "Thank you, Dr. Frank. I'll keep it until I get a pistol of my own. I guess I need some sort of badge of authority." Skeeter Willis spoke up. "I reckon I can help out there." He took a small star-shaped badge from his pocket. "You can wear this until you get yourself a Delano badge. I've got a catalog that's got a lot of police stuff in it. You'll need a lot of things out of that pretty soon. I'll go over it with you, and we'll make a list. They got a salesman comes through Greenville every now and then. I'll send him down to see you. He'll be glad to get his hands on a new boy." Will Henry pinned the badge onto his coat and polished it with his sleeve. "Well now, Skeeter, I feel real official. Well, I'll talk to you about getting you a budget for some equipment, said Willis, and he moved off toward Holmes. Will Henry and the doctor left the city hall together, the long pistol cradled in Will Henry's right hand. He'd almost forgotten about it. As they walked down the short flight of steps to the sidewalk, a car backfired twice around the corner in the square. They reached the curb and stood next to the doctor's car. Will Henry raised the hand holding the gun and pointed toward the corner. You know, Frank, it occurred to me that we could use one of those automatic traffic signals at that corner. The traffic is pretty heavy off the Atlanta highway there, and it seems to me to be a better use of the city's money to have a light there than to have me down there waving my arms. One light could... As he spoke, there was a roar and clatter of a car's engine, and around the corner, literally on two wheels, came a large Packard touring car. The car straightened, lurched back onto all four wheels, and roared unsteadily down the street toward them. Will Henry stopped talking, but his arm remained up, pointing toward the intersection and the car. Across the street, a Model A Roadster began to back out of a parking place. The Packard slammed on brakes and veered away from the backing car, pointing itself directly toward the doctor and the new chief of police, who stood open-mouthed, staring at the huge car which seemed about to run them down. Less than a dozen feet from where they stood, as they were about to jump out of the way, the car screeched to a halt, and both doors on the curb side were thrown open. As Will Henry stared at the car, a double-barreled shotgun flew out the door, followed closely by a pistol. Two very large, very blond young men stumbled out of the car, their hands in the air, terror written across their faces. They stood there in the cold sunlight, staring wide-eyed at the man pointing a huge pistol in their direction. Into the sudden silence came the sound of silver striking cement. A large bag of $50 was spilling slowly from the front seat into the street. Frank Mudger recovered first. "Will Henry," he said in a hoarse whisper, "I think you've made your first arrest." Will Henry snapped to. He lowered the gun to waist level and slipped his finger into the trigger guard. "Just stand right there. Don't move." Skeeter Willis was coming through the door of the city hall with Hugh Holmes. Holmes had been explaining that he thought it was a little soon to go asking the council for more police money. They stopped and stared at Will Henry and his prisoners. "Jesus Christ," Skeeter Willis said. The following few minutes were a jerky montage for Will Henry. There was Skeeter snapping handcuffs on the two young men, Holmes leading the party around to the bank, where two large holes were discovered in the front window, the staff still lying on the cold marble floor, two of them, one a man, weeping, and Holmes, while the two young men were being securely cuffed to a water pipe in the next room, conducting an impromptu city council meeting, during which motions were swiftly adopted, authorizing an addition to the new firehouse for police headquarters and an expenditure of $350 for firearms, handcuffs, uniforms, and other essential police equipment. Before Will Henry had fully come to terms with this situation, he was faced with another, that of explaining to Carrie all that had happened. He didn't relish the thought. 6. They were brothers. Their name was O'Brien. Will Henry looked carefully at Carrie, who was seated across the kitchen table, staring out the window. She'd been just as quiet when he'd told his story as she'd been earlier in the car. They'd got liquored up on New Year's Eve over at Thomaston, that's where they're from, and they stole a Packard from in front of the country club. as a joke, seemed to me. They ran around all night with some girls, and when they sobered up, they were afraid to take the car back. They got drunk again, spent all their money with the bootlegger in Yatesville, and they were between here and Woodbury when they had a flat tire. When they got the trunk open to get the jack out, they found the shotgun and 2 pistols, and they decided to stick up somebody and just keep going. They looked like redneck farm boys to me, and I guess they were tired of it. What happened to the girls? It was the first time she'd spoken, and he took the show of interest as a recovery from some kind of shock. They took him home before daylight. He paused to wait for a reaction. She nodded as if she were satisfied that the girls hadn't been involved. He continued. The shotgun wasn't even loaded. I doubt if they even bothered to look. When they got to Delano, the first place they saw was the bank, it being on the corner, and they just walked right in and told everybody to stick 'em up. The oldest one, Jimmy, he had the shotgun. He climbed over the teller's bars and emptied the cash drawers into a sack, a money bag from an Atlanta bank. They took 2 other bags that were already full and walked out. Never even looked at the vault, which was wide open and had about $40,000 in it. As they walked out the door, Danny, the young one, turned around and fired 2 shots through the front window into the ceiling, and everybody inside hit the floor pretty quick. Then they drove around the corner, and there we were. I was showing Frank Mudd or something, pointing with the gun, I guess, and they thought I was pointing it at them. Well, anyway, we got 'em. And everybody in this town, except Frank Mutter, thinks I'm a hero. I don't like that much, but Frank's right. The alternative is for everybody in town to think I'm a helpless fool who got lucky, which isn't too far wrong, I guess. But if I'm to go on being chief, I'm going to have to live with being the fearless hero. He laughed. Even Skeeter was impressed, although he didn't let it get in his way when it came down to questioning the boys. I'm glad he was there, though, or I guess they'd still be handcuffed to that pipe. Hugh Holmes got a motion passed real quick to build a jailhouse onto the fire station. He stopped abruptly, realizing that he was talking very fast. Carrie got up and went to the big wood stove and stirred something. I suppose you're the chief now, she said. I think I'd hoped to talk you out of it, to find something else for you to do. But after this, I'd have the whole town against me. She stirred slowly for a moment. I'll try to get used to it, Will Henry. But I want you to make me a promise. All right. I want you to promise me that you'll always be real careful, and that every time you see something coming on that could be dangerous, even a little, that you'll think about Billy and Eloise and me, and that you'll do everything you can to be careful. Will you promise me that? Yes, I promise. I'm not fool enough to want to get hurt, Carrie. I'm not William S. Hard against the bad man. And I hope you believe that I'll always think about you and the children. She smiled for the first time that day. He went to her and kissed her on the cheek. She smiled. Now get out of here and let me set the table for your dinner. Will Henry stepped out the back door, aware now that Billy and Eloise had been playing in the backyard while he and Carrie had talked in the kitchen. He looked up to see Eloise, her hands up and her back against a tree. Perhaps 6 feet from her stood Billy, the buntline revolver in his 2 small hands pointing at Eloise's head. The only good Indian is a dead Indian, he was saying. He had a thumb around the hammer and was cocking the pistol. Will Henry's first reaction was to scream as loudly as he could at Billy, but in a small part of a second he realized that Billy might jerk the trigger and that Carrie in the kitchen would hear him and come to see what was the matter. Instead, he spread his hands and clapped them together once as loudly as he could. Billy's head jerked around. He dropped the pistol as if it had suddenly become hot and stood wide-eyed, looking at his father. The buntline lay on the ground, still cocked, still pointing in Eloise's direction. Will Henry strode down the steps and across the yard and picked up the pistol. Billy seemed to be trying to speak, but nothing came out. Will Henry eased the hammer down, opened the retaining piece, and turned the cylinder slowly as Billy watched. There were cartridges in all 6 chambers. He shook the cartridges out into his hand and put them into his pocket. Then he stuck the pistol into his belt, grabbed Billy by an upper arm, and spun him around, hitting him across the buttocks hard once with his open hand. He spun the boy around again. Tears were streaming down his face, and he was trembling violently. Angry as he was, Will Henry couldn't bring himself to chastise the boy further. After all, he himself had left the pistol fully loaded and in plain view on a straight-back chair in the living room on top of his coat. "Take your sister around to the front of the house," he said in a loud whisper. "Wash your face under the spigot and wait out front until you're called to your dinner. Don't you say a word about this to your mother, and don't you be crying when you come in." He forced himself to relax a little, to look less angry, to let the child know that it was all right now. "Go on," he said. As the children scurried around to the front yard, Will Henry walked quickly to the tool shed at the back of the lot. Inside he found a rusty pair of pliers. He twisted the lead from all 6 cartridges and emptied the powder charge onto the dirt floor. He rummaged around until he found a chisel and a ball-peen hammer. He placed the pistol in the bench vise and locked it. Then he chipped off the firing spur on the hammer until it broke off, rendering the weapon useless. He put the pistol back into his belt, gathered the empty shell casings and the lead, took them around back of the shed, and mixed them with the contents of the garbage can. Then he leaned against the back of the shed and vomited. Later, as they ate their midday meal, each quiet with his own thoughts, Will Henry said, "That pistol Frank Mudger gave me is too old-fashioned to be any good to anybody. So I broke off the firing part of the hammer to make it harmless. Billy, why don't you clean the rust off it, and we'll keep it as a souvenir." He smiled at the boy, and the boy smiled back. 7. Will Henry left the house after his midday meal and walked up the hill to Broad Street. He turned left and started toward the corner where Broad met Main Street, where the bank was. He had to pass a number of stores on the way, and he was nervous about it. He knew that word of the arrest that morning would surely have got around by this time. He began to wish the incident had never happened. As he approached the hardware store, he saw Ralph McKibben, the owner, standing out front talking to a man. "Hey, Chief." Will Henry winced. McKibben came over and punched him playfully in the ribs. "I hear you really took care of those bank robbers this morning. Whole town's talking about it. Why, you've only been chief a couple of hours, and everybody feels safer already." Will Henry mumbled something, smiled as best he could, and continued on toward the corner, receiving greetings and congratulations from 3 more people on the way. He stopped outside the bank and looked at the window. A man was nailing boards over the broken glass. He walked inside. "Why, Mr. Lee, or I guess I should say Chief Lee." Miss Bessie Simmons, the teller, was smiling broadly from her cage. "I sure do want to thank you for catching those awful men this morning." "Well, Miss Bessie, I just wish we could have done something to stop them before they scared you so bad." Harold Bowen, the clerk, came over. "Just get me a pistol. That's what I told Mr. Holmes. Just get me a pistol, and we won't have that kind of trouble no more. I could have shot both of them dead this morning." Will Henry remembered that Harold had been lying on the floor, weeping, when he'd come into the bank after the robbery. "Harold, I don't think those boys would have shot anybody, even accidentally. They were drunk, but they weren't killers. They just shot those holes in the window to scare you. They were so scared themselves when we caught them that they seemed almost relieved. I think this thing this morning was just kind of a fluke. But if it ever happens again, you do just what you did this morning. It's no use getting killed for a few $100s of somebody else's money." "Well, it's our duty to protect folks' money here. They put it in the bank and they expect it to be safe. We need a pistol or two around here. That's what we need." "What did you do with those two boys, Chief Lee?" Miss Bessie asked. "Skeeter Willis took them up to the county jail. The council has voted to build us a jail onto the new firehouse here, so we'll be able to handle it if something like this happens again. As a matter of fact, I'm due over there in a minute to talk to Mr. Holmes and Skeeter about it. Just wanted to see if everything was all right here." He excused himself and crossed the street toward where the new firehouse was being built behind the city hall. There was a sound of hammering and sawing as he approached. He walked through a half-completed doorway and looked at what was being built. There was a large garage for the engine and 3 rooms and a bathroom with a shower in the back. It seemed adequate, even comfortable, for the one full-time fireman, Jimmy Riley, and his group of volunteers. The plan was to have a siren on top of a pole outside the firehouse. When a fire was reported, Jimmy would switch on the siren, and the volunteers, all of whom lived or worked less than 2 blocks away, would come running. Will Henry wondered what he would do if he ever needed help. It was something else to discuss with Holmes. He heard a car pull up outside. Holmes and Skeeter Willis came in together. Holmes called the building foreman over, and they walked around to the side of the building. He indicated the piece of ground between the firehouse and the back door of City Hall. "I thought this would be a good place to build. The city owns a few feet more frontage on this side than on the other. Will Henry, have you given any thought to what you're going to need here?" "Well, I've got 1 or 2 ideas. But I think we ought to ask Skeeter what he thinks about it. He's the only man I know with his own jail." Skeeter grinned. "You got a real smart chief here, Hugh. Knows when to ask the advice of his sheriff. And that won't last long, though. He'll know it all before long." "Well, Skeeter," said Will Henry, "I guess we better get our money's worth out of you while we can. You'll be back up in Greenville tomorrow, sleeping next to that pot-bellied stove, and we won't see you in Delano again until next election." "That's exactly what I'm going to do, boy, after I give you the benefit of my experience. I'm going to let you take care of the trash down here." He pointed to the rear of the new building. "Hugh, I'd make the jail just as deep as the firehouse, but maybe not as wide. Will Henry don't have to get a fire engine in it. I'd put 4 cells there at the back, about 8 by 8 apiece. That may sound like a lot, but the first rowdy Saturday night you have, you'll wish you had more. Now, you want a flush toilet and a sink in every one of them for 2 reasons. First of all, you don't want to put your brand-new chief to work carrying slop jars right off. And second, if you get anybody mean in there, and you will eventually, you don't want to have to open the cell door any more than you have to. That's basic security. Once you got 'em in there, keep 'em in there. Now, some of these things might sound like they're extravagant to you, but they're not. Once you build this jailhouse, nobody's going to want to hear about doing anything to it until it falls down all by itself. If you do it right the first time, it'll last you a long time. You do it wrong, and you'll have people busting out of it, and you'll have some ladies group or other down on you for conditions. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Holmes nodded. I see your point, Skeeter. What else? Well, you're going to need a window in every cell, because in about a month after it's built, this jailhouse is going to smell just exactly like every other jailhouse in the United States, and it's going to need air. Remember, your officers spend just about as much time here as your prisoners. You're going to need a drain in every cell, so washing down the floors will be easy, and I'd put 2 double-decker bunks in every cell. You'd put 4 men in an 8x8 cell, Skeeter? Will Henry was surprised. I'm talking about the minimum, Will Henry. If you want to, you can make them bigger. 2 of them, anyway. Your prisoners are only going to be short-timers, fellas waiting to be tried or sent to Greenville or the county camp. You don't have to pamper them. Something else, though. I'd partition one of the cells off from the others, because sooner or later you're going to get a woman or 2 in here, and you'll even get a white woman now and then. If you want to keep the place quiet, you have to be able to keep them separate from the men. He moved to the front of the lot. Now, you'll need a kind of office, and you better make it pretty big, because you'll have to work and keep records in there. I'd make it as wide as the building, except for room for a corridor back to the cells. Then you'll need a waiting room up front that's as wide as the building. Somebody's always waiting in a jailhouse, and you don't want 'em in your working area where you got files and records and weapons around. You need some benches in there, but don't make it too comfortable. You don't want folks waiting around too long. That's roughly what I thought would do, Skeeter, said Will Henry, but bigger. I think you're right, though. I'd like to have some sort of window with a counter between the office and the waiting room. Good idea. I've found it's better to have something, a desk or a counter or something between you and the public. Makes things a little more official. Might be a good idea to have a little window in the wall between you and the firehouse, too. You're both going to be short-handed, and you can cover each other's phones that way. Make sure, too, that you have separate numbers for the 2 things. Nothing worse for folks than having a busy telephone when they want to get through to you. I think that window would be good for the city, said Holmes, and Idas Bray will like the idea of 2 phones. I think we can get this general plan approved on the wave of enthusiasm over our chief's first day in office. Another thing, said Skeeter. You ought to pass some sort of motion giving Will Henry the authority to deputize. He's by himself here, and he's going to need help from time to time. He turned to the new chief. Will Henry, I'm going to deputize you as a deputy sheriff the way I have the other chiefs at Warm Springs and Manchester and the rest. That way you won't have to get me out of bed if you want to chase somebody past the city limits. But be careful how you use the authority. Keep it within the limits of official investigations of crimes committed inside the city limits. Otherwise, you're crossing onto my territory. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to uphold the laws of Meriwether County and the state of Georgia, and to do your duty and to wash your face and hands every day and behind your ears when you're still wet, and to be a good boy in general? Will Henry started to speak. Good. You're a deputy. Holmes the witness. Has your wife made the speech yet? Will Henry and Skeeter were alone at the jail site. Holmes had returned to the bank. What speech? And the one about being careful and not getting killed? Oh, Well, yes. She's right, Will Henry. You can get killed real easy in your job, and you can get hurt bad even easier. Skeeter squinted off into the distance. I've been sheriff of Meriwether County for 8 years, and I've had one deputy killed, and one nearly about killed. Beat up so bad he'll never do a man's work again. But nobody's ever laid a hand on me personally. You want to know why? Will Henry nodded. Skeeter was standing with his considerable weight on his left foot, the one nearest Will Henry, his hands on his hips. Will Henry was standing with his legs apart and his hands shoved into his hip pockets. Skeeter pivoted on his left foot and drove his right forearm hard into the upper part of Will Henry's abdomen. Will Henry emitted a loud grunt and sat down hard on the grass. He sat there, dazed, gasping for breath. Skeeter squatted in front of him and peered into his face concernedly. That hurt, didn't it? Will Henry nodded, still trying for breath. Now, right now, at this particular moment, you don't feel like getting up and doing that to me, do you? Will Henry shook his head. In a minute or two you will, but right now all you want to do is hold your belly and get your breath. Will Henry weighed 180 pounds, but Skeeter reached under his arms and lifted him to his feet like a child. I'm sorry I had to do that, Will Henry, but I could explain that to you for a week and you wouldn't get it. There's 2 things. First, you gotta always be ready for somebody to try to do that to you, or worse. And somebody will try, believe me. Let's say you stop a fella for speeding. He might be the nicest, friendliest fella you ever saw when you walk up to him. But you don't know what he's got in that car. He might have a trunk full of white lightning, or a back seat full of some bank's money. If you don't know him, watch him. If you expect a fella to hit you or shoot you, chances are he won't get to. Second point is, don't ever take no crap from anybody, and if you have to hit a man, hit him hard enough so you only have to do it once. Don't you ever let yourself get in a fight with a man. Your job is to stop fights, not get in them. The way to stop a man fighting is to fix him so he can't fight. After you've stopped 1 or 2 fights that way, you'll be able to stop a lot of them just by speaking to them. If you're going to get in that position, you have to keep an edge all the time. He reached behind him and pulled out a small blackjack. This is an edge. It's got lead inside and leather on the outside, and you can hit a man on the head with it almost anywhere except the temples. Hit him hard and not do him any permanent damage. And for a minute or 2, you can put the cuffs on him or get him in a car or a cell without any problem. Skeeter set Will Henry, who was still having trouble breathing, on a nail keg and pulled one up for himself. I know it seems unfair to hit a man with a blackjack when he isn't holding anything himself, but you've got to get a new idea of what being fair is. I've got a reputation in this county for being tough and fair. It gets me reelected every 4 years, and believe me, if I wasn't tough, I'd never get a chance to be fair. You understand me, Will Henry? Yes, said Will Henry, finally drawing enough breath to speak. Another thing, don't ever threaten anybody. Don't ever say to a man, you come with me or I'll hit you with this blackjack. If he's a problem, hit him, and he'll come with you. If you're always ready to hit a man first, then you'll almost never have to draw a pistol, let alone use it. Now, I've heard some peace officers say that you shouldn't draw your gun unless you're going to use it. Well, that sounds tough, but it's stupid. You can threaten a man with a gun. That's common sense. You pull it out and you point it at his head and you cock it, and he'll do pretty much what you tell him. And something else about the blackjack. It's official. If you pick up a 2x4 and hit a nigger with it, he'll hold a grudge and be a problem to you forever. But if you hit him with a blackjack when he deserves it, well, that's official to a nigger. He figures you're just doing a job. Skeeter paused for a moment. Now, about guns. I've pulled my gun a dozen or 15 times in 8 years, and I've fired it at a man twice. Killed them both. One of them was about to try to kill me with a pistol, and I didn't bat an eye, I just shot him. The other one was running from me, and I told him to halt, and he wouldn't, and I shot him. I didn't mean to kill the second one, just bring him down. I was aiming at the seat of his pants, but I hit him in the small of his back and cut his spine. He looked away. I didn't lose any sleep over the first one. It was me or him. The second one hadn't done much, though. Just stole some tires from a filling station, but he was trying to escape and would have if I hadn't shot him. I guess I didn't feel too good about either one of them. I can't give you much advice about when to shoot a man, Will Henry, unless he's trying to kill you. You'll have to work that out by yourself. But I'll tell you this. You better work it out in your mind right now, because when the time comes, you won't have time to think about it. Will Henry's breath was coming more easily now. He stood up and filled his lungs. Well, thanks for the advice, Skeeter. If I ever recover my health enough to use it, it ought to come in real handy. I'm just giving you the little lecture I give when I get a new deputy. You'd be surprised the way some of them act as soon as they get a badge on. I have to pick 'em real careful. Skeeter traced some obscure pattern in the dirt with a toe. I wouldn't have picked you, Will Henry. If Holmes had asked my advice, I'd have told him to find somebody else. Will Henry was stunned. You think I'd push people around? Oh, no. That's not why I wouldn't have picked you. Just the reverse. I don't know if you've got it in you to be hard enough. I think you're likely to hesitate when the time comes. That'll breed disrespect, and the word'll get around. You won't be able to keep things straight, and when that happens, Carrie's going to have good reason to worry. Somebody will kill you, Will Henry, as sure as you're standing there. They were both silent for a moment. It occurred to Will Henry that this must be one of the most solemn moments of his life. Skeeter Willis, with patent sincerity, was giving him the most earnest possible advice based on knowledge and experience. The man was trying the very best he knew how to help him survive the work he'd chosen to do. Will Henry was moved. Skeeter, I understand you, and I'll try to remember what you've told me. I reckon if I don't die in bed, it won't be your fault. Thank you. Skeeter heaved a deep sigh and nodded. He patted Will Henry's shoulder heavily a couple of times, gave him a small smile, and walked away toward his car. Will Henry stopped in front of the house and looked at it. Although chilled from the walk home, he felt compelled to pause and reflect. The night was clear and very cold, even though it wasn't much past 6. The rising moon gave the white frame house a luminous quality. It looked secure and inviting. He still felt somewhat disoriented. Only the day before he had left the house he was born in, left a country life, changed irrevocably his existence. The farm was receding into the past at an astonishing rate. It surprised him to feel, standing in front of this strange house, that he had arrived home. Inside, his wife was preparing a supper she hadn't grown or picked or plucked. His children would get up tomorrow morning and walk a short distance to school, and afterwards would play with other children who lived only a few yards away. Tomorrow his work would allow him to walk on pavement in shoes he normally wore only on Sundays. People would seek him out with their problems or simply pass the time of day. People. He would see more people in a day than he normally saw in 10. He had a place, a position in other people's lives for the first time. He wouldn't disappoint them. In one short day, he had single-handedly captured 2 armed bank robbers in a manner that, if anyone other than Frank Munter ever found out about it, he would never live down. He'd almost seen his son kill his daughter with a pistol he himself had left loaded and within reach. And he'd been knocked on his ass by the sheriff of Meriwether County. It was less than an auspicious beginning, but it was, by God, a new beginning. He climbed the steps and went inside. 8. Holmes closed the front door and carefully hung his coat in the hall closet. "Hugh?" The call came from upstairs. "Is that you?" "Yes, Jenny, I'm home." He heard her start for the stairs, and he waited in the entrance hall for her. He kissed her on the lips as she reached him, and they went into the small sitting room together. They'd only recently completed the red-brick colonial house, and already they gravitated toward the den, as Virginia called it, instead of the more formal living room, which was kept for occasions when company called. The den was oak-paneled and leathery, and in winter Virginia always had a fire going in the little fireplace by the time he arrived home. Here, too, was kept their dark secret. In a cupboard, which was part of a bookcase, concealed by a door onto which was glued a row of book spines, rested a bottle of bourbon whiskey, one of Scotch, one of very good cognac, and a bottle of very dry sherry. Holmes had made the cupboard himself after the builders had departed. Neither he nor Virginia ever touched the whiskey or brandy. Those were kept for civilized and trusted visitors, none of whom had as yet appeared. But Holmes knew that surely the day would come when he would want to offer a man a drink, and he would be ready. The cupboard was the only receptacle in a Meriwether County home which had been consciously constructed for the storage of alcoholic beverages, secret spirits usually residing in a cellar or out-of-the-way kitchen cupboard. Alcohol was a religious issue in Delano, and there were many people who held the belief that a man couldn't both drink whiskey and call himself a Christian. Although he'd been brought up in an abstemious home, Holmes could see no logic in this viewpoint. He and Virginia had traveled widely in the United States and had seen respectable people imbibing in hotels and restaurants without debauchery. The summer before, in London, on their first trip abroad, they'd gone to Rule's, the famous restaurant in Covent Garden, and Holmes had impulsively asked the wine waiter to recommend a good half bottle of wine. He'd also accepted a recommendation of sherry before the meal. He and Virginia had returned to Brown's Hotel slightly tipsy, had had the best night in bed of their 8-year marriage, and had smuggled a bottle of sherry home. Although the 18th Amendment wouldn't be declared officially ratified until later that same month, and wouldn't go into effect for another year, a man in Holmes's position didn't buy liquor openly. Instead, once a month, a small, extremely well-dressed young man in a large Pierce Arrow called at the Holmes residence after dark, filled a modest order, accepted cash in payment, and continued on his merciful rounds. Holmes poured them both a sherry and sank into the leather sofa. He didn't come home for dinner, as most men did. He had a sandwich at his desk and worked. Virginia prepared a 3-course meal for the evening. They had dinner later than other people, and they shared half a bottle of wine with it. When he arrived home at night, the day's news was fresh between them, and they always had plenty to talk about. "You heard about the bank robbery and the arrest?" "Yes, in great detail. At least 4 times this afternoon." "I swear, Jenny, it was the best thing that could possibly have happened right at this time." "You mean you're glad the bank was robbed?" "Oh, no, not that. Although it will teach us to be a little more prepared for that sort of thing. What it's done is made this whole chief of police situation so much easier to handle. We got a motion to build a police station through the council just like that. And I think we'll get a police car through next meeting." "Even Ida Spray went along?" "Went along? He was leading the charge. I've never seen him so excited about anything. Will Henry handled the thing real well, too. Naturally, he was surprised. I could tell he was nervous, but he stopped that car and arrested those 2 boys just as cool as you please. You know, I probably wouldn't have wanted Will Henry to have that job if there'd been any kind of real choice, if there'd been an experienced man available. Skeeter Willis still has a lot of reservations about him, I think, but he handled this thing real well, and he's anxious to get Skeeter's advice about everything. He may not know much about being a policeman yet, but at least he knows he doesn't know much. Thank the Lord for that. Can you imagine what somebody like Foxy Funderburk would be like in that job?" They talked on for a while. Then Virginia excused herself to finish cooking dinner. Holmes felt the sherry warming him and stretched out on the sofa, groaning with fatigue and pleasure. He closed his eyes and felt a sense of completion. With the new fire department and the appointment of the chief of police, he felt that the town had reached a milestone, that it now had the organization and staffing and equipment that it needed. The paving of the central streets, the waterworks, the telephone exchange had all been milestones. There were dozens of other things they would need in the future, but for the moment, everything seemed complete. Holmes dozed. Unlike Will Henry and Carrie Lee, who had grown effortlessly into what they were, like healthy plants, the products of long and provincially selective breeding, Hugh Holmes had designed and constructed himself, brick by plank by nail. He was a farmer's son, too, but his father, who had been born to a starving sharecropper's family, had only his own shrewdness, industry, and sense of timing to help him extract a prosperous farm and cotton gin from the shambles of Reconstruction. He'd passed on to the young Hugh the notion of the self-made man, the idea that he could decide what he wanted to do, then do it. Holmes took the idea quite literally, and he began with 1 or 2 attributes which would be of great help. In addition to a remarkable native intelligence, nature had given Holmes a rare physical presence. He was 6 feet 5 inches tall and might have been thought of as Lincoln-esque if his posture hadn't been so erect. From his early teens he towered over everyone he met. Indeed, he didn't meet a man taller than himself until he was 30, and the experience depressed him for a week. He learned early to use his height with subtlety and effectiveness, when to slump into a chair, when to rise and look down. To his imposing height was added the distinct advantage of early maturity. Grayness tinted his hair at 19, and his features had been large and craggy even before that, lending him an air of thoughtfulness and wisdom. Holmes decided early that he wanted a career in business, specifically in banking. He realized that banks were at the heart of every business transaction of any consequence, that they held the power to move a community or a state, perhaps even a country. He knew, too, that a good bank was a highly efficient intelligence-gathering organization, and he liked the idea of having a special knowledge of what was going on. He believed that with such knowledge and with access to capital, he could achieve whatever he wanted. There wasn't, however, a megalomaniacal bone in Holmes's body. He didn't wish to be J.P. Morgan. He wished to be a big fish in a small pond and to gather to himself just enough power to shape his own destiny and that of the pond he chose. He wished to travel, to learn, to experience many things in the world, and he knew if he went into a big city bank he would have to devote all of his energies to climbing the business ladder and to surviving in intramural political warfare. He didn't doubt that he could excel in such circumstances, but they were not circumstances to his liking. Hugh Holmes had constructed a set of circumstances exactly to his liking. And at the time of Will Henry Lee's escape from the farm at the end of 1919, those circumstances were the Bank of Delano. They were achieved with a combination of hard work, intelligence, and a stroke of luck, to which he'd applied a finely developed sense of opportunism and a willingness to take, under the right circumstances, a major personal risk. The first time Holmes had seen Delano, or rather, the place where Delano would soon be, was more than 10 years before. He was the cashier at the Farmers and Merchants Bank at Woodbury, some 12 miles north, when on a Sunday afternoon he took the train to Warm Springs for a Sunday School Union picnic. Warm Springs was a prosperous and fashionable resort, attracting people from all over the South to bathe in the naturally warm waters and listen to music and lectures at the Meriwether Inn. It was also a favorite spot in the county for church outings, and Holmes was with a party of 30 who took the M&B to Warm Springs that day. The Macon and Birmingham Railroad was misnamed, since it didn't reach either Macon or Birmingham. The local name, Mule and Wagon, was much more appropriate, owing to the slow speed at which the trains traveled. On this occasion, the train stopped for water at a country tank, and after a few minutes it was announced that there would be a short delay due to mechanical troubles, and that passengers were encouraged to stretch their legs. The whistle would blow when the train was ready once again. Holmes got down from the train and looked about. They were in a pine forest, mostly young trees, but a few older, taller ones. There was a generous scattering of oaks and elms as well, and the place was cool on a hot day. He strolled aimlessly away from the train into the woods, enjoying the scented air and the carpet of pine needles underfoot. Shortly he came to a large clearing and was surprised to see a very new white Cadillac touring car parked there. 3 men, their dusters and goggles draped over a fender, stood talking, occasionally referring to a map and pointing in one direction or another. Holmes approached the group. "Good day to you, gentlemen," the men responded. "I'm a little surprised to see a big car like that so far off the beaten track." The shortest of the 3 men spoke up. "Well, it's only about 100 yards through the trees there to the Atlanta highway. There used to be a sawmill here, and there's an old road to the highway." Holmes remembered that the train had just traveled under a rickety wooden bridge. The man stuck out his hand. "My name is Thomas Delano." Holmes recognized the name immediately. Delano, after a short but successful career as a merchant, was becoming something of a tycoon in the textile business based in Atlanta, but having mills in 3 smaller towns nearby. "This is Mr. Bill Smenner of the M&B Railroad, and Mr. Svensson, a visitor from Norway who's doing some surveying for us." I'm Hugh Holmes from Woodbury. You the cashier in the bank over there? Holmes registered surprise. Oh, I do a little business over there, as you know. Holmes had had no idea that Delano had business in the county. Delano exchanged a glance with Smenner. He turned back to Holmes. You might be interested in what we're up to here, Mr. Holmes. Well, it looks like kind of a lonesome place to put a cotton mill. It may look that way now, but in 2 years it won't. We're going to build a town here, Mr. Holmes. Have a look at Mr. Swenson's plan. He spread the map over the hood of the Cadillac and pointed out various features. As you can see, this is the spot where the M&B and the Atlanta-Columbus Highway cross. That's pretty good transportation access to start with. I'm going to build a modern cotton mill right here. And Mr. Smenner has decided, you don't mind my mentioning it, Bill, he's going to put the new repair shops for the M&B right up there, about where the water tower is. The two together will be a fine base of employment for a town. Holmes was impressed. What will you do for a water supply? Or will you have folks digging their own wells? No, sir. There's a spring up on that mountainside over there that's got a flow rate that would supply a city of a much greater size than we're planning. We'll have a modern waterworks and a sewage system, too, and we're going to pave the business district and 4 residential streets first thing. Holmes noticed he was breathing faster. What method of financing all this will you be using? We're forming the Delano Development Corporation, and the town will be called Delano. I'm not bashful about things like that. Our initial capitalization will be $100,000. Mr. Smenner and I will participate personally in that, in addition to our capital expenditure on the mill and rail shops, and we'll be inviting a limited number of other gentlemen to invest, men who have the personal resources and the kind of business experience to help the town grow. We're going to have a barbecue here on this spot the 15th of next month and sell 300 residential lots for $75 each and 50 business lots at $200. Folks will pay their money in advance, and then there'll be a drawing for locations. The corporation will retain ownership of all the other prospective residential and business property until such time as it feels more should be sold. Holmes was quiet. Delano was watching him closely. It'd be the finest investment a young man could make, Mr. Holmes. It'd be an investment with a future, and it would mean getting in on the ground floor. At this moment, no more than a dozen men know about this, but our commitments are firm, Mr. Holmes. This is going to happen. The train whistle blew. Mr. Delano, this sounds like a very interesting idea to me. Could I get in touch with you at your Atlanta office? Holmes shook hands with the 3 men and turned to leave. Delano stopped him. Mr. Holmes, Hugh, if I may call you that, I've already made proper application to the Secretary of State for a bank charter, and I expect it to be granted shortly. This bank is going to have the mill and the railroad as depositors right off, and it's going to need the right man to run it. I've heard some good things about you, and I'd be interested in talking to you about it. There would be an opportunity for investment and a chance for more later. Why don't you think about it for a day or 2, then come see me in Atlanta? I'll be in touch with you before the week is out, if that's all right, Mr. Delano. That's fine. They shook hands again, and Holmes hurried back to his train. The picnic at Warm Springs passed in a blur, and he didn't sleep that night. The next morning he telephoned a man in Athens who had previously made him an offer for his recently deceased father's farm and cotton ginning business and named a price. After the usual haggling, the man met it. Within the week he'd invested $10,000 in the Delano Development Corporation. The following month he went to the barbecue on the Delano site and bought a residential lot and a business lot. He drew the land on Upper 3rd Street, where he would later build his house, and the lot at the intersection of Main Street and the Atlanta Highway, where the bank would be built. He suspected that he'd been more than lucky in the draw, but he didn't question it. Before the day was out, he bought 2 more business lots, one adjacent to his own for $300, each from men who had found a fast $100 profit more interesting than a long haul in a new town. He also renewed an old acquaintance with a prosperous farmer named Idus Bray, and agreed to put up 25% of the capital in the new telephone company Bray was to build. He reached agreement with Thomas Delano on the bank. He would own 49% of the stock and supply that proportion of the capital. In 5 years he could buy the 2% that would give him control, and Delano would sell the remainder of the stock to local investors. By the end of the day he had committed all but $2,000 of his inheritance and savings. Still, $2,000 cash, 3 business lots, a residential lot, 25% of a telephone company, 49% of a bank, and 10% of the Delano Development Corporation constituted an extraordinary collection of holdings for a man of 34 years, even if his holdings were mostly paper. He was very pleased with himself. And as he responded to Virginia's call to dinner, he was more pleased with himself than at any time since that day. 9. 2 weeks passed. Work on the new jail moved rapidly along now that the firehouse was finished. Holmes got the authorization of the council to buy a good second-hand car for the police department. A 2-year-old Ford was found, and a clerk at Ralph McKibben's hardware store painted Delano Police on both front doors in white paint. Will Henry began to establish a routine of sorts. When the stores opened at 8 o'clock, he would make a slow tour of Main Street, speaking to those store owners he saw and being seen by the others, just in case anyone had any loss or complaint to report. He would then go to the post office, collect any police mail, and take it to the city hall, where, in Willis Greer's office, he would sort the various bulletins and wanted posters which came in. He would have a cup of coffee at about 10 with a small group of merchants and businessmen who gathered every day at the Delano Drug Company's soda fountain to exchange gossip and opinions. He figured if there were any dissatisfaction with the way he was doing the chief's job, he would hear about it at these daily meetings before it got to be a problem. After coffee, he would make a slow tour of the whole town, showing the flag on every street in both black and white sections. Sometimes he would stop and chat with someone, and most days he stopped in Smitty's grocery store in Braytown, the black section unofficially named after the white man who owned about a third of the property within its boundaries. Smitty's was a daytime social center of the black community, and Will Henry would have a cold drink and chat for a few minutes with Smitty and whoever else happened to come into the store. He began to know many of the black people by name. After leaving Smitty's, he would drive to the north side of town and park the police car in a conspicuous place near the city limits sign on the Atlanta Highway. He didn't arrest anyone for speeding. He wanted the truck drivers and traveling salesmen who drove regularly from Atlanta to Columbus and back to know that the town now had a police car, and the sight of the car was enough to slow anybody down. He stayed at this post for an hour or so, then drove back to the city hall to check in before going home for dinner. He spent an hour at dinner, 15 minutes of it stretched on the living room sofa in half a doze, then made another tour of the town, stopped at the drugstore for an afternoon cup of coffee, and parked near the city limit sign on the south side of town, the Columbus side, for an hour. With all this routine, he still had 2 or 3 hours of his day to spend looking for something to do. He passed it at City Hall, making lists of things to do in the future, or at the firehouse, talking with Jimmy Riley and checking on the progress of the police station. He felt that when the building was complete, he wouldn't be at such a loss as to how to spend his time. After supper each night, just before bedtime, he drove to Main Street, parked the car, checked all the front door locks on all the stores, then got back into the car and made another quick tour of the town. One rainy morning, when the police station was nearly finished, a small man, neatly dressed in a brown tweed suit with a matching brown derby hat, walked in and introduced himself. "Chief Lee? Thought so." The man extended a hand, which Will Henry found to be as soft as a child's. "T.T. Brown, National Law Enforcement Equipment Company, Incorporated. Sheriff Willis said to stop in and see you. Ah, I see you're making progress with your station. Mind if I have a look around?" "Go right ahead, Mr. Brown." Will Henry followed him into the back of the building. "Ah, see you took Skeeter's advice on making it roomy. Good, good. Oh, that won't do. Gotta have a cement floor. No good putting bars around a pine floor. You'll have some booger prizing them up and getting out of here, see what I mean?" Will Henry nodded. He was embarrassed that he hadn't thought of the floor. "I suppose you're right about that, Mr. Brown. We'll need cement to set the bars in, too, I reckon." "Now, about the bars, Chief, about the bars. You can't go having your local blacksmith make those, you know. Not that he wouldn't do his best job, of course, but you need specially hardened steel for jail bars, and you need the right locks, too. We can make all that up for you at our factory." "Well, now, I don't have approval from the city council for that sort of expenditure just yet." "Of course you don't. Can't be expected to know about all this your first month on the job. Here, take this end of the tape measure, and we'll see what you got here. We'll get you measured up, see how many locks and keys you'll need, and I'll get you an estimate drawn up right away so you can talk to your counsel. Just back right along there. Hold it." He scribbled in a black notebook. "Now, it's 4 cells, isn't it? Window in each?" "No, 2 against the firehouse wall. Tell you, though, I'd put a window in the end of the corridor there. You want as much ventilation as you can get in here. Now, that's 4 cells, 2 with windows, 2 extra windows. You can get 1 in over there, too, and 4 locks. Tell you, you'll want a door locking the whole jail area off, too. Basic security, that is. You going to screen one off for the ladies? That's 1 extra wall you're going to need, too. There. I'll get that typed up in our Atlanta office and have it down to you all official in a day or 2. Phone it in this evening. We're very quick about these things, Chief Lee. We know the needs of our Georgia law enforcement officers, and we don't want the law waiting to be enforced, do we? No siree. Now, you'd be wanting some personal equipment, I expect." "Well, yes. Why don't we go around to the firehouse where we can sit down? Jimmy'll have some coffee over there, too." Fine. I'll just get my cases out of the car." The little man hauled 2 very large leather sample cases out of his car and deposited them on the firehouse floor. "I'll need a hand with the trunk. 2 hands wouldn't hurt." Will Henry and Jimmy Riley helped Brown drag a small, extremely heavy, padlocked trunk into the building. Thank you, gentlemen. He began unstrapping the 2 cases. Now, let's start with some duty clothing. I'd recommend 3 changes of uniform, summer and winter. You can get by with 2 changes in the winter, but when the hot weather comes in, you're going to have to change every day if you're going to stay looking neat, and that's important to a law enforcement officer, of course. I'd say you're stock standard 42 in the chest, am I right? He whipped out a tape and measured Will Henry's chest, waist, and trouser length. Right, 34 in the waist and 31 length. My trousers are all 32 in the length, but no doubt your little lady can fix that up for you. Now, I've got a real handsome uniform tunic here that goes real well with a white shirt, but I'll admit that most of my officers are happier with a heavy wool shirt without a tunic. Suit's real good for spring and all, and they wear the pea jacket over it in the cold weather. What would be your preference, Chief? Will Henry, who hadn't seriously considered the wearing of a uniform, was a bit taken aback, but he began to feel it would be better to be properly uniformed. I think the shirt should do all right. I expect I can get by for now with just 2 changes, though. Fine. Now, you have your 2 shirts and your 2 trousers there. Here, slip into the pea jacket. That's what they call one something like this in the U.S. Navy, you know. There. That's a perfect fit if I ever saw one. This is sure the cold weather for it, ain't it? Now, here's your wet weather gear. Within a few minutes, Will Henry was standing next to a pile of clothing that reached his waist, and Brown was opening the padlock on the trunk. Jimmy Riley, who had been watching the uniform operation in a kind of trance, gasped. Will Henry reckoned Brown could arm a whole police force in a bigger town than Delano with what was in the trunk. Brown took a green felt cloth from the trunk and spread it over Jimmy Riley's firehouse card table. Now, said Brown, lifting a large, squarish-looking pistol from the case and polishing it with a corner of the cloth, here's your latest sidearm, the Colt .45 automatic pistol as used by the U.S. Army in the recent European War. He took an enormous bullet from the trunk. Fires a piece of metal that will knock a man flat on his back if it only hits his outstretched hand. A big wallop. Will Henry picked up the pistol and held it gingerly. Brown sensed he hadn't yet suited his man to the weapon. He removed 2 more pistols, revolvers, from his trunk and placed them on the felt cloth. 2 very fine weapons, both from the house of Colt, a .32 revolver with a 2-inch barrel, excellent piece for the detective or the officer who wants to conceal his weapon, or your .38 revolver with your 4-inch barrel, a fine police sidearm. I feel myself that this pistol will sooner or later become standard for most law enforcement agencies. Will Henry picked up the pistol and pointed it at a spot on the wall. Then he quickly brought it down and fumbled for an entrance to the cylinder. He'd had enough problems with unloaded pistols. Brown showed him the mechanism which allowed the cylinder to fall sideways. I think this might be the best weapon for you, Chief Lee. Not as bulky as the .45, but a lot more impact than the .32. An excellent piece. Now, you're going to need an extra weapon around here, Chief. If you ever have to deputize a man, you're going to have to arm him. You can't have a man showing up here with a .22 rifle or a .410 shotgun for police work. You ever shot much with handguns? Not much. Brown began hauling boxes of cartridges from the trunk. I'm going to leave you with 1,000 rounds. That may sound like a lot, but you got to go out in the country somewhere and practice a lot with the pistol. Not at all like using a rifle or a shotgun, different thing entirely. Now, you're going to need at least 3 pair of handcuffs. Here you've already been in a 2-cuff situation, handled it well, too. One key fits them all, so you don't have to worry about keeping track of a pocket full of keys. He held up a small blackjack, similar to the one Skeeter Willis had shown Will Henry, an officer's best friend. Brown dove into one of the other cases and came up with a holster and belt. Handcuffs fit right in here. Here's a place for a dozen extra rounds of ammunition, and your billy fits right here. All your equipment on one belt. Just buckle this on, and let's see how it fits. It fit. Now, let's see what all this comes to, Mr. Brown. Brown whipped out an order pad and began writing furiously. I'm sure you'll find every item on this list absolutely necessary in time, Chief. I've been equipping peace officers for 12 years now, and I can honestly say that I've never over-equipped one yet. Now, let's see. That's 2 winter uniforms, shirt and trousers, 3 summer uniforms. That's first-grade military khaki there, sir. Shirt and trousers, 1 pea jacket, 1 winter hat, 1 summer hat, 2 black neckties, 1 holster and belt with attachments for extra ammunition, handcuffs, and blackjack, 1 blackjack, 2 Colt .38 pistols, 3 pair of handcuffs, and 1,000 rounds of .38 ammunition. That comes exactly $349.45. Will Henry looked narrowly at the little man. Couldn't you think of anything to spend the other 55 cents on? Brown grinned. I always like to see a department come in under budget. He reached into an inside pocket and withdrew a thin leather case. By the way, Chief, just as a token of our esteem and congratulations on your new post, the National Law Enforcement Equipment Company, Incorporated, would be honored if you'd accept this little gift. He opened the box and set it on the green felt. Inside were 3 badges, large, medium, and small. Each bore the legend Delano Police Department and the designation Chief. One's for your shirt, the middle-sized one clips onto your cap, and the little one... He took a small leather wallet from his pocket and pinned the smallest badge into it. This is for carrying when you're in civilian clothes. It's gold-plated. Will Henry picked up the order blank and signed it. Mr. Brown, you sure come prepared, don't you? Chief, I know my business, and I know my officers' business. I know what they need to do the job. He turned to Jimmy Riley. Now, just let me run out to the car for a minute. I got a few things you're going to be needing. Will Henry gathered his things and left Jimmy Riley to the tender mercies of T.T. Brown. 10. Since the new police station was simply being added on to the already planned fire station, building proceeded quickly. Will Henry had been chief for less than a month when it was completed. On the Saturday night before the Monday when the station was to be officially open, he and Hugh Holmes were hard at work in the new building. T.T. Brown's custom-made bars, doors, windows, and locks had arrived during the week, and their installation had been completed the day before. Holmes had purchased a roll-top desk, 2 filing cabinets, 4 straight-back chairs, a swivel chair, and a hat rack. The cells had been furnished with wooden bunks, cotton mattresses, and army blankets, and a large pot-bellied stove was glowing in the office. Will Henry was tacking wanted posters to a new bulletin board, and Holmes, his shirt sleeves rolled up, was sweeping up Excelsior, in which the new furniture had been packed. A man from the telephone company had just left. The new instrument had been hung on a wall next to a window opening into the firehouse so that it could be answered from the other side. The telephone rang. Will Henry put down his box of thumbtacks and answered it. It was Estelle, the night operator. Is that you, Mr. Lee, Chief? Yes, Estelle, how are you? Well, I'm just fine, but I got a lady on the line who's nearly about hysterical. She says there's something terrible happening over on Maple Street. The streets on the north side of the M&B tracks were all named after trees. They were lined with nearly identical white houses built by Thomas Delano to house his workforce. Well, you better connect her with me here. You can do that, can't you? I mean, the phone is all hooked up, isn't it? Yes, sir. Here she is. There was a click, and Will Henry could hear someone breathing irregularly, as if trying to suppress sobs. Hello? Hello? This is Will Henry Lee, Chief Lee. What's the matter? Oh, thank God, a woman's voice said. I'm so glad I got hold of you. The operator said there was a phone in the jail now. I'm so glad you was there. Yes, I'm here. Now what's the matter? What's wrong? The woman continued in a loud whisper. You've got to come over here quick. He's going to kill her this time if you don't get here quick. I can hear him now, and she's crying again. Who is this speaking? I'm Mrs. Smith. My husband is James Smith. I'd send him over there to stop it, but he's on the night shift at the mill. He's stopped him before. Stopped who, Miss Smith? That Butts man next door. He's beating her up again. I see. Now, you're on Maple Street, is that right? Where is Maple Street? On the corner. The corner of Poplar. They're right next door at number 4. We're number 2. Can you come over here quick? He's going to kill her. Well, I'll be right there, Miss Smith. Now, you stay away from their house until I get there, you hear? Don't go in there. He hung up the phone and started to get into his coat. Sounds like somebody's beating up a woman over in Milltown, he said to Holmes. Holmes reached for his coat. I'll come with you. They started for the door. Will Henry stopped. He looked at the gun belt lying on his desk. He strapped it on and left the building. Will Henry drove as quickly as he could through the Saturday night shopping traffic. I've got to get a siren for this car, he said, blowing his horn at a mule and wagon blocking his way. Get it, said Holmes grimly. I'll fix up the money. You know a man named Butts? Grady Butts? Works at the mill? I guess that's the one. I know his wife, Mary. She saves $1 a week at the bank. Never misses a week. Never met him. Don't think he knows she's putting the money away. She always comes in alone. Pretty, in a plump sort of way. She's got $42 in her account. 42 weeks, $42. Will Henry wondered if Holmes had every account at the bank in his head. Miss Smith, who lives next door to them, says it's happened before. The way she talks, you're going to lose a customer unless this damn mule and wagon gets out of the way. He drove around the wagon, blowing his horn. As they pulled up in front of the house, a woman stepped from behind a tree and ran to the car. Oh, hurry. It's getting worse. He's going to kill her. They heard the noise of something being knocked over, and the light against the shades on the front windows of the house changed its angle sharply. Will Henry ran up the front steps, closely followed by Holmes. He stopped at the front door. The noise inside had stopped. He banged on the door. Open this door. This is the police. Now he could hear a woman sobbing. There's no trouble here, a man's voice said. The words were slurred. Go on away from here. Will Henry turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was surprisingly neat. Will Henry had expected a shambles. A worn 3-piece living room suite occupied most of the room. A cheerful little fire was burning in the fireplace. Through the door at the back of the living room he could see a dining table set for supper, and there was food on the table. The only upset in the room was a tiny table which had held a lamp. The table and lamp were sprawled across the floor, but the bulb was still burning. A small, plump woman stood with her back to the wall next to the fireplace. She was crying, and with every sob a spurt of blood came from her nose. The front of her cotton dress was soaked in blood, and it had begun to drip onto the floor. Across the room from her stood a thin, wiry-looking man of medium height, dressed immaculately in a white shirt, necktie, and what must have been the trousers to his Sunday suit. His hair was slightly mussed, his face was red and twisted with anger, and he held a large lump of coal in his right hand. It occurred to Will Henry that the man had been about to hit his wife with the lump of coal. This thought so astonished him that he stood for several seconds without saying anything. The woman's sobs were the only sound in the room. "There's no trouble here," the man said. He seemed to be drunk. Will Henry said, "Put that piece of coal down." The man looked at the coal in his hand and seemed surprised to find it there. He dropped the coal onto the linoleum floor. "This here's private property. This is my house. Get away from here, none of your business." Holmes stepped toward the woman, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket. "Stay away from her," the man said. Holmes took the woman by the arm and led her to a chair. "Here now, Miss Butts, you just hold this handkerchief to your nose." An eye was swollen shut. Will Henry thought it would be very black within hours. He began to grow angry. "Get out of my house," the man said. "Shut up," Will Henry replied. "You got no right." Will Henry hit the man with his open hand. "I said, shut up. Stand over there by the wall until I get ready to talk to you." The man backed up to the wall, holding his hand against his cheek. He looked like an outraged child who had been picked on by a bully. Will Henry went and looked closely at the woman's face. She rolled her eyes in his direction and mumbled something about everything being all right. "You're not all right, Mrs. Butts. You've got a terrible black eye there, and your nose looks like it could be broken. Anyway, we can't fix that here. We're going to have to get you over to Dr. Mudger's and let him fix you up." "Baby," the woman said through her sobs. She rolled her eyes toward a bedroom door. Will Henry turned to the front door, where the petrified Mrs. Smith stood watching. "Ma'am, could you look after the baby tonight? I expect Dr. Mudger will want her to stay at his clinic tonight." The woman nodded and went to the bedroom. "And Mrs. Smith from next door will take care of the baby until tomorrow," he said to Mrs. Butts. "Now listen here," said the husband. "I told you to shut up." "Hugh, could you get her into the car? Put her in the front seat with us." Holmes helped the woman to her feet and led her out of the house. Mrs. Smith appeared at the bedroom door with a bundle. "Miss Smith, would you have a look around here and take what you need for the baby, and then close up the house and turn off the lights when we're gone?" The woman nodded. "And will you please call up Dr. Frank Mudter and tell him we're on the way over there?" She nodded again. "Now listen," said Butts. He was beginning to become agitated again. "You got no right." Will Henry stopped himself from hitting the man again, but he wanted to humiliate him somehow. He reached behind him for his handcuffs. He knew there was no need for them, but he very much wanted to humiliate the man. "Come here," he said. The man shrank back against the wall. "Now listen. Come here." The man edged fearfully over to him. "Hold out your hands." Now listen, hold out your hands. The man held out his hands. Will Henry handcuffed him. Now, go out and get in the back seat of my car. You won't get lost, will you? Just get in the back seat and don't say anything to Mr. Holmes or your wife. The man started to speak. If I hear one more word out of you, I'm going to take this blackjack and do to you just what you did to your wife. The man turned and hurried to the car. Will Henry stood in the living room, chewing his lower lip. He was breathing very fast. His lungs seemed too full of air. The Smith woman was still standing there. "Will you be all right with the baby, Mrs. Smith? Can you take care of all this all right and call the doctor?" "Yes, sir." She said, "I'll take care of everything here." Will Henry left the house and got into the car. Holmes had the woman's head on his shoulder and was holding the sodden handkerchief. All the way to the doctor's house, Will Henry was torn between his concern for the woman and his hatred of her husband. He said as little as possible.
This ends Disc 2. Chiefs, Disc 3.
Frank Mudter was standing shivering on his front steps in a bathrobe when they arrived. He helped Holmes put the woman inside. "You leave her here with us, Will Henry. Martha and I will get her fixed up and put her to bed. Call me tomorrow." Will Henry and Holmes walked back to the car. Butts was huddled in the back seat, saying nothing. "Will Henry, I think if I'm ever at that jail again when you get a call, I think I'll pass up the opportunity to go with you," Holmes said. "I'm just not cut out for seeing things like that." Will Henry hadn't realized how shaken Holmes was. He'd handled the woman very well, but Will Henry could see that he was trembling. He hoped Holmes hadn't noticed how upset he himself was. "I'm glad you did come, Hugh. I don't know what I'd have done without you tonight. I'm going to go downtown and inaugurate our new jailhouse now." Holmes glanced into the car. "It couldn't happen to a nicer fella," he said. Since Holmes lived only across the street from the doctor, Will Henry left him there and drove to the police station. The lights were still burning. He took Butts into the jail area, took the handcuffs off, and locked him into a cell. "It's freezing in here," said Butts. He was beginning to sober up. "There's 4 blankets in that cell, 1 on each bunk," Will Henry said to the man. "That'll have to do you, because I'm not about to start building fires for bastards like you. For all I care, you can freeze to death tonight." He slammed shut the main door to the jail area and locked it. "Tomorrow, I'm going to see how many things I can charge you with. You beat that woman up for the last time." He locked the building and went home. That night he had trouble getting to sleep. "I've got to learn not to get mad on this job," he told Carrie. "I swear I hate being mad. I think it's punishing me more than that man down in the jail." He finally fell asleep in her arms as she rubbed the back of his neck. It was another half hour before she fell asleep. The following afternoon, Mrs. Butts came to the jail in a taxi and told Will Henry she wouldn't press any charge against her husband. She wouldn't listen to any argument. Will Henry let the man out of his cell, and the couple went home together in the taxi. Will Henry was furious. 11. On Monday morning, Will Henry rose, bathed, shaved, and for the first time dressed in his uniform. Carrie had cuffed the trouser bottoms and pressed everything. He pinned the large badge to his shirt and affixed the second one to his cap. He hadn't worn a badge before, but he had kept the small gold one in his pocket. "You look real handsome," Carrie said when he came down to breakfast. She handed him a small gift-wrapped box. "Here's the finishing touch to your uniform from the children and me." The box contained a gold tie clasp adorned with a tiny replica of his badge. "Now where on earth did you get a thing like that?" "I ordered it from the same company in Atlanta that made your badges." He kissed her and thought that the fine hand of T.T. Brown was evident here. Will Henry arrived at the station at 7:45 and built a fire in the wood stove. He and Carrie had spent 2 hours after church the night before giving the place a final cleaning and putting it in order before its official opening. Idis Bray was the first to arrive, a few minutes before 9. He ambled in as though the thought had just struck him that he might stop by. Then he went over the building in minute detail. Finally, he seemed satisfied that the city's money had been properly spent. "Phone working all right?" he asked, patting the instrument. "Just fine, Idis. Had our first call Saturday night before we were even officially open for business." "Yeah, heard about that. Man ought not to beat his wife like that. Still, seems like something our police force shouldn't have to spend its time on." "Well, I guess that comes under the heading of keeping the peace. Can't let folks go beating each other up even in their own homes." Bray grunted what seemed agreement. The other council members wandered in over the next hour, and a number of passers-by stopped in. All complimented Will Henry and Holmes on the thoroughness with which the station had been planned and equipped. Skeeter Willis put his stamp of approval on the jail and admired Will Henry's new uniform, much to Will Henry's embarrassment. He wondered how long it would take for him to become used to wearing it. Finally, they returned to their businesses, and Will Henry was left alone. George Pittman, the postman, came by with the mail, peeked into the jail room, and fled as if afraid that he'd be held there if he stayed too long. Will Henry sat down and started to open the mail. He heard the sound of someone vigorously opening the door and wiping his feet on the doormat just inside. He looked up from the mail in time to see Foxy Funderburk marching through his office toward the jail room. He got up and followed. Foxy marched briskly in and out of each of the 4 cells, felt the mattresses, flushed the toilets, stamped on the floor, looked under the bunks, and tested the strength of the bars. "Morning, Foxy." "Lee?" Foxy stood in the aisle between the cells and looked about. He seemed irritated because he'd found nothing amiss. He stalked past Henry into his office and gave the place a cursory glance. Will Henry was annoyed. "Can I offer you a cup of coffee, Foxy?" He could think of nothing else to say. "Never drink the stuff. Eat your insides out." Will Henry felt as if he'd spoken above his rank. Foxy stared at him fixedly for half a minute without speaking. Will Henry felt forced to look away. He went to his desk and began shuffling through the mail. "You're not the man for this job, Lee." Will Henry looked blankly at Foxy, startled by the statement. "I'll do the best I can, Foxy. Look, I hope there's no hard feelings between us because I got this job. You'll never survive. Somebody's going to kill you." There was a brief silence while the two men stared at each other. Finally, Will Henry spoke. "Well, if you hear about anybody planning to do that, I wish you'd tell me about it." Foxy stared coldly at him for another 10 seconds, then executed a nearly military turn to the right and stamped out of the station. Will Henry was baffled by the exchange. He wasn't accustomed to dealing with people who didn't make sense, and there was something about Foxy which transcended the silly eccentricity most people ascribed to him. There was something angry and menacing. It made Will Henry uneasy. 12. Apart from the incident of the inept bank robbers, Will Henry's first month as chief had been free of any serious demands upon him as a policeman. He'd had a period of adjustment, an opportunity to ease into the job, to begin to feel comfortable in it without the pressure of major incident. On the Wednesday following the opening of the police station, his period of adjustment came to an end. He arrived at the police station on the stroke of 8 to find a young boy sitting on the doorstep, clutching a hound dog and weeping as though the end of the world were at hand. Will Henry knew the boy from church. He was called Brother, as his sister was called Sister. "Good morning, Brother," Will Henry said, as casual as he could. He didn't want to show too much concern for fear of increasing the weeping. It was a technique he used when his children came to him with stubbed toes. "What can I do for you? What's the problem?" Brother almost collapsed with relief, but every time he began a sentence his sobbing and gasping overtook his speech. Will Henry sat down beside him on the steps. "Now just take it easy. Take your time and get your breath back. I've got all day, no need to rush." Brother gradually collected himself enough to speak. "There's this fella out in the woods." "Out in the woods?" "Yes, sir. Right next to the scout hut. Right at the bottom of Hodo's Bluff." "What's this fella doing, Brother?" "He's not doing nothing, sir. He's dead." Will Henry took a quick breath. "You ever seen a dead person, Brother?" "No, sir." "Well, how do you know he's dead?" Will Henry thought maybe the boy had come upon a bum sleeping in the woods. "Well, he's naked, sir. And there's ants in his eyes." Brother Maynard had awakened with a start at exactly 6 o'clock on that morning. He didn't need an alarm clock. He brushed his teeth and dressed, and then went to the kitchen. He fried an egg and 2 strips of bacon and made a sandwich of them, wrapping the sandwich carefully in waxed paper. His dog, Buster, who was almost a purebred beagle, watched with interest and earned a scrap of bread for his attention. Brother's name was John, but his parents had called him Brother and his sister Sister for all of their lives, and so had everyone else. Brother was 14. He dressed warmly and rode his bicycle to the M&B depot, Buster trotting alongside. At near enough to 6:30, the Atlanta train pulled into the station and dropped off 400 Atlanta Constitutions. Brother counted out 172 and folded each of them into a tight 3-cornered hat, warming himself next to the pot-bellied stove in the stationmaster's office. He placed the papers in neat rows in the large grocery bike basket, then pedaled around virtually the entire town, as opposed to Milltown, side of the railroad tracks, tossing papers accurately onto front porch after front porch. He rarely tossed a paper onto a roof or under a porch anymore. Finally, he pedaled laboriously up Broad Street, up the mountainside, where there were 11 more subscribers. He always saved this part until last, so that he could enjoy the ride down the mountain. His final delivery was invariably to the solitary mailbox which Foxy Funderburk had erected at the crest of the mountain, exactly on the city limit, so that he wouldn't have to come all the way into Delano for his paper. Foxy's house was a mile further along, on the Talbot County side of the mountain. When Brother had delivered Foxy's constitution, he turned off the road onto the footpath the Boy Scouts had built from the crest of the mountain past the scout hut to the end of 4th Street. The path was wide and smooth enough for his bicycle, and Brother relished the thought of the long, steep, practically straight coast down the mountainside. The sun had risen now, and half the mountain was in bright new sunlight, the other half in cold blue shadow. Brother began his descent, and his speed increased rapidly. He'd never been able to bring himself to make the whole coast without once using his brakes, but this morning he was determined. The bicycle went faster and faster. Buster began to drop back on the path, too winded to bark more than once or twice. Brother's eyes were almost closed from the force of the wind. Tears streamed down his cheeks. His hands grew numb as the wind rushed through his woolen mittens. His forehead, cheeks, and the bridge of his nose hurt furiously from the cold. It occurred to him that if he struck a stone or a fallen limb, his battered body would probably not stop rolling until it reached the scout hut. There was a jolt as the path turned slightly uphill, then leveled off as it approached the hut. Finally, he applied the brakes and brought the bike to a halt at the foot of Hodo's Bluff, which rose nearly 100 feet straight up the mountainside. He leaned the bike against a tree and flopped down in the leaves and pine needles, his heart pounding wildly. Buster trotted up and dropped beside him like a stone. They both panted for a minute before Brother regained enough strength to open his sandwich. Buster wolfed down his small piece and hoped against all odds for more. Brother pushed back until he was resting against the foot of the bluff. He munched his sandwich and looked lazily around him. The early morning sun filtered through the pines and the haze. Everything more than a few feet away had a fuzzy, out-of-focus quality that Brother found particularly pretty. He especially liked the way the sunlight struck the smooth faces of a number of granite boulders which were embedded in the earth and pine needles around him. The low angle of the light and the smoothness of the stones gave them the texture of the hides of fallen beasts. Elephants, maybe, felled by the gun of some mighty hunter. The texture of one smaller boulder in particular caught his eye. It was whiter than the others, probably from a covering of dead gray moss. As he chewed his sandwich and stared at the rock, it seemed to change in texture, as if his eyes had suddenly reappraised an optical illusion. There was something familiar about that texture, something he'd seen only this morning. He recalled with an unpleasant jolt that it was the texture of his own skin, which he'd inspected while dressing before the mirror that morning, longing for a summer tan. He got slowly to his feet and approached the stone. He stopped chewing the sandwich. An acidic foreboding crept into his bowels. As he walked toward the boulder, it became unmistakably a buttock. And as he drew closer, the new angle revealed part of a back and a shoulder, and finally a closely cropped head turned sharply to the right. The nose and jaw were covered by leaves, but there was an eye, and it was open. A column of ants wound in and out of it. Buster came over and sniffed at the corpse. Brother dropped his sandwich and ran. Buster collected the sandwich before following. Will Henry thought fast as he listened to Brother's story. He didn't want to spread news of this sort on the telephone. He might as well go to Atlanta and put it on WSB. Tell you what, brother, you run over to the funeral home and tell Mr. Maddox I said for him to come out to the scout hut with his ambulance. I'll go pick up Dr. Mudter and we'll meet you there in a couple of minutes. He's right at the foot of Hodo's Bluff, you say? You say he's naked? In this weather? Frank Mudter huddled down in his overcoat and put his hand under the dash of the police car to see whether any heat was coming out. That's what Brother said. He was pretty shook up, of course. He said something about the fella having ants in his eyes, too. Sounds like he might be imagining the whole thing. I hope so. Will Henry stopped the car as close as he could get to the scout hut, and they walked the rest of the way. Dr. Mudter knelt beside the corpse. Well, Brother was right. He's sure naked. Right about the ants, too. Will Henry shuddered. Give me a hand, Will Henry. Let's turn him over. Will Henry was horrified at touching the cold flesh, but tried not to show it. Nothing but superficial wounds. No gunshot or stab wounds that I can see. A car door slammed in the distance. Dr. Mudger stood up. How did he die then, Frank? Did he fall off the bluff? Well, I don't think there's any question about that, Will Henry. The question is, what happened to him before he fell down here? What was he doing, running around up there naked as a jaybird? Well, the first thing comes to my mind is there's only one thing around here that's bizarre enough to go with this. Clan? Will Henry nodded. I horsewhipped a man up at Greenville 2 years ago. White man fooling around with a colored girl. This is just a boy. What would you say, 18, 19? Will Henry glanced at the corpse involuntarily. Yes, I guess so. How long would you say he's been dead? Well, the rigor's still there. Less than 24 hours. Maybe less than 12. We can take his body temperature as soon as we can get him back. That might help. Temperature was in the 20s last night. Can't be more than 25 right now, and he's not frozen. Tell you the truth, Will Henry, this isn't my line of work. I generally get to them before they go, you know. Well, Frank, I've almost certainly got a criminal case on my hands. I mean, this doesn't look like any kind of accident to me, not like I've ever heard of, anyway. There's going to have to be a thorough investigation of this, and it ought to start with a medical examination. Hadn't we better get somebody down here from Atlanta to see about this? You know anybody? Lamar Maddox came striding through the leaves, carrying one end of a stretcher. Brother Maynard trotted along behind with the other end, followed by Buster. Morning, Frank. Will Henry. What we got here? You know as much as we do, Lamar. We just got here. I was just asking Frank if he knows somebody in Atlanta, an expert who could do a thorough medical examination. brother interrupted. "Excuse me, Chief, but I'm already 15 minutes late for school. Can I go now, please?" "Sure, brother. And thanks for letting me know about this. You did the right thing. Chief, could you give me a note or something? You have to bring a note if you're late." Will Henry took out his notebook and wrote, "To whom it may concern, Brother Maynard is late for school this morning because he was helping the police with a confidential matter. If there is any further question, please telephone me." He signed and dated the note and gave it to the boy. "Listen, brother, we don't know yet what's happened here. Word'll get around about this sooner or later, but right now I don't want any talk about it, all right? I don't want you to tell anybody about this until you read about it in the paper, all right?" Will Henry thought for a moment. "And even then, I don't want you to tell anybody, I mean anybody, about his not having any clothes on. That could be very important, and nobody's to know about it but us, all right?" "Yes, sir. I promise." Brother hopped on his bicycle and rode off to school. "You think he'll keep this to himself?" Frank Mudter asked. "Lord, I hope so. Frank, you and Lamar have got to help me keep this thing under control. For the time being, when it comes up, let's just say that it looks like a fella got lost and fell off the bluff. This is going to be hard enough to handle without a lot of hysteria, all right?" Both men nodded. Frank Mudter looked thoughtful. "Will Henry, I've got an old med school friend in Columbus who's pretty much of a hotshot pathologist. He's done a job now and then for the Columbus police. I could call him up and ask him if he'll drive up here and do a post-mortem. His fee could run to $25 or $30 if you figure he's got to travel, but I think the council will sit still for that." "That sounds good to me, Frank. Is there any reason we shouldn't move him now?" "I don't think so." "You reckon we can get him on the stretcher and in your hearse like he is, Lamar?" "No problem, Frank." Lamar Maddox was, by profession, a stoic. At the funeral parlor, Dr. Mudger telephoned Columbus. He came back into the workroom where Will Henry was eyeing the syringes and tubing uneasily. "Well, I had to promise him a fried chicken supper. He's a bachelor, but he's coming as soon as he can get away from the hospital. He figures to be here about 4. In the meantime, we're to take the temperature, then keep the body as cool as possible. Lamar, could we put him in your storage room and open a window?" "Sure, I guess so." "What are you going to take his temperature with? I don't get much call for thermometers from my customers." "Well, I guess I better run back to the office and get an anal thermometer." Will Henry spoke up. "Frank, I don't think there's any more I can do here. I better check in at the station and see if anything's happening. Then I've got some investigating to do, I guess." "Why don't you come back here about 4? He'll do his post-mortem first, then we'll have supper at my house. I'll get Martha and the children to go down and have supper with Carrie, and Nellie can leave as soon as she's cooked. That way we can talk about this by ourselves." "Fine. Maybe I'll know a bit more myself by then." 13. Will Henry sat down at his desk and took a pad and pencil from a drawer. He noticed that his hand was trembling. He was filled with the most curious mixture of emotions. He was angry that someone had caused the boy to die. He was sickened by the thought of the boy wandering, probably pursued, through the woods, and he was terribly excited. He felt guilty about it, but he was excited that he suddenly had a major crime to investigate, to solve, so soon in his new job. He had no doubt that he could do it. He thought that a professional soldier must feel the same way about a declaration of war, regretful but eager. He began to list the things that must be done. 1. Question everybody who lived anywhere near where the body was found. 2. Check with Atlanta for any persons recently reported missing. 3. Check the top of Hodo's Bluff for evidence. 4. Check on Klan activities. 5. Telephone Skeeter Willis. 6. Go see Harmon Everson. He could think of nothing else to do, at least until the medical examination was done. He telephoned the state police in Atlanta. There were no missing persons reports that matched his victim. He telephoned Skeeter Willis. Skeeter, you might want to drop by here today or tomorrow if you get a chance. What's up, Will Henry? Interesting development. Not much more I can tell you right now. I get you. Skeeter had telephone operators to deal with, too. If I'm not here when you come, get Jimmy Riley to give a blast on the fire siren. We've got a signal worked out. I'll come back to the station. It'll probably be tomorrow morning before I can get down there. Can it wait until then? That'll be fine. I'm here from 8 o'clock. He knew how to check on the Klan, but that would have to wait until he had questioned the householders near Hodo's Bluff. He would save Harmon Everson until last. He wanted to know as much as possible before he talked to the press, even to the editor of the Messenger. 2 hours later, he'd talked with people at 9 houses on the mountainside. Nobody had seen, heard, or noticed anything unusual the night before, except for one woman who had heard something crashing through the bushes some time after midnight. She thought nothing of it. Deer and other animals were about. She often heard them. There was nobody home at one house, and a neighbor said they were away for a week, visiting relatives in Waycross. Only the visit to Foxy Funderburk was left, that and the inspection of Hodo's Bluff. Foxy lived down the other side of the mountain, and it seemed the least likely of Will Henry's prospects to have seen or heard anything, but Will Henry wasn't looking forward to interviewing Foxy. He drove slowly up the gravel road to the Funderburk cabin. The road wound back and forth up the mountain and was very steep in places, but it was well cared for, not rough at all. Foxy probably didn't get too many visitors, not with his personality, so the road didn't get worn down much from traffic. Still, Will Henry figured, Foxy must be spending a good bit of money keeping it so well, since it wasn't a county road, but private. The road turned and fell away slightly downhill before the tall pines gave way to a large cleared space. The cabin stood squarely across the road, and on each side of the house were matching flower beds. There was nothing blooming this time of year, but Will Henry thought the place must look very pretty in the spring. A profusion of azaleas formed a background for the beds, and the 2 quite large dogwood trees faced each other in front of the house. He'd expected something much rougher, and was surprised that Foxy had spent so much effort to make the place beautiful. It was obvious how Foxy, who had no regular job and needed none, occupied much of his time. Still, in midwinter, it failed to be beautiful. The place had an oddly regimented orderliness about it, as if it were part of some eccentric military reservation. It was a lot like Foxy. Will Henry immediately felt like an intruder. He got out of the car and approached the house. The place seemed deserted. There was no answer to his knock at the front door. He walked around to the back of the house, peering into windows. The rooms seemed almost unnaturally neat. There was a large shed at the back. Will Henry peeked through a crack between padlocked doors. Foxy's pickup truck stood inside. He walked back to the house and looked through a kitchen window. It was much the same as the other rooms, neat, cold, well-equipped, orderly. Only in the kitchen was there a touch of disarray. The chairs surrounding the little kitchen table were in the process of being recaned. 2 of them had complete new backs and seats. 1 was half done, and the 4th was stripped down to the bare wood, waiting its turn. Foxy seemed to have a number of manual skills. Will Henry froze. There had been a tiny, almost surreptitious sound, then silence. Then there was an explosive sound of something striking wood and the creak of metal. Will Henry spun to his right, clawing for his pistol. He found himself facing a large, placid, golden Labrador retriever. The dog approached him, everything wagging. Will Henry sagged against the house with relief. He felt a complete fool. He scratched the dog behind the ears. Why had he drawn his pistol? Why did he feel threatened on Foxy's property? He realized he was irrationally still very afraid. His heart was pounding, and he was sweating in spite of the cold. There was more to it than being startled by the dog. "How are you, old fella? You scared me real good there." There was another scraping. The dog turned to the back door leading into the kitchen and pushed the lower panel with her nose. It swung back, and 5 puppies tumbled through the opening. "Sorry, it's old girl, isn't it?" The puppies, which seemed to be 5 or 6 weeks old, surged around his ankles, yapping and stumbling over his feet. He squatted and played with them for a moment, and his anxiety ebbed away. The bitch and her puppies made the place seem less threatening. He walked to the door, tucked the puppies through the flap, gave their mother a pat, and walked back to the car. She came with him and sat in front of the cabin, watching as he drove away. Will Henry drove down the track from Foxy's cabin to the main road, continued for a mile, then turned left up the scenic highway, as the road was called, which ran along the crest of Pine Mountain overlooking Delano. He drove another mile until he came to the bottom of a steep dip in the road known as Hodo's Gap, named for a reclusive old Cherokee Indian who had lived in a shack near the spot until his death years ago. Hodo, said to have been in his 90s, had fallen to his death from the bluff which bore his name. Will Henry parked the car and began picking his way through the woods toward the bluff. Even in winter the going was slow, and he moved clumsily through the thick growth. He looked for signs that someone had been through these woods before him, but he saw nothing. Shortly before reaching the edge of the bluff, he thought he heard the sound of someone else moving. He stopped for a moment and listened, but heard nothing, so he continued. Abruptly, he reached the edge of the bluff. He'd been expecting the undergrowth to clear at the edge, but it didn't. He knew he'd arrived there only because he could see a few feet ahead to clear air, and because he knew the bluff was ahead. It was easy to see how someone who didn't know about the bluff traveling at night could simply walk over the edge, especially if he were in a hurry, if he were running from something. Looking over the edge, he could see nothing that would tell him anything about what had happened. He was disappointed, for he'd half expected to find some obvious clue to what had happened, A piece of clothing caught on a thorn which could be traced to its owner, a footprint with a distinctive mark on the heel, some small personal item which would identify the pursuers or the pursued. But there was nothing. He began to work his way to the right, where the thicket appeared to be less thick, and he nearly ran head-on into Foxy Funderburk, standing with his feet planted apart, holding a .30-30 lever-action rifle stiffly at port arms. Even in the sudden shock of finding Foxy there, Will Henry noticed that the hammer of the rifle was cocked. "Good Lord, Foxy, you scared me half to death. What are you doing up here?" Foxy's face was impassive, lacking even his usual tight-lipped grimace. "Hunting. What are you doing?" "Having a look around. I stopped by your house to see you, but there was nobody there but your dog and her puppies. Nice animal." Will Henry thought he noticed some tiny reaction at the mention of the visit to the house. "Are the puppies for sale? I've been thinking about getting a dog for my children. None of the farm dogs could have lived in a house in town." "Haven't given it much thought. Why did you want to see me?" "I just wanted to know if you heard anything or anybody around your place last night." "No." "Nobody in the woods or anything?" "No." "What was I supposed to have heard?" "I had a report the clan might have been having a gathering up here somewhere last night." "They get together in a pasture the other side of the road." He pointed. "Over yonder, about half a mile. I generally hear the cars when they do. Didn't hear anything last night." "Well, that's all I wanted to know. Is there a better way back to the road from here?" "There's a path." Foxy motioned to his left. "After you." Will Henry stepped past him and found the path. The going was much easier. It seemed to lead from the road directly to the bluff, then along the side of the mountain. It probably came out onto the Boy Scout trail further along. They walked single file, Foxy bringing up the rear. Will Henry thought about the cocked rifle at his back. He hadn't seen Foxy uncock it, and he began to feel uneasy with the man behind him. Neither of them said a word until they reached the road. "Can I give you a lift back to your place?" "I'll walk." "Say, Foxy, what are you hunting up here with a .30-30? "Bobcats." "In the daytime? And without a dog?" "I get one now and then." Will Henry got into the car. "You let me know if you want to sell a puppy. I'd like a male. Billy and Eloise would be real glad to get one." Foxy nodded noncommittally. Will Henry drove away. He watched Foxy in the rearview mirror until he crested the next hill. Foxy stood staring after the car, the cocked rifle in his hands, never moving. 14. Will Henry had one more stop to make, one more person to question before he gave the newspaper his story. He felt that it would be the most important part of his investigation and that he must handle it well or perhaps lose all hope of solving the mystery of the boy's death and apprehending those responsible. He entered the shop from the alley at the back. Even before he opened the door, the smell of leather reached him, and by the time he was inside it seemed to fill his lungs. It wasn't at all unpleasant. Tommy Allen was buffing a shoe on a large machine and didn't hear him enter. Will Henry waited for him to finish before speaking. Tommy? Tommy Allen jumped. Hey there, Chief. You snuck up on me there. I didn't mean to scare you. Think you might half-sole these shoes for me while I wait? They're my only black pair, and the city fathers might frown on brown shoes with the uniform. I'd be glad to. I'm not all that busy anyway. He took the shoes from Will Henry and climbed onto his high stool and fitted the shoe over his last. Might as well go ahead and let me put some heels and a whole sole on these shoes. They'll wear better and last longer. You're the doctor. Tommy took a long-handled plier-like tool and began to expertly strip the soles off the shoes. First I've seen of you since you got the chief's job. Haven't had a chance to congratulate you. Thank you, sir. I've been sort of expecting you to drop by, as a matter of fact. Oh? The good Lord tell you when my soles are getting thin? Come on, Will Henry. You look just like you used to look when we'd go down to the blacksmith shop and try to borrow Jesse Brown's new horseshoes to play with. Why, in a minute you'd have told me how it fascinates you to watch me fix these shoes. Will Henry was embarrassed in spite of himself. Tommy looked up from the shoe at him. I reckon you want to know about the Klan, Will Henry. You always could see through me, Tommy. Yeah, I want to know about it. I know you never wanted to talk about it, but now I need to know, and you're the only fellow I can talk to. Well, I reckon it's not too big of a secret that I'm in the Klan. But, like you say, I never talk about it to nobody. Why are you in it, Tommy? I never knew why. Always wanted to ask you. Well, a long time ago, a fella took me to a meeting, and I was real impressed with the Bible reading and the praying. You know how Daddy brought us up. And later on, when they got up to some hijinks, I thought I'd get out. But I was able to hold them back a little bit, help keep them from getting out of hand. There's a few boys in there would be a lot of trouble to folks if there wasn't somebody to keep an eye on them. I expect there are. Yeah, and I figure with some older fellas to keep things in line, the Klan might get to be a little more responsible organization. There's a job to be done, you know. Somebody's got to keep the niggers in their place, and I don't know who else is going to do it, do you? Will Henry was silent. Well, don't get me started on that subject. Tommy was quiet for a moment as he brushed glue onto a strip of leather. Tommy, you wouldn't get mixed up in something really bad, would you? Will Henry stopped when he saw the expression on Tommy's face. I'm sorry. I know you wouldn't. I was thinking about that story about the fellow up at Greenville last year getting horsewhipped for fooling around with a colored girl. Things like that. That was a bunch of Greenville boys. And I wouldn't have let it happen around here. I'd have seen that he got a good talking to, maybe scared him a little. Threatening to tell his wife would have been the best way. Will Henry nodded, and they were both quiet again. The only sound in the little shop was that of Tommy's curved knife as he carved the leather to the size of the shoe. Tommy, something bad has happened. Not in Greenville or Woodbury or Manchester, but right here in Delano, last night. Tommy stopped working. Last night? He looked worried. There was a meeting last night, but it was a regular sort of meeting, nothing unusual about it. This one got unusual, Tommy. Somebody got killed. Tommy stared at him, frozen. That's not possible, he said. Will Henry slammed his palm down on the counter and his voice became tight. Damn it, Tommy. The boy's dead. He ran right off the bluff. The Maynard boy found him at 8 o'clock this morning. He's up at Lester Maddox's right now, and there's a doctor coming from Columbus this afternoon to examine him. Now, this thing has got Klan written all over it, and I want you to tell me anything you know about it. Tommy was staring at him incredulously. What bluff? Hodo's bluff, Tommy. It's no more than 300 yards from the field. He ran, and he ran right off it. I figure he found an old path that leads down to the bluff, then turns toward the Boy Scout trail. He didn't turn. He went straight ahead. Will Henry paused for a moment. How could this have happened, Tommy? How? You mean the field on Pine Mountain? Will Henry, that field hadn't been used since we burned across last summer. Tommy reached under the counter, pulled out a Bible, and put his hand on it. Listen to me, Will Henry, this is the truth, I swear to God. That meeting was held at somebody's house, nowhere near Pine Mountain. All but one of our bunch was there, and he was homesick in bed. We were at that house till after midnight, and we left in ones and twos and went home. Nobody was excited about anything. Nobody was going after anybody. Everybody went home. And if it came to it, every one of us would be able to prove it. Will Henry leaned forward and looked into the shoemaker's face. You're sure about this, Tommy? He said that because he couldn't think of anything else to say. Will Henry, that meeting was at my house. By the time Will Henry reached the messenger office, it was late afternoon, and his excitement had soured. He'd been almost certain that the Klan was connected with the boy's death, and now he was almost certain that it wasn't. His only hope of a quick solution now lay with the medical examination, and he couldn't imagine a doctor, however good, telling him much of great use in finding the murderers. He still thought there was more than one person involved. Perhaps it was the bizarre nature of the boy's death. It held overtones of a prank gone wrong, of a club initiation which had got out of hand. The killers, in his mind, were young, irresponsible. They'd intended to frighten, not kill. But with the Klan out of the picture, he couldn't come up with a plausible substitute. If Delano had had a college, he would have suspected some student group. The boy wasn't from Delano. Brother Maynard, or one of the three men who'd seen the body, would have known him. He began thinking what colleges were within driving distance. There was LaGrange College, but that was a religious institution, not the sort that would have a student group that went in for violent hazing. There was nothing else at all near. He walked into the storefront office of the Delano Messenger and closed the door behind him. Harmon Everson was sitting at his roll-top desk, his back to the door. He turned to see who'd entered. The editor and owner of the weekly newspaper was wearing a green eye shade, and black cuff guards protected his shirt. There was a smell of ink and paper in the air. Everson looked up from his desk. "Evening, Will Henry." What can I do for you? If you want to place a classified ad, I'm afraid you're a little late. No, Harmon. I've got some news for you. Not very good news, I'm afraid. Pull up a pew. Something I should hold the paper for? We're just going to press. I expect you might want to. Everson walked across the room and opened a door. The clatter of machinery came into the room. Henry, hold the paper for a few minutes. We might have something to go in. He returned to his desk, sat down, and waited. Harmon, you're going to have to exercise a little restraint in this. You trying to muzzle the press, Will Henry? No, I want this in the paper. But I don't want my investigation hampered by a lot of sensationalism. You think the Messenger runs to sensationalism? Harmon was shifting irritably in his seat. No, Harmon, I don't. But what's happened has some sensational aspects, and I don't want them in the paper. Well, you're just going to have to trust my judgment, Will Henry. No, I don't have to do that, Harmon. There's still time to get this in tomorrow morning's Constitution, and I'm sure the Atlanta papers would be happy to print it. Now, if you'd rather have it that way, you can pick up your story from them in time for next week's Messenger. Or I'll write you out a short statement and won't answer any questions. Now listen here, Will Henry. I don't want to do it that way, Harmon. What I'd like to do is tell you what I know every step along the way, but have you print just the basic facts for the moment until I think it's time to print the whole story. Now, if you'll give me your word to print only what I authorize, then I'll tell you everything. Everson squirmed even more. He clamped his jaws together and stared angrily at Will Henry. It's a murder, Harmon. A nasty case of manslaughter at the very least. All right, Will Henry, Everson exploded. You have my word. But you better not hold on me. I want to know it all, theories and everything. I'll give you the facts as I know them. I'll keep my theories to myself. Will Henry squirmed a bit himself. And to tell you the truth, I'm a little short on theories. All right, let's have it. We're holding up a press run. Will Henry told him everything that had happened, omitting only the identity of his clan source. How much of this can I print? For the moment, I think you'd better just say that the body of a young man was found at the foot of Hodo's Bluff, and that he apparently fell off while walking through the woods the night before. You can say that we haven't identified him yet, but that we don't believe he's a local boy. You might say that if anybody knows of a young fellow missing from home, they should get in touch with me right away. Everson was scribbling rapid shorthand on a pad. Description? About 5'8", 130 pounds, sandy-colored hair. Will Henry paused for a moment, remembering. Blue eyes. Age? Well, I don't want to be too specific about that until the doctor from Columbus has seen him, but I think you can safely say he's in his teens. Can I say you think somebody killed him? For the moment, say it appears to be accidental, but I'm investigating any possibility of foul play, if only to rule it out. Accidental? With a boy naked like that? I don't want a word printed about his being naked, Harmon. That's the sort of thing that'll get people a lot more upset than is good for anybody. Except for you and those of us who've seen the boy, nobody but whoever is responsible for this knows the boy was naked. I think it might be important to the investigation to keep it that way. Just print the straightforward story. You come meet the doctor at Lamar's and then have supper with us at Frank Mudger's tonight, and maybe you can say more next week. But I'm not promising anything. Do you think he was sexually abused? What? Did anybody cornhole him? There are people who do that kind of thing to youngsters, you know. Will Henry was horrified. The thought had never even occurred to him. How the hell should I know? He was aware that he was blushing. You can ask the doctor. He got up to leave. He's due at the funeral home at about 4. I'll see you there. By the time Will Henry reached the front door, Everson was already banging away on his typewriter, and the chief was feeling a new kind of unease about his case. 15. Although Will Henry had no real idea of the sort of man the visiting doctor would be, Carter Sauls surprised him. He was well over 6 feet tall and heavily built. Will Henry guessed he'd been an athlete, probably a football player, in his college days, and he'd only slightly run to fat. He was jocular and a bit loud, and he greeted Frank Mudger with gusto. When the greetings were over and the small talk finished, Lamar Maddox ushered them into his workroom. A chemical smell mixed with that of a kerosene heater greeted them. The room was about 12 feet square and had a cement floor slanting into a drain in the middle. There was a large, deep sink on one side, beneath shelves stacked with bottles of chemicals and strange instruments. In the center of the room was a metal table, slanting slightly from head to foot, imprinted with a herringbone pattern of gullies, all emptying into a deeper one which ran down the center to the foot of the table. A large porcelain bucket stood ready to catch whatever might run from the table. The place was very neat. "I think you'll find pretty much what you need," said Lamar Maddox, not without pride. "Looks fine, fine," replied Carter Sauls. "Now all we need is a cadaver." Maddox went into a back room and returned pushing a trolley containing the boy's body covered with a heavy muslin sheet. A blast of cold air entered the room with him. "I had him in cold storage," said Maddox. "He's not frozen, is he?" "Oh, no. It's only about 40 degrees back there." The doctor had brought with him 2 cases. One, large black leather bag, the other an even larger wooden box with leather handles nailed to each end. He opened the box and began setting up a big bellows camera and a tin flood lamp. "I thought we'd get a few pictures for both our files," he said to Will Henry. "I may do a book on forensic medicine one of these days." Will Henry nodded. Lamar Maddox and Frank Mudger lifted the corpse from the trolley to the table and removed the sheet. Will Henry was again struck by the youth and vulnerability of the boy. He was lying in much the same position as they'd found him, and the undertaker straightened his limbs and turned him onto his back. "Rigger's gone," said Maddox. Harmon Everson, the hard-boiled newsman, seemed frozen with pity. Sauls quickly took several photographs of the corpse from different angles, including close-ups of the wrists, the rib cage, the buttocks, the neck, and the ankles. He began repacking the camera equipment into the wooden case. The boy was bound hand and foot and made to sit on something pretty uncomfortable, the doctor said to Frank Mudter and Will Henry, and for quite a long time. Will Henry and Dr. Mudter exchanged a glance, but said nothing. He was also beaten about the ribs and upper arms, but not, so far as I can see at the moment, about the face and head. Unusual. Before Will Henry could question him further, the pathologist opened his bag and began to arrange his instruments neatly beside the sink. On the counter he placed 3 small scalpels of different sizes, large and small saws, forceps, a pair of heavy shears, scissors, and a large scalpel, the blade of which Will Henry nervously estimated to be at least 8 inches long. The doctor also set out several gummed labels and a number of small fruit jars filled with a colorless liquid. Finally, he opened a leather notebook and placed his open fountain pen next to it. He began to pull on a pair of rubber gloves. Will Henry felt uneasy about what seemed about to happen. Doctor, are you going to do some kind of surgery? Sauls looked at him in surprise. I'm going to conduct a thorough post-mortem examination. I thought that was what you wanted, and certainly what you need. You don't even know how he died yet. Well, he fell. Maybe he died from that fall. Maybe he didn't. He could have died and then been thrown from that bluff. He could have died in any of a large number of ways. Frank Mudter interrupted. This is the way these things are done, Will Henry. The whole thing will just be a great big question mark until we have a post-mortem. I've already told you about Carter's reputation in this field. Doctor, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interfere with your work. I guess I just have a pretty sketchy idea of what goes on in these cases. Please do whatever you think is necessary. Saul smiled slightly, nodded, turned, picked up the large scalpel, inserted it at the point of the boy's chin, and drew it firmly down the abdomen, stopping in the scanty pubic hair. Harmon Everson made a kind of strangling noise. Will Henry was too stunned to make any sound. Sauls made several quick incisions around the neck and chest, then picked up the shears, clipped the cartilages joining the ribs to the breastbone, and with both hands pulled away the entire front of the chest, leaving the abdominal cavity completely exposed, the boy's internal organs displayed. There was a loud, dripping noise as the corpse began to leak into the bucket. Sauls then cut around the lower jaw and freed the tongue muscle from its moorings. He took hold of the tongue and pulled downward through the open neck. Grasping the trachea and making deft motions with his scalpel, he pulled the attached heart and lungs from the corpse and dropped them into the sink. Will Henry said dully, "I don't think you gentlemen need me for this," and repaired to the parlor of Lamar Maddox's funeral home, closely followed by a rather green Harmon Everson. The 2 men sank into the overstuffed furniture. Everson's muffled voice came from between his knees where he'd placed his head. "Goddamn butchers, all of them." Will Henry was too weak to say anything. There was a quiet moment after Carter Sauls had finished eating most of a fried chicken. Frank Mudter's house made tiny noises mixed with the muffled ticking of a huge clock in the hallway next to the dining room. A large crystal chandelier cast a weak light over the heavy dining-room table where the four men sat. Sauls had insisted on a supper uninterrupted by any talk of business. He and Frank Mudger had reminisced about their medical school days and Sauls's football career. Dr. Sauls finally heaved a deep, satisfied sigh and began rummaging in a briefcase. "Frank, that colored woman of yours sure knows how to fry chicken. And I never had a better biscuit in my life." "You appeared to enjoy it, Carter. You can leave a little something for her in the kitchen if you want to." "Hell, I may mention her in my will. Biscuits like that are a dying art." He straightened up a sheaf of notes and fished in a vest pocket for his reading glasses. "Now," he looked at Will Henry and Harmon Everson, both of whom had eaten little and said less during the meal. Will Henry still felt weak. "Fracture dislocation of the cervical spine at the level of the second and third vertebrae." "We're laymen, Doctor," Everson said, pencil poised over notebook. "The boy died of a broken neck. Most probably suffered in the fall from the bluff." "Probably?" "Well, I wasn't there, Mr. Everson. I can only surmise from the available evidence what happened to this boy. The injury is also consistent with hanging, for instance, but there are no other signs of hanging, either internal or external. If you'll permit me to continue without interruption until I'm finished, then I'll give you a better educated guess than you'll get anywhere else in the southeastern United States. All right?" "Sorry, Doctor. Do go on." "Thank you. I'll start at the beginning and give you the best summary I can of what I think happened to the boy, and I'll keep it colloquial for you, Mr. Everson." Everson nodded. "The boy was tied by the wrists and ankles to some sort of seat, something like an old-fashioned toilet chair, and beaten repeatedly with some sort of heavy whip, probably a length of ordinary rubber garden hose. At some time during this part of the beating, his hands were untied from the chair and retied over his head, and the beating resumed. I say this because there were fewer bruises on his upper arms than on his rib cage, and tying his hands above his head is the only way his arms could have been removed from the line of fire, so to speak. Also, either before or after the beating, he was made to kneel and he was beaten or spanked with a board or paddle. I've seen very similar markings and discoloration on boys who have been through fraternity initiations. In fact, I've seen worse on such boys. This was no initiation, though. No prank. This was an interrogation." Will Henry sat upright. "Interrogation? Nobody gets beaten with a rubber hose as a prank. And if the assailant's aim is simply to cause pain, he could have caused more with a buggy whip or a stick. The rubber hose is a police technique." "Police?" This time it was Harmon Everson who sat upright. "I've seen it in Columbus and one or two other bigger cities. It's what you might call moderate torture, to extract information as part of an interrogation. It's painful, but it doesn't break the skin or bones. The victim can take a beating one day and make a court appearance the next. It's illegal, of course, and a policeman could be charged with battery if he were caught at it. But cops don't like testifying against other cops any more than doctors like testifying against other doctors. Incidentally, speaking of the police, the boy's wrists may have been handcuffed rather than tied. The marks on his wrists are somewhat different from those on his ankles. Could have been metal instead of twine or rope, although I can't imagine how he could have escaped from his persecutor if he was handcuffed. But let me go on. There are scratches on his legs, indicating that he ran through some dense brush before his fall. His feet were rather badly cut, too, although they were heavily calloused, so I think he was probably running rather than walking just before his death. And by the way, I'd say he was a poor farm boy. A kid, 18 or 19 like that, still with calluses on his feet. And there were blisters, too. He'd probably walked some distance in shoes he wasn't accustomed to. The hands were very rough, too, nails broken and some red dirt under them he hadn't been able to scrub out. I bet you he was doing farm work only a day or two before he got into this. Where was I? Oh, he probably stumbled over the bluff while running, rather than being taken there and thrown off. He landed near enough to head first, breaking his neck and his left forearm and dislocating his left shoulder. He didn't get up. He hadn't eaten for somewhere between 12 and 24 hours, although he had been given some water. It seems logical to assume that he hadn't been a captive for more than 24 hours. I think that, apart from the damage suffered in the fall, his injuries could be described as superficial and not serious. There's no indication whatever that whoever beat him intended to kill him or even seriously injure him, although a case could be made that his captor could hardly afford to let him go free for fear that he'd inform the police. Also, we don't know what would have happened next if the boy hadn't escaped. His injuries up to that time may have merely been the preliminaries to something much worse. Sauls shuffled through his notes in a silence that even Harmon Everson didn't feel inclined to break, as they all tried to picture what happened. I think that's about it, except for one thing I'd like to point out. As far as I can determine, all the blows he received, both with the hose and with the paddle, were delivered in equal numbers and with equal force to both sides of his body. That's unusual. It'd be more common if one side took more punishment, depending on whether his persecutor was right or left-handed. It indicates to me that the beating was accomplished by only one person, because two or more persons wouldn't be so neat. Given that it was one man or woman, but can't rule out a woman, I'd say he has an obsession with orderliness, specifically with symmetry. He had to deal an equal number of blows on each side. His life is probably full of expressions of this symmetry thing. I'd be willing to bet he parts his hair in the middle. Will Henry said, I part my hair in the middle. I noticed that. In fact, if you weren't so new to the police job and if Frank Munter didn't know you as well as he does, I'd figure you for the chief suspect, Chief. What? My first guess would be that whoever did this had a police background. The rubber hose isn't a common weapon. Its whole purpose is to extract information, not to maim or kill. It's the sort of thing that's passed by word of mouth from cop to cop and police force to police force. Your average member of the public wouldn't know about it and wouldn't have any use for it if he did. If two fellas get into a knockdown, drag-out fight, they'll hit each other with bottles or 2x4s or whatever else is handy, but not with rubber hoses. A rubber hose is the sort of weapon that's chosen coldly, deliberately. There was another silence. Then Harmon Everson asked, Was he sexually assaulted? Sauls shook his head. He wasn't sodomized, if that's what you mean. There was no evidence of bruising in the anal passage and no semen present. But there's sex with a capital S written all over this thing. What do you mean? Asked Will Henry. I mean that whoever beat this boy up probably got a sexual thrill out of doing it. Enjoyed it. And if the boy hadn't got loose, it might have gone further. That sort of psychology isn't really my field, but there are a couple of doctors in Europe who could write you a book on the sexual ramifications of this one incident. It's hard to believe that there could be anything like that in a place like Delano, said Will Henry. The doctor took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Chief, when you've been a policeman a little bit longer, you'll get to know there's just about every possible kind of person in Delano, or in the county anyway. You'll get to look under the rock and see what peculiar lives even perfectly ordinary people lead. I see it as a doctor, and especially in my work with the Columbus Police and Muskogee County Sheriff's Office. I expect Frank sees it right here in Delano because people tell a doctor things they wouldn't tell their dearest friend. Dr. Mudger nodded agreement. Sauls heaved another sigh and put down his notes. There isn't anything in the world that could happen in Columbus or Atlanta or New York or Paris, France, that couldn't happen right here. Believe me, there isn't. 20 minutes later, Will Henry arrived home to find Billy and Eloise on the living room floor playing with a golden Labrador puppy. Someone had left it on the doorstep after supper with a note reading, "A gift from a friend for the Lee children." That night, Will Henry fell asleep quickly. A part of his mind knew part of the truth, and the rest of him couldn't accept it. The anxiety this condition produced affected him like a drug, and he slept like a stone, afraid to dream. 16. The boy was buried in the city plot, a part of the cemetery set aside for the indigent or the unknown. Only Lamar Maddox, Will Henry, and the Baptist minister Howard Abel attended. The two black men who had dug the grave didn't seem to count, although they removed their hats and assumed reverent postures as Preacher Abel prayed for the receipt of the soul of the dead boy into Abraham's bosom. Not the early hour, the numbing cold, or the bleakness of the city plot inhibited the fervor of the minister as he shut his eyes tightly, tilted his chin toward heaven, and let his rich baritone roll over the bare earth toward the tall pines that watched over the family plots with their brown grass and wrought iron fences. "And we beseech thee, O heavenly Father, to find a place for this young man in thy perfect paradise above. Take him home to thee, and give him eternal rest." Abel shifted his weight and altered his tone to one of special pleading. "And we pray, dear Lord, for the parents of this boy. Comfort them in thy secret way, and prepare them for the time when they can no longer hope for the life of their lost son. Spare them needless suffering, and make them ready for the day when they can be reunited with their child in thy heavenly host." Will Henry huddled inside his pea-coat and prayed for the preacher to finish praying. The cold of the early hour made it difficult to concentrate on the service, and he was becoming tense and irritable as his thoughts began to shift from pity for the boy to hatred for those who had beaten him, who'd allowed this thing to happen. Despite the depth of his personal religious feeling, he couldn't bring himself to pray for them, and he felt guilty. All these things we ask in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ our Savior. Amen. Lamar Maddox stepped forward and touched a button on one of the 4 metal posts around the grave, and the coffin began to be smoothly lowered into the ground. Lamar watched carefully the inaugural performance of this ingenious new piece of equipment. He would give it its first large public display later in the morning at a more important and more profitable service. Skeeter Willis was waiting in his car at the edge of the cemetery. "Morning, Will Henry. I saw you gathering and stopped. What's up?" Will Henry climbed gratefully into the warm car. "Well, Skeeter, looks like I've got a murder on my hands." Skeeter didn't respond. "Our paperboy found a dead body at the foot of Hodo's Bluff yesterday morning. Boy in his late teens. We just finished burying him." Will Henry clearly had Skeeter's undivided attention. "Tell me all of it," Skeeter said. "Start at the beginning and don't leave anything out." Will Henry took the sheriff through the events of the last 24 hours, again omitting only the identity of his clan source. "What do you think?" Skeeter asked. "I don't know what to think," Will Henry said. "I don't put much stock in the doctor's views about the kind of person that killed him. That seems like the wildest kind of speculation to me. If the clan had anything to do with it, I think this fellow I know would have told me, or at least hinted at it. I don't know anybody around here crazy enough to do something like this. Foxy lives up near where it happened, and he's a little strange. But I can't see any fair reason for suspecting him." "Foxy's not your man, Will Henry. Granted, he's a little peculiar, but he's a good enough man. Not the clan, either, in spite of what you hear sometimes. No, Will Henry, I'll tell you what happened, and I don't want you to think I'm jumping to conclusions. I'm just talking out of my own experience and the experience of a dozen other sheriffs I've talked to. Your killer's long gone by now. There's a lot of fellas on the road these days, what with the Weevil and the times. Probably this boy was traveling with another fella or two, and he had something they wanted. Not much, maybe a little money or something. And they beat him up to get it, and he tried to run and fell over the bluff. These hobos are always killing each other, fighting over money or whiskey or less. I'm not surprised the boy was naked. I've known him to kill a man for his shoes, nothing more. When they've been on the road for a while, they start playing by their own rules. Don't care nothing for what's right anymore. Just living from day to day." Will Henry felt oddly relieved. "Well, that sounds pretty plausible. It hadn't occurred to me, I'll admit. I'd begun to think it was somebody here in Delano, and that really worried me. No, I don't think you have to worry about that. This fella isn't going to get caught, not for this anyway. Somewhere down the line, somebody will do the same or worse to him, or he'll finally run afoul of the law. But you're not going to catch him, Will Henry. I know you'd like to, not just to get a feather in your cap, but because you're mad about this. I know how you feel. Now, if you don't want this kind of thing happening all the time, take my advice and don't ever let no hobos get a jungle going around Delano. Just make sure they don't get off the train. You let them start camping around here, and you'll have one of these killings a week. You mark my words. I see your point. Another thing, Will Henry. Skeeter shifted in his seat and rubbed at his nose. About the Klan, I think you'll find it's best to leave 'em be. Somebody calls you about a cross burning, you go out there in your own sweet time and poke around the ashes with your toe and look concerned and forget about it. They don't mess with nobody don't deserve messing with, and they'll take care of things you can't yourself sometimes. Like horsewhipping that fellow last year. He needed it, and I couldn't do it, so they did it. Will Henry's surprise must have shown in his face, because Skeeter reddened slightly and went on. There's some highly thought-of people in the Klan, Will Henry. They're all that's going to keep the niggers in line, and I got a lot of respect for anybody can do that. Will Henry made an effort to keep his face expressionless and his voice calm. Skeeter, I don't hold with horsewhippings or scaring innocent colored folks to death with cross burnings. And I don't have much respect for grown men who run around at night in bed sheets. If I catch anybody at any of that in this town, I'll have them in jail on the best charge I can think of. He paused. And you can pass that message on to anybody who's interested. Skeeter reddened further and began to fumble with starting his car. Suit yourself, Will Henry. Can you think of anything I should have done that I haven't already done, Skeeter? No. You've covered everything I would have. I don't think you're going to catch any murderers on this one, though. Whoever did it is long gone. The car's engine clattered to life, and Will Henry got out. Thanks for coming down, Skeeter. Any time, Skeeter called back as he put his car into gear. Shit, the sheriff muttered under his breath as he pulled away. 17. For a week, nothing whatever happened in Delano to require Will Henry's attention. He watched for speeders, checked locks, and patrolled streets, but nothing occurred that could take his mind off the boy. The story was run prominently in the Atlanta Constitution, and Will Henry hoped that someone might read it and come forward to identify the boy. But there wasn't a single phone call. He covered his steps again, talked to the people who lived on the ridge near the bluff, examined again the path to the bluff, and racked his brain to think of some other sensible step to take, but he couldn't. As each avenue of investigation proved fruitless, he turned more to Skeeter's theory of a murder among hobos. It made sense. It fit the facts in every respect, but he couldn't drive the thought from his mind that there was a killer loose in town, and there was nothing he could do about it. At home, he'd always been a quiet but affectionate father and husband, but now he was unusually silent, and the children tiptoed around him. Carrie didn't. She bore his preoccupation for a day or two, bustling about the house in her accustomed manner, cooking, sweeping, dusting, scolding children. Then she'd had enough. When the children were in bed, she removed his feet from the stool in front of his easy chair, sat on the stool, and looked at him closely. "It seems to me that if you're going to be able to live with this job, you're going to have to maintain some detachment from it." "I know, but it's hard, especially in this instance." He'd told her a little more than he'd told the newspaper. "You're new at the job, but it seems to me you've done everything any policeman could do under the circumstances. Would Skeeter Willis have done anything that you haven't?" I asked him that. He said not. Will Henry also felt that Skeeter had now withdrawn any help he might have offered because of their conversation about the Klan, but he didn't say so to Carrie. "Can't you find some peace in that?" "I know I ought to be able to, but I haven't." "Then I think you ought to pray about it." "I'll pray for you, too." "Thank you, honey. I know that'll help." "You haven't been paying much attention to me lately, you know." He smiled down at her and pulled her into his lap. "Are the children asleep?" "Like logs." Will Henry finally found distraction from routine and from his state of mind when court met in Greenville, the Meriwether County seat. His testimony was required in the matter of the robbery of the Bank of Delano, since he was the arresting officer of the O'Brien brothers. The 20-mile drive took nearly an hour over a pitted, badly paved road that was still the best in the county. Greenville was a pretty town by Georgia standards. Dating from the 1840s, it presented a handsome red-brick, white-domed courthouse set in a spacious square of neat stores and green grass, and out on the LaGrange Road there were graceful examples of antebellum architecture set among carefully tended azaleas and tall magnolia trees. It was one of those rare Georgia towns which conformed to the Southern myth. The streets in the square were twice the breadth of Main Street in Delano, and offered ample room for the mule-drawn wagons of farmers and the cars of local merchants. As Will Henry drove into the little town, the square was teeming with people, for the opening of court was a semi-gala occasion, offering an opportunity to see distant neighbors, to window shop on the square, and to transact a little business at the bank or at one of the cotton gins, which still clung to existence despite the pestilence of the boll weevil. Will Henry thought, as he pulled into a parking space reserved for court officials and the sheriff's department, that the lack of money showed in the crowd. Clothes were clean, but patched. The women looked longingly into the store windows, but most remained outside. There were too many children selling sandwiches and fruit and homemade preserves to an unbuying crowd, and the men stood about in groups, a vacant, stunned look about them, talking but not laughing much. Since the war between the states, as it was called in Georgia, these people had had little, and had perhaps not had much before that. Only the land. During the boom that had come with the Great War, they had hoped for a future. They worked harder and borrowed more for seed and equipment. Unused land had been cleared and planted in more of the single crop, cotton. The war ended, and with it the boom. And meanwhile, out of West Texas, a plague of biblical proportions began moving east at the rate of 60 miles a year. They saw it coming. Deputations were sent, who looked, came back, and said, yes, the boll weevil was destroying cotton. Something must be done. But no one knew what to do. Some tried to diversify, buying dairy cattle or chickens. But there was no market for these products, no economic system to connect farmer and consumer. And so, even when the weevil crossed the Chattahoochee from Alabama, men were still planting cotton and hoping. Nobody but a farmer can understand what it means to clear land, plow, plant, then come to harvest and find nothing but dust in his hands and the note due at the bank. Will Henry knew, as he picked his way through the crowd, exchanging a greeting here and there, that all that stood between many of these people and starvation was the fact that a prudent farm family could produce much of what it needed. Keep a cow and a few chickens, grow vegetables and put them up for winter, pick berries and crab apples and make preserves, make clothes from flour sacks and mend them repeatedly. And there were quail, rabbit, squirrel, and possum for the boys to shoot if enough preserves and sandwiches could be sold in town to buy ammunition. Will Henry thanked God it hadn't come to that for his family. He found Skeeter in his office, a place of oiled floors, cigar smoke, and spittoons. It was filled with bewildered people waiting for justice for their kin, wondering whether their husbands and sons would come home with them that night or go with Skeeter to the county camp, and how it had come to this. The two men went together into the high-ceilinged courtroom with its hard benches and yellowing paint, and chatted idly up front as the milling throng filed in, blacks in the balcony, whites downstairs. Skeeter excused himself and left through a side door to find his prisoners, and Will Henry seated himself on a front bench and waited to be called. He wasn't kept waiting long. A clerk bustled in, dumped a load of papers on his table, and yelled into the din, "Order in the court! The Superior Court of the 4th District of Georgia is now in session. His Honor Roy B. Hill presiding. All rise." All rose, and Judge Roy Hill strode to his bench and rapped twice. "Be seated. Call the first case. The State of Georgia versus P. and R. O'Brien." A side door opened, and the O'Briens, accompanied by Skeeter Willis, entered, blinking in the sunlight which was streaming through the room's large windows. They were directed to face the bench, where they were joined by their attorney, Pope Herring, a courthouse fixture for 20 years. "Read the charge." "It is charged that on the 1st day of January in the year of our Lord 1920, the defendants P. O'Brien and R. O'Brien did enter the premises of the Bank of Delano in Delano in the county of Meriwether in the state of Georgia, and did, by the use of force and with firearms, unlawfully take money in the sum of $740.40 in violation of Section 5154 of the Penal Code of Georgia." "How do the defendants plead?" asked the judge, turning to Pope Herring. Herring stepped forward and assumed an almost reverent tone. "Your Honor, the defendants both plead guilty to the charge as read, and being unable to raise bail, request immediate sentencing. In sentencing, I would ask the court to consider that these boys are from an honest farming family, and that neither's ever been in serious trouble before. I would also point out that no one was injured in this incident, and that very little damage to property occurred. When faced with arrest for their offense, the defendants readily surrendered and offered no resistance, and I submit that this incident occurred only because of a rare overindulgence on New Year's Eve the night before. The defendants beg consideration of these circumstances and the mercy of the court." The judge turned to the county attorney, Jesse Bullock. "And does the state wish to comment before I sentence?" Bullock shuffled forward. "Yes, Your Honor. The Upson County Sheriff's Office has advised me that the defendants have on 3 other occasions been arrested on drunk and disorderly charges, and on one occasion have served 30 days in Upson County Jail on such charges. Pope Herring shot an uncharacteristically sharp glance at the O'Briens, who blushed and looked guilty. Bullock continued, I would also point out that the car which they were driving and the weapons which they used in the bank robbery were stolen, and that a warrant for their arrest in Upson County has been issued on charges arising from these thefts. The state cannot, therefore, join in a recommendation for clemency in this case. He handed the judge a sheet of paper. This is a true copy of their record of prior arrests and of the Upson County warrants. The judge read the sheet of paper, placed it on his desk, and directed his attention to the 2 boys, who stood with their hands cuffed behind them, staring at the floor. The defendants will step forward. The boys moved toward the bench and looked sheepishly up at the judge. The court accepts the plea of guilty to the charge and accedes to the request for immediate sentencing. After consideration of the defense request for mercy and the statements as to the past conduct of the defendants by the county attorney, I sentence both defendants to 20 years at hard labor in the county prison camp. However, in consideration of the facts that no one was hurt, that no resistance was offered to arrest, and the absence of any prior felony conviction, I will suspend the last 2 years of the sentences on condition of good behavior. He rapped sharply with his gavel. Next case. Skeeter led the bewildered boys out of the courtroom, followed by their attorney, and the clerk began to call the next case over a hum of conversation in the courtroom. The whole process had taken less than 3 minutes. Will Henry sat nearly as bewildered as the O'Briens. They would pay at least 18 years of their lives for 15 minutes of drunken foolishness. He left the courtroom and drove back to Delano, his journey to Greenville wasted. All the way back he dwelt on the contrast between the imprisonment of the O'Briens and the continuing freedom of the unknown boy's murderer. He is my murderer, Will Henry thought, and I am his pursuer. We belong to each other. I must find him, if it takes all of my life. 18. About the time Will Henry left Greenville for the trip back to Delano, Hugh Holmes left Delano for Greenville. They passed each other in Warm Springs and exchanged waves. Holmes had business at the courthouse quite different from that of Will Henry. It was to be an important day for Holmes, a milestone day, and it was typical of Holmes that he'd been preparing for it for the past 10 years. Holmes had, on settling in Delano, taken the trouble to learn how things were done, not just on the county level, but also on the state level. He'd begun to perceive that there existed a complex pattern of relationships among the county bosses, a small number of large Atlanta law firms, small-town lawyers and newspaper editors, the railroads, and the Georgia Power Company. The law firms controlled the communications between the big business community and the county bosses. The railroads were principal clients of many small-town lawyers, a group which dominated the state legislature, and the Georgia Power Company had become a major advertiser in many small-town newspapers, running large corporate advertising schedules and paying for their space in advance on yearly contracts, thus giving them a sympathetic ear among local editors. The platform upon which this network of relationships rested was known as the county unit system, established in the Reconstruction year of 1876 and designed to give the state's rural counties domination over state elections. Each county was given 2 unit votes for each representative it had in the General Assembly. Thus, the 8 most populous counties had 6 votes each, the 30 next most populous counties had 4, and the remaining 121 counties had 2 votes each. Holmes's own senatorial district comprised the counties of Meriwether, Harris, and Talbot, also known as the Tri-Counties, which meant that if he could establish firm political control over those counties, he could produce a county unit vote equal to that of, say, Fulton County, which included Atlanta, and enjoy commensurate political influence in the state. Only a handful of men could produce 6 county unit votes on demand, and Holmes meant to be one of them. He would be aided in his quest by a condition he'd helped bring about. Indeed, Holmes had almost single-handedly invented the tri-county idea, although he was pleased to let people forget it. The 3 counties had lacked sufficient population for each to support a county fair, so Holmes, using the Delano Kiwanis Club as his instrument, had brought about the Tri-County Fair, held each fall in Delano, which brought farmers and townspeople from more than 24 small communities to Delano to have their crops, animals, and recipes judged, and to fritter away $1 or 2 on unaccustomed paid entertainment. Holmes had also lent support to various athletic competitions among the schools of the 3 counties, which fostered a feeling of community and further nurtured the tri-county concept. It was this concept which might give him the political clout he needed at state level in order to further the economic, educational, and social well-being of Meriwether, Harris, and Talbot counties, which was his long-term personal goal. It wasn't entirely an altruistic goal, though Holmes was extremely civic-minded. The Bank of Delano was the economic cornerstone of the area, and what was good for the Tri-Counties was good for the bank. And so, as Holmes entered the chambers of Judge Roy B. Hill, he was ready to make his first visible move from being a merely influential man to being an overtly powerful one. He was joining a coalition of men which ran things in the Tri-Counties. It was typical of his way of doing things that he didn't seek admission to this group until he was in a position to command it, and that he took pains to see that commanding it was unnecessary. It was also typical of Holmes that he was joining the coalition at the top. Present for the initiation were the judge, the county attorney, Jesse Bullock, the sheriffs of Meriwether and Talbot counties, Skeeter Willis and Tom Ehrenheim, the representatives of Meriwether and Harris counties, William Tiny Estes and Harold Whitworth, both lawyers, 2 newspaper editors, Harmon Everson of the Delano Messenger, and Roz Hill, a cousin of the judges of the Meriwether Vindicator. The occasion was the confirmation of the candidacy of Holmes for the office of state senator in the Democratic primary. Considering the constitution of this meeting, this was tantamount to the appointment of Holmes as the Democratic candidate, which was tantamount to election. The current holder of the office was absent, being otherwise engaged at a private hospital in Atlanta which specialized in the conversion of drunken citizens into sober ones. But Holmes was able to produce his written regrets, along with a statement of disinclination to seek re-election. Holmes's selection was unanimous, although at least 2 of the other men present had coveted the nomination for themselves. As if to dispel any doubts about their harmony, Holmes quietly announced that a complete repaving of Highway 41 from the Talbot County line at Delano to the Coweta County line above Greenville would commence on the following Monday, to be completed by the end of the year. This announcement had the effect of producing respectful enthusiasm for his candidacy in quarters where there'd been only regretful acquiescence, since no man or combination of men in the room had been able to achieve this coup in more than 4 years of assaults on the State Highway Department through every means at their collective disposal. When Holmes further stated that every mile of the repaving would be accomplished by professional contractors without the assistance of convict labor, respect turned to awe. The judge recovered first. "Where, may I ask, will funds come for this work?" "From the governor's contingency fund," replied Holmes. "I've suggested that this project should be used as an experiment to demonstrate that a central state highway fund and competitive bids from contractors will produce cheaper, higher quality road building in the state. The old way of having each county responsible for its roads, using chain gangs, just isn't sufficient any longer, now that we're making such a rapid transition to the automobile. We need a proper state highway system now, and I'll be making that a cornerstone of my campaign." There was a shifting and murmuring in the room which said, "Of course," as if the group had been having weekly discussions on this very trend. Holmes restrained himself from bringing up any other of his goals in the state senate. He'd already, with this single coup, established himself as the one person in the group whom anyone would have to consult before doing anything, and he knew this single idea would hold them for some time without his having to expend any more political ammunition. Holmes left the courthouse that day with what he wanted, or at least as much of what he wanted as the group could give him. He began to look for the rest of what he wanted among the crowd still gathered around the square, exchanging a greeting here, shaking a hand there. It wasn't too early to begin. In late September, the Democratic primary took place, and Holmes won more than 80% of the votes cast, running on a platform of a state highway system, higher standards in education, and better pay for teachers, and more help and advice for farmers from the State Department of Agriculture. Shortly after the primary, a meeting of the courthouse group was called, and driving to Greenville, Holmes was annoyed by what seemed to be slow progress being made on the paving of the road. Just north of Warm Springs, he stopped his car to allow a single lane of traffic to pass around a work site. Looking idly around him, he was surprised to see a gang of convicts swinging picks in a drainage ditch beside the contractor's work party. 2 of the men looked vaguely familiar, but traffic moved on before he could place them. He was nearly to Greenville before recognition came with a jolt. They were the O'Brien brothers, who'd held up the bank, or rather they were the pale shadows of the husky farm boys he remembered from the day of their arrest. They were both pitifully thin and looked 10 years older. At the meeting, Holmes accepted congratulations on the size of his victory and made sure it had sunk in well before changing the subject. "Driving up here today, I saw a chain gang working on the repaving of 41. He turned to Skeeter. "Why is that?" Skeeter replied blandly, "Oh, the contractor said he could use some more muscle down there. I obliged him." Skeeter tilted his chair back and sucked on a toothpick. The room became very still. Holmes leveled his gaze at Skeeter and waited a moment before speaking in a tone that was quiet and cold. "You will oblige me by seeing that all convict labor is permanently removed from work on 41 today." He looked around the room, then zeroed in on Judge Hill. "Judge, I understand that your brother-in-law was awarded the contract for the paving work. The judge nodded. Tell him today that he'd better have a full paid crew back at work by tomorrow morning if he wants to keep that contract. Tell him, too, that he's behind schedule, and he's got 30 days to catch up. If he has to hire extra men to do it, that's his problem. Holmes once again addressed the group. It wasn't easy to get 20 miles of pavement for this county at state expense. I will not see the plan for a state highway system fail because ground rules which I myself set were violated. Am I perfectly clear on this point? Skeeter and the judge looked uncomfortable, but both nodded. Holmes turned back to Skeeter. And while you're speaking with the captain down at the camp, you might mention to him that I'll be paying him a little visit next week to look at conditions down there. I might even have lunch with the prisoners. Skeeter's eyes narrowed. Now, listen, Holmes. The way that camp is run is none of your business, and Holmes cut him short. You'd better accustom yourself to the idea that from now on everything that happens in Meriwether, Talbot, and Harris counties is my business. And if you can't arrange my visit to the camp, I'll make my own arrangements. Clark Howell at the Atlanta Constitution might like to send somebody along with me. Skeeter reddened. All right, I'll tell him you're coming. The tone of the rest of the meeting was subdued. Afterward, Holmes reflected that he'd rarely given anybody a direct order about anything, and he worried that perhaps he'd used too much weight too soon with the courthouse bunch. But he was angry that such an important project had been jeopardized, and shocked at the appearance of two men who'd been in perfect condition 6 months before. He wondered what he would find at the camp, and he dreaded the visit. 19. The bitter winter of 1919 and 20 gave way grudgingly to spring in fits and starts. It was late March before the new season seemed in any way established, and mid-April before plowing could be well underway. Summer arrived well and truly in early May, and Will Henry was sorry. He liked a long spring, with time to savor the cool nights and pleasant days before entering the crucible of a Georgia summer. Not until May did the pervading sense of ineffectualness finally leave him. The tedium of traffic violations and routine patrolling had been broken only by a cutting in Braytown. Will Henry had jailed the assailant and watched Frank Mudter put 30 stitches into the crescent-shaped wound that exposed the black man's skull, gleaming, Will Henry thought, like a silver dollar in the light on the examining table. The victim, who according to Dr. Frank's estimate had lost 2 quarts of blood, had hopped off the table and strolled easily from the clinic, cheerfully promising to pay the doctor as soon as payday rolled around. Dr. Frank had allowed that he never ceased to marvel at the amount of abuse the black male could take without going into shock or, indeed, seeming much worse for the wear. Shortly after the cutting, Will Henry's home telephone rang late one evening. The caller announced herself as Mrs. Smith and hurriedly asked him to come. Will Henry lost a moment before he remembered the Mrs. Smith at Maple and Poplar who'd reported the wife beating some months earlier. "He's doing it again," she whispered in half panic. "Please come right away before he hurts her." Will Henry pulled his pants on over his pajamas, strapped on his gun, and ran for the car, doing his best not to upset Carrie. He drove fast, unimpeded by traffic, taking the corners as fast as the old Ford allowed, fearful that he wouldn't be in time. During the drive, he could think only of the lump of coal Butts had been holding the last time. The man could kill her with less. He screeched to a halt before the Maple Street house and ran for the door. The scene inside was much as before. Domesticity undisturbed, except this time she was holding the baby, holding it seemingly as a buffer between herself and her husband. She was obviously frightened, and her husband was obviously angry, but the only sign that anything was amiss was her swollen lower lip and a bit of blood. Will Henry brought himself to a halt and took a deep breath. "Mrs. Butts, are you hurt anywhere besides your lip?" The woman shook her head. Her husband took a step backward and looked worriedly back and forth from his wife to the chief. "Are any teeth knocked out? You sure you're not hurt anywhere else?" She shook her head again, and this time dislodged a pair of tears which rolled down her cheeks. Tears of embarrassment more than anything else, Will Henry thought. He sat her down and looked closely at her. "Now listen to me, Miss Butts. I'm going to take your husband with me for the night." She started to interrupt. "No, it's best that he come with me. Now I want you to put the baby to bed, and then put some iodine on your lip where it's cut. I don't reckon you need to see the doctor tonight. You come and see me in the morning, and let me know if you want to file charges against your husband." She shook her head again, and he knew she'd never do it. He turned to the husband and said with a gentleness that belied his anger, "Now, you go and get in my car, and don't say a word." He turned back to the woman, who seemed to be collecting herself. "You'll be all right with me. Do you want me to get Mrs. Smith from next door to help you?" She spoke for the first time, quietly. "No. I'll fix myself up. I'll be all right." He left her and went to the car, where Butts waited quietly in the back seat. He drove back to the jail, and not a word passed between them. But Will Henry felt exactly the way he had the time before. He seemed to have trouble exhaling. His lungs were too full of air. He unlocked the front door of the jail and allowed Butts to precede him into the building. Butts walked unhesitatingly toward the cells. Will Henry unlocked the outer door, then a cell door, and Butts walked in. They were alone in the cell block. Will Henry hit him. The blow was delivered with his open right hand and struck high on the left cheekbone. Butts reeled slightly but didn't fall. Will Henry swung again, this time with the back of his hand. The blow straightened Butts, but still he didn't fall or even attempt to stay out of range. The beating continued, deliberately, dance-like, around the cell. Butts clenched his fists and clamped his elbows tightly against his ribs, but made no attempt to shield his face or head. An involuntary hunching of the shoulders was his only defense. When Will Henry's right hand began to hurt, he switched to his left, and still they moved together around the cell like dance partners with the floor to themselves. Mutual participants, each assigned to his role. When his left hand began to hurt too, he stopped. Butts maintained his clenched position, standing with his shoulders hunched. Tears were streaming down his face, and sobs racked him, air and spittle hissing through his clenched teeth. "You won't do it again," Will Henry said, panting slightly. Butts sobbed louder and shook his head, his whole tense body moving with it. "Not ever again?" Will Henry asked, the way he might have asked Billy after a switching. Butts shook himself again. His face was red and puffy, but there were no marks on him. He would look perfectly normal by morning, bar a bruise or two. Will Henry stepped out of the cell and locked it. As he turned to switch off the light and lock the outer door, He noticed that Butts hadn't moved, was still sobbing. He turned off the light and left. Driving home, he felt cleansed, with none of the guilt that remained when he punished his children. He felt, for the first time since having taken the job, that he'd seen his duty through to the end, that he'd done justice. He felt, at long last, effective. At home, Carrie questioned him. That Butts fellow was beating his wife again. Nothing serious, he didn't hurt her. He climbed into bed and snuggled against her. 20. When Will Henry and Carrie had left the farm, only Flossie's sister Nellie and her husband, Jesse Cole, had remained working there. Robert and Flossie Dunn had followed the Lees to Delano, where Flossie gave Carrie part-time help in the house, and in the remainder of her time began to establish a home baking business in her own kitchen. Robert, unable to find steady employment, turned to yard work and soon garnered half a dozen regular customers, giving him a modest but dependable income. Jesse and Nellie Cole, perhaps because of their temperaments, hadn't been so fortunate as Robert and Flossie. Nellie lacked Flossie's natural charm, and combined considerable intelligence with a tendency to speak her mind. Jesse's intelligence was the equal of his wife's, and if he didn't often speak his mind, his reserve could sometimes be taken for sullenness. Jesse and Nellie Cole possessed between them more dignity than was good for a black couple in rural Georgia in 1920. They also possessed a son, Willie, who, even at the age of 9, would have elicited a one-word description from most white people: uppity. Willie and Billy Lee had been playmates on the farm, and even Billy, with a generous nature and a child's lack of prejudice, sometimes found Willie a little hard to take. When the Lees left the farm, Jesse and Nellie were secure for a while, because the bank continued Jesse's pay so that the place could be kept up until sold. When Hoss Spence leased the place and installed a foreman in the house, Jesse's money stopped, and he went to Hoss for work. Hoss Spence farmed dairy cattle and, increasingly, peaches. He'd appeared in Meriwether County some 10 years before with a pocket full of money some said had been earned in the making and selling of corn whiskey. He'd bought land and had shown talent and shrewdness in managing it, and was now a principal supplier of dairy products to Delano, and was contemplating the building of a packing shed to process his own peaches. He and his family were now prominent in the community, the church, and, some said, the Ku Klux Klan. Jesse drove to the Spence place in the buggy that had been his father's, pulled by a small pinto horse he'd traded a plowing mule for 3 years before. He inquired for Hoss at the kitchen door of the big brick house and was sent to a nearby pen, where he found Hoss overseeing the breeding of 2 of his herd. Jesse pulled up the horse far enough away not to disturb the proceedings, got down and stood by the horse's head until the bull was done, and Hoss noticed him. The white man walked over, his hands in his hip pockets, stopped in front of the horse, and began examining its teeth. "Morning, Jesse." "Morning, Mrs. Spence." "Nice little animal." "He ain't much good, but he get me round." "You want to sell him?" Jesse knew this was a test of his subservience. He couldn't flatly refuse to sell the horse. That would be a breach of etiquette, an insult. He did the best he could. "Well, sir, Miss Spence, he ain't much good, but my boy, he real proud of me. Nellie shoot me if I sell him." The 2 men chuckled together. Apparently, Jesse had passed. "You looking for work, Jesse?" "Yes, sir." "I don't plant no cotton. Don't have no croppers." No, sir. You know anything else besides cotton? Hoss picked up a hoof and examined it. Well, sir, I grew up milking 4 cows every day of my life. My daddy was on old Mr. Reynolds' place over Talbot County. He had 4 cows. I was a pretty fair carpenter, too. Fix things up around the place. How about your boy? We ain't but just turned 9. His mama want him in school, but he chopped wood. Nellie? Nellie just about the best washwoman there is, yes, sir. Uh-huh. Hoss put down the hoof and stood up, stroking the horse's neck. Can't offer you much in the way of money, Jesse. Times is hard. But there's a house empty over there. He pointed to a crumbling shack a couple of 100 yards away. Needs some fixing up, but you say you're a carpenter. There's some scrap lumber in the tool shed. Roof's all right, I'd say. You can have a quart of milk a day and a pound of butter a week from the dairy. I grow my own wheat and mill it over at Luthersville. You can have a sack of flour every month. There's room for some vegetables behind the house, and there'll be some corn at harvest time and some peaches in the summer. Miss Spence will give Nellie a few chickens that can scratch around your place. All right? Yes, sir. My niggers work hard. Do what they're told or I run 'em off, you understand me? Yes, sir. Hoss began to stroll back toward the main house. Jesse started to heave a small sigh of relief, but Hoss cut him off in mid-sigh. Folks say Nellie got a sharp tongue. You see she keeps it in her mouth here? Yes, sir. Hoss continued toward the house, and Jesse turned the horse, climbed into the buggy, and started back for his family and their few things. He was sweating heavily, and his hands were trembling. Soon the horse's trotting soothed him, and he reflected on his new job, their new life. It wasn't a bad deal. He knew he wouldn't see much money, but they could live. The milk and butter was a nice thing. It wouldn't be like working for Mr. Will Henry, but if he could keep Nellie quiet and the boy out of trouble, they could live. 21. In mid-October of that year, Billy Lee spent a Saturday afternoon that he would have cause to remember many times during the remainder of his life, partly because it seemed to embody the best of a long series of childhood Saturday afternoons, and to represent them all in his mind, and partly because he was introduced to something new and in many ways disturbing. He spent the morning raking leaves, for which he received his weekly pocket money, had a sandwich and a slice of cake from Flossie, because his father was too busy on Saturdays to come home for a proper dinner, and then he went to town. Town was a single block of Main Street, and it was only 2 blocks from his home, but for a child of 8 during his first year as a town dweller, it couldn't have been more fascinating if he'd arrived from a great distance by magic carpet. He began at the Delano Drug Company on the corner, where he splurged a nickel of his 15 cents on a root beer, a concoction made all the more exotic because he could watch it being assembled before his eyes. A splash of syrup, a dash of milk, then filled with soda water, and at the last moment the handle reversed on the tap to produce a thin, hard stream that whipped the top of the drink into a creamy froth. He savored this over a copy of the Police Gazette, borrowed from the magazine rack, then carefully returned. Mr. Birdsong didn't mind if you didn't buy them, as long as you put them back neatly, and Billy wasn't about to abuse this privilege, since it inflated his pocket money no end. From there he went to another favorite place, McKibben's Hardware, which smelled wonderfully of iron and rope. There he spent some time assessing the relative qualities of 24 pocket knives, and settled tentatively on one with a bone handle and 4 blades. A final selection would have to wait until he had saved the $1.20. Then to the feed store, which was the cleanest-smelling place in the world, with its powdery aroma of grain and flour. To Billy's mind, Jim Boose's feed store was also Delano's answer to a big city pet shop, for there was a stack of deep trays holding dozens of baby chicks, which were as cute as kittens until they got bigger. He cupped one of the fluffy creatures in his hands for a few minutes, and wondered again how anything so lovable could grow up to be a chicken. Finally, he dashed through the thickening shopping crowd to the post office, where he peeked through the little windows of the boxes in a private game to find the furthermost postmark. Birmingham was the best he could do. Once he'd found a New York postmark. On another occasion, one from a place called Los in California. He saved the wanted posters for last, imprinting the faces on his mind and trying to remember their crimes so that he might someday recognize a criminal visage and turn the man in to his father. From the post office he dashed across the street, nearly under the hooves of a team of mules, and through the passage next to the Tunerville trolley, which was a real trolley car turned into a diner, and came to the most entertaining place in all of Delano, Winslow's livery stable. It sat behind the north row of Main Street stores, perhaps 50 yards away, on a bluff which fell to the B&M railroad tracks. Between the stores and the stables was a large open space, and this was now rapidly filling with wagons, which his father no longer permitted to park on Main Street on Saturdays, and with perhaps 200 people, many of them leading or grooming mules, which would be auctioned that afternoon. He was darting through the milling crowd when he ran forcibly into Foxy Funderburk. Foxy let out a loud grunt, then grasped him by his coat at each shoulder and held him back at arm's length, a fierce scowl on his wizened face. The scowl softened slightly. "Young Lee," Foxy said, not unkindly. "Yes, sir," Billy panted. "Excuse me, I wasn't watching where I was going." Foxy still held him, still stared at him. "How's your dog?" Billy and Eloise had, at their mother's insistence, composed a thank-you letter when the puppy had arrived. "Just fine, sir. We named him Pepper 'cause Eloise spilled some pepper on him and he sneezed." Still Foxy held him. "He's on the back porch right now, 'cause Mr. Winslow doesn't like dogs around at the mule sales." Still Foxy held him and stared. "He's an awful good dog, and we thank you for him." Foxy released him, but continued to watch him closely. "Do you know about Labrador retrievers? Where they come from and all that?" Foxy spoke flatly, as if he were thinking of something else. "No, sir." "They originated in Newfoundland and Labrador. The fishermen there used them to help retrieve their nets in the cold water. They have such thick hair that the cold water doesn't bother them, and they like to swim. That's why they're such good duck dogs. Does your father take you duck hunting?" "No, sir. He doesn't like shotguns much. He hunts squirrels and rabbits with the .22, though." "Maybe I'll take you and your dog duck hunting sometimes." Foxy didn't wait for a reply. He took a deep breath and released it, then walked away. Billy looked after him. He didn't understand Foxy Funderburk. He didn't talk like other people. He didn't know what you were supposed to say. "Hey, Billy Lee!" A familiar voice spun him around. "Hey, Willie." Billy hadn't seen him since leaving the farm, The black youngster had grown at least an inch, but was still very slender. "How you doing?" "I'm doing all right. Mom and Daddy is over to the buggy." "They doing all right?" "Yeah. Daddy, he milking for Miss Hall Spence and fixing up round the place. Mama, she washing, and I chops a whole heap of wood. How you like it in town?" "I like it fine. We got a new dog. He's a Labrador Retriever. They used to pull in fishing nets in Labrador. Old Foxy Funderburg gave him to us. How you like it out at the Spences?" "It's all right. We don't get off much, but we get a whole lot of milk and stuff. Old man Hoss whooped me once for spilling some milk. Mama liked to have a fit, but I reckon I done had it coming. Daddy say he reckons so too." Willie Cole seemed older to Billy, quieter. Billy thought he liked the change. "Hey, let's go watch Farrell do the shoeing." The two boys cut through the crowd toward the smithy, which stood not under a spreading chestnut tree, but under a tin roof at one side of the stables. They found a pair of nail kegs and settled themselves quietly out of the way, but in sight of the smith's hands and tools. Farrell Moran didn't like little boys chattering and asking questions, not on a Saturday when there were a lot of mules to be shod and gossip to catch up on from the men who brought them. A man led up a mule, and Farrell tethered it to an iron ring on a post. He picked up a hoof and quickly pulled the nails and removed the old shoe. He handed it to Billy with a wink, then cleaned the hoof, and with deft strokes of a two-handled blade, cut away the excess hoof as easily as a man pared a fingernail. Billy cringed inside his collar, but the knife never seemed to hurt the animals. Farrell selected a shoe, compared it to the hoof, exchanged it for another, and plunged it into the coals, pumping the bellows with his foot to make the fire hotter. As the shoe began to heat, he quickly repeated his actions with each hoof. Billy and Willie exchanged a quick grin. Now came the part they liked best. Farrell retrieved a shoe with its tongs, placed it on the anvil, and began banging it into the shape he wanted, sparks flying and the hammer ringing as it struck home. When it looked right to Farrell, he plunged the red-hot shoe into a trough of water, and the boys laughed out loud as the water hissed and bubbled. He fitted the shoe to the hoof and nailed it home, clipping the ends of the nails which protruded through the hoof. He picked up another shoe from the fire and began banging again. "What about old Hugh Holmes getting that road to Grenville paved by the state?" "What did Holmes have to do with that?" a farmer asked. "Shoot, where you been? He talked the state into paying for the whole thing, and that was even before he got elected." "You hear about that business with the county camp?" somebody chimed in. "Mr. Holmes went up there and saw what they was feeding those boys and pitched a fit. Captain had him eating fatback and dried peas 3 times a day. Mr. Holmes got the commissioners to let the prisoners build him a chicken house and plant some greens. And old Holmes just drops by now and then and has dinner with him on the road and makes the captain eat with him too. And you know, they say those boys eating real good these days." Everybody had a good chuckle over that. "Wonder what old Skeeter is doing for pocket money nowadays, now that he ain't renting convicts, nobody. Shoot, I remember when some folks around here had convicts picking their cotton when I was paying niggers to do it, back when there was some cotton to pick. They say peaches is the thing of the future. I don't doubt it, if you got the money to wait for the trees to grow up. It's all right if you're Hoss Spence and you got the land and the money from a crop the weevil can't kill to see you through while the trees are growing. But I tell you one thing, there ain't going to be no little peach farmers around here. Just big ones that can afford to pack 'em themselves. There was a murmur of agreement. The boys watched another 2 mules be shod, then wandered off toward the stables. The lofts were packed with new-mown hay, and they spent the better part of an hour climbing as high as they could and jumping into soft piles. They looked for peanuts, clinging to the peanut hay, and ate them greedily, even though it was said that raw peanuts would give you a stomachache, just as green crab apples would. Gradually, the people in the stables led their mules and horses outside for the sale, and it became quiet inside. Billy and Willie lay back in the hayloft, temporarily exhausted from their exertions, and fell into a kind of hazy doze, watching the shafts of sunlight penetrate the cracks in the side of the building, playing on the dust that hung in the air. The stable door opened a crack and closed again. Footsteps were heard as someone walked to the center of the stable and stopped. There was silence for a moment. Willie tapped Billy on the arm and put a finger to his lips with an air of conspiracy. They would spy on whoever was alone in the stable. The footsteps were heard again, and they heard the creak of a stall door opening. It didn't close. The 2 boys rolled carefully onto their bellies and slid silently to the edge of the loft so that they could see over the edge. They saw Foxy Funderburk leaning against the side of the stall in the shadows, illuminated only by stray shafts of light through the cracks. In the distance they heard Winslow's voice rise and fall as he pled for a better price for a mule. Foxy seemed to be fumbling with his trousers, and Billy wondered why he would pee in a clean stall instead of behind the barn. But something was unusual about Foxy's posture. His knees were bent and he was hunched over, rocking back and forth through a small arc. They could hear his breathing grow quicker and deeper, and then there was some sort of frantic movement in the darkness. Suddenly the air was pierced by a loud sound from Foxy. Not words, but a sound. Billy thought he must be ill and looked at Willie in alarm. Willie motioned for him to remain still and quiet. Foxy slumped against the side of the stall, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. There was a flash of a handkerchief and the rattle of a belt buckle. Foxy walked to the stable door, opened it a foot, and paused. He looked back into the stable, glancing about until suddenly his eyes seemed to lock with Billy's. Billy held his breath and prepared to run, but Foxy didn't seem to have seen him. He stepped outside and closed the door. They waited until they were sure he was gone before speaking. To Billy's surprise, Willie was laughing. "What's so funny? What was he doing?" Willie laughed out loud. "He jacking off. What you think?" "What's jacking off?" "Don't you know nothing?" "Well, I guess I better show you." Willie showed him, and he tried it himself, but it had seemed a different thing when Foxy was doing it. It had seemed angry, and Billy didn't know. Just angry. 22. The early 1920s passed quickly for all of the Lee family. They thrived, parents and children, in their community. Will Henry became an established local figure in his job, as did Carrie in church and community activities. Billy and Eloise made friends, did well in school, and pleased their parents. They felt as if they'd lived in the town for all of their lives, and the town seemed to feel the same way. Holmes continued to improve his political position in the Tri-Counties, and his solid local position helped him to establish himself as an effective force in the state Senate. A force of another kind appeared in Meriwether County during this period. one which in time would have a hand in making Holmes even more effective, and which would change the face of the country. Will Henry was, by chance, the first to meet the man, something the family would always remember. The chief was leaving his regular afternoon coffee clutch at the Delano Drug Company on a fine spring day in 1924, when a shiny new Ford coupe with the top folded down pulled into a parking space in front of the drugstore. "Excuse me there, officer," the driver called out to Will Henry. Will Henry walked to the car and said, "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" He was greeted by a smiling, finely sculpted face on a man of some bulk. A straw hat crowned the large head. Will Henry expected to be asked for directions to Atlanta or Columbus. The man's accent was clearly not local, not even Southern. He looked familiar, Will Henry thought. "I wonder if I could ask for your testimony on the quality of the chocolate ice cream sodas in that establishment." Will Henry laughed. "Well, if the testimony of my children is worth anything, everything made in Mr. Birdsong's fountain is unsurpassed anywhere." "Well, that is excellent testimony indeed. I wonder if I could impose upon you to go inside and order something for me." Will Henry hesitated a moment. Then he saw the crutches propped in the back seat. "Be glad to." "And what was it? Chocolate ice cream soda?" "That's it." He handed Will Henry a quarter. "If you could just ask the fountain clerk to bring it out when it's ready, I don't want to take any more of your time." "Not at all." Will Henry went inside, waited until the drink was prepared, and brought it back himself with the change. The man accepted it and drew thirstily on the straws, while Will Henry stood by, smiling. "Ah, that certainly hits the spot." He stuck out a hand. "My name is Roosevelt." Will Henry accepted the hand, feeling a little foolish. "Of course. I should have recognized you. I guess it was the hat threw me off. My wife and I voted for you and Mr. Cox in 1920. Harding's not my kind of man. We're Democrats. And my name's Will Henry Lee. I'm a little surprised to see you in Delano, Mr. Roosevelt. What brings you down this way?" "My family and I have taken a house over at Warm Springs. We hope that the water there might be good for what ails me. Swimming, not drinking, you understand." Will Henry nodded. "Lovely little town you have here. Rather like the name. Delano was my mother's maiden name, you know. My middle name. Think I'll just pretend it was named for me." They laughed together. Will Henry found himself somewhat surprisingly at ease with a man who had run for Vice President of the United States. "Welcome to Meriwether County, Mr. Roosevelt. I hope your stay here is beneficial, and that you'll come back to see us often. Is there anything else I can do for you? The fountain clerk will come get the glass if you'll just honk the horn." "Thank you, Chief. There is something else you could do, if I could trouble you for just a minute. I expect you know Mr. Hugh Holmes at the bank. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to step over there and ask him if it's convenient for him to join me here in the car for just a few minutes." "Certainly." Will Henry crossed the street, went into the bank, and stuck his head into Holmes's office, where the banker was poring over a ledger. "Excuse me, Hugh. Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt himself is parked over in front of the drugstore, and he'd like you to step over there and meet him if you have the time." Holmes's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, yes. He's a friend of Clark Howell at the Constitution. Clark said he was coming down to Warm Springs. You know, he had a pretty bad case of infantile paralysis since the election. I read about it in the paper. Clark talked him into coming down here for his health. The two men left the bank, and Will Henry stopped and watched as Holmes crossed the street, introduced himself to the man, then went around and got into the passenger seat. The two men fell into conversation. Hugh Holmes and Roosevelt seemed to be getting on like a house afire. Will Henry thought what a pity it was that a man in the prime of life could have such a brilliant political career cut short. 23. It was shortly after the first visit of Franklin Roosevelt to Delano that the second murder occurred. Will Henry at least thought of it as the second murder. He learned about it almost casually from Skeeter Willis, who dropped into his office without notice one day. A nigger found him early yesterday morning, hung up in a barbed wire fence a couple of 100 yards from the Columbus Highway over the side of the mountain. The other side of the mountain was in Talbot County. He'd been shot in the back with what Sheriff Goolsby reckoned was a .45 automatic. Little hole in his back, big one in his chest where it came out. Don't know much more myself. I saw one of Goolsby's deputies at a filling station in Woodland. I'd been down to Albany to deliver a prisoner. Was he wearing any clothes? Were there any marks on him? Will Henry had a terrible sinking feeling already. Don't know. You're not thinking it had something to do with that thing of yours. When was it? 2, 3 years ago? 4.5 years. Will Henry got up and put on his hat. I think I better go talk with Jim Goolsby. He found the Talbot County Sheriff at the Talbotton Courthouse during a recess. Goolsby, an elderly man who had held office for more than 25 years and looked fragile and worn, was very pushed for time. Sorry, but it's always like this when court's in session. What was the man wearing? A shirt and overalls, no shoes. Feet was tore up a little. Looked like he'd been running. Run into a barbed wire fence. Bullet went clean through him. Were there any other marks on his body? Huh? The sheriff turned to a deputy. Carlton, are they back with that prisoner yet? Well, hell, go see what's keeping them. The judge has already had a call to recess. He'll pitch a fit. He turned back to Will Henry. What was that about marks? Were there any noticeable bruises anywhere? Had his hands or feet been bound? Goolsby looked at him incredulously. Good Lord, I don't know. The coroner would ordinarily have done some kind of examination, but he had a funeral to do in Villarica, so I just talked to him on the phone. I put death due to gunshot wound on the death certificate, and he signed it when he come back. Can I have a look at him? The dead feller? He's halfway to Waycross by now. There's a letter in his pocket with a return address on it. I called the sheriff down there, and the feller's daddy come up here with a truck and took him home to bury this morning. You got any suspects? Hobos, we reckon. We found an empty camp we didn't know about not very far away from where the nigger found the body. He didn't have no money nor shoes, and I reckon that's what hobos would take. Do you have any idea which way he was running? The sheriff thought for a moment. The way he was hung on the fence, he could have been running either away from the highway or towards it. Hard to say. My guess was towards the road, away from the camp. How old was he, could you estimate? His daddy said he just turned 21, but he looked younger than that to me. Listen, Chief, I'd like to talk with you some more, but I'm due back in court. Was there anything else? Will Henry got the name and address of the boy's father and directions to where the body was found. He thanked the sheriff for his time and asked to be notified if anything else turned up on the murder. The spot was easy to find. He had only to follow the tire tracks where the sheriff's car had driven. They stopped at a barbed wire fence on the edge of a pasture. There was a scrap of cotton flannel still hanging from the wire. Will Henry looked in the two directions in which the sheriff had said the man might have been running. The Columbus Highway was in sight in one direction, and on a reciprocal course was Pine Mountain. There was smoke rising from the trees half a mile away. The smoke was from Foxy Funderburk's house. Will Henry began to walk away from the fence, using the smoke as a mark to maintain his direction. He walked slowly, looking at the ground. There had been no rain for a while, and the earth was firm under the grass. There were no footprints. He'd covered nearly 40 yards when he found the cartridge case. He stuck a twig into the case and gently lifted it without touching it with his fingers. It was a .45 automatic. Its size left no doubt. There were smudges that might have been fingerprints, but they were no longer identifiable. He'd read enough about fingerprinting to know that. He turned the case slowly on the twig, willing it to give up some other bit of identifying information, but it was bare of anything, even a maker's name. Only the numerals, 45, were visible. He turned and looked toward the fence, measuring the distance in his mind. 40 yards, near enough. An amazingly good shot for a weapon which had a reputation for being difficult to fire accurately. He put the cartridge case in his pocket and continued toward the smoke. He entered the trees on the other side of the field and soon found the camp, a clearing scattered with cans and bottles, and with the remains of a fire, cold. The smell of burnt garbage hung in the air. He searched the ground carefully for several minutes, but found nothing else of interest. Then he walked twice around the perimeter of the camp to see if he could find signs of someone having entered from another direction, from that which he had come. There was nothing. The woods were mostly pine, and a thick carpet of brown needles had absorbed any footprints without a trace. He could no longer see the smoke because of the trees, so he walked back to his car. He drove to Foxy's house almost without thinking, nearly surprised when he found himself parked in front. Foxy's azaleas were in bloom, and the place was really quite lovely, with none of the cold foreboding of his earlier visit, more than 4 years before. Foxy was a bit easier, too, inviting him in and offering him a chair with an air that was very nearly like courtesy. They sat in cushioned wooden rocking chairs on either side of the fireplace. On the wall over the mantel there were a dozen rifles and pistols. One of them was a .45 automatic. Will Henry tried not to stare at it. "What can I do for you?" "Foxy, there was a shooting about a half-mile from here day before yesterday." "I heard about it." "You see or hear anything around that time?" "Not a thing." There was a long pause. Will Henry hardly knew what else to ask the man. He looked above the mantelpiece. "That's quite a collection." He rose and reached for the .45. "May I?" Foxy jumped up and got to the weapon first. "Let me unload that." He slipped the clip out and worked the action, ejecting a cartridge. Will Henry noted that the pistol had been ready to fire. Foxy handed it to him, but first, it was oily to the touch. "Been fired recently?" Foxy waved a hand. "They've all been fired recently. I take good care of them." Will Henry picked up the clip from the mantelpiece where Foxy had laid it and slipped out a cartridge. The name Remington, along with the caliber, was stamped clearly on it. The brass was a brighter color, too, than the cartridge in his pocket. "I hear this is a hard pistol to hit anything with." "That's the case. I'm a good shot with almost anything, but I just barely qualified with that in the Army. Lots of men never did." There was a silence again. "Think you could hit a man at 40 yards with this, Foxy?" "I doubt it." "You think I shot that fellow?" Will Henry handed the pistol back to him before answering. "I don't have any good reason to think that." "Then what are you doing here?" "You live nearby. I just thought you might have seen or heard something." "Seems like you call on me every time somebody gets himself killed. I can't say I like that much." "Just doing my job, Foxy." "Seems to me that you're doing more than that. This fellow was shot in Talbot County, I believe. I live in Talbot County. Seems to me you're doing Jim Goolsby's job. Jim's a friend of mine. I think he'd like to know about this." "By all means." "This is purely an unofficial visit, Foxy. I'm sorry if I troubled you. The only thing troubles me is that there have been 2 killings here and you've come to see me twice. Well, I've got nothing to hide. You want to search my house?" No, Foxy. I'm sorry I bothered you. I do want to thank you again for the puppy. The children just love him. We all do." "Don't mention it." Will Henry drove away from the house feeling he'd made a fool of himself. He went back to the station, wrote a note to Jim Goolsby about how and where he'd found the cartridge case, slipped the note and case into an envelope, stamped it, and put it with the outgoing mail. There was nothing more he could do about this. It was out of his jurisdiction, and there was nothing to connect the 2 killings except their proximity to Foxy's house, and that was just a coincidence. The hobo theory held up even better in this case than in the last. He went home and made a determined effort that evening to put the thing out of his mind. He remembered how he'd become obsessed with the last killing and what it had done to him. He slept well that night. The following morning he went to his office as usual, opened the mail, and discovered that he was depressed. He stared at the wall for a few minutes, telling himself not to get involved with this one. Then he picked up the telephone. "Estelle, could you talk to the operator in Waycross and get me the names and numbers of all the funeral homes in town? All the white funeral homes?" He hung up and waited impatiently for her to ring back. There were 4, and he found the right one on the second call. "Underwood Funeral Parlor. May I speak with Mr. Underwood, please?" "Speaking." "Mr. Underwood, my name is Lee. I'm the chief of police up in Delano and Meriwether County. Could you tell me if you're in charge of funeral arrangements for Charles Collins?" "Charles Collins is the father. Frank Collins is the deceased." "Yes. The young man who was shot up in Talbot County?" "I buried him an hour ago." Will Henry's heart sank. He thought for a moment. "Mr. Underwood, did you embalm the body yourself?" "Yes, I do all my own work." "Could you tell me, please, sir, apart from the gunshot wound, were there any other injuries or marks on the body?" "Well, The feet had some cuts and bruises, as if he'd been running barefooted. Yes, that sounds right. He had no shoes on when found. But was there anything else? Any sign of bruises on the body, as if the boy had been beaten? No, nothing like that. Will Henry slumped in the chair. He didn't realize how tense he'd been. Well, thank you for your help, Mr. Underwood. There was something else a bit odd, though. Yes? What was that? He was tense again. Well, I didn't notice it until I was dressing the body. But his wrists were bruised like he'd been tied up. There was some skin scraped off, too. Mr. Underwood, I wonder if you'd do me just one further favor. Would you write down a description of the boy's injuries as you remember them, especially a description of his wrists, and send it to me? He gave the man his name and address and hung up. He was elated. But why? What did he have? Only one real connection between the two deaths, and all he could do was pass that on to Jim Goolsby, along with the cartridge case. He had nothing but his own reopened wound. He slammed his fist down on the desk, nearly hard enough to split the wood. 24. Will Henry telephoned Sheriff Goolsby and told him about the marks on the Collins boy's wrists and that he was sending on the cartridge case. Goolsby, as Will Henry had feared, was as miffed by Will Henry's unauthorized investigation as he was glad to have the meager evidence, and he didn't take kindly to the interrogation of Foxy, who had telephoned him immediately after the event. Will Henry apologized profusely, pointing out that his only interest in the case was in the possibility of a connection with the earlier murder, and he admitted that there was no significant connection, not one that any reasonable law enforcement officer could proceed upon. He hung up, thoroughly humiliated, and more depressed than he'd been since the period following the first killing. Will Henry's depression was anger turned inward, and before the day ended he found an outlet for his anger in Emmett Spence, son of Hoss. Emmett Spence had been a troublemaker most of his 16 years. As a small child, he had horrified his mother by burying 24 baby chicks up to their necks in the front yard and running a lawnmower over them. On a later occasion, he'd managed to throw a switch in the M&B railway yard that, had it not been discovered in the nick of time, would have caused 2 switching engines to collide. His father had taken a perverse pride in many of these incidents, preferring to think that in committing them the boy had showed spunk. The local populace thought of Emmett as not quite right in the head, and tolerated him only because his father was a rich man in a poor county. On this evening, after supper, Will Henry received a telephone call from Smitty, who ran the grocery store in Braytown, saying that a white youth was breaking windows in the colored schoolhouse. Will Henry arrived on the scene to find Emmett Spence firing through the school windows with a .22 rifle, while a group of black adults who had been attending a club meeting huddled inside, trying to protect themselves from flying splinters of glass. Emmett froze when he saw the police car pull up. He was too frightened to even run. Will Henry strode to him, yanked the rifle from his hands, unloaded it, and battered it to pieces against a nearby telephone pole. That got some of the rage out of him, but not all. He whipped off his belt with one hand, grabbed Emmett's wrist with the other, and delivered a proper hiding to the boy, urged on by the blacks who'd recovered themselves and came outside to watch their juvenile tormentor running in a circle, chased by a wide piece of leather screaming like a frightened chicken. Will Henry apologized to the people, promised them that the damage would be paid for, and dumped the shrieking Emmett into the car. He drove the 3 miles to the Spence farm, dragged Emmett out of the car, and knocked on the kitchen door. Hoss Spence himself came to the door. Will Henry was breathing hard from anger and exertion. He shoved the boy into his father's hands. "Hoss, I caught this boy of yours firing a rifle into the colored schoolhouse, which was full of people at the time. I broke that rifle into a lot of pieces, and I took my belt to him. I should have locked him up and thrown away the key, but I'm bringing him home to you instead. But I'm telling you right now, Hoss, if I catch him at anything, I mean anything, again, I'll have him under arrest, and he's big enough for the county camp now. Do I make myself clear?" "Shut up!" Hoss shouted at the boy, who was still sobbing loudly. "Now you get yourself out to the barn, and I'll tend to you directly." "Daddy!" the boy shrieked hysterically. "He whooped me in front of all them niggers." Hoss's eyes narrowed. "He whipped you in front of a bunch of niggers?" "Yes, sir." "Get out to the barn right now, or I'll knock your head off," Hoss yelled. The boy fled. Hoss wheeled on Will Henry. "You whipped my boy in front of niggers?" "You're damn right I did, and I whipped him good. And I'll tell you something else. If you aren't down at the city hall before the close of business tomorrow with the checkbook to pay for the damage, I'll come out here with a warrant and I'll throw his ass in jail. Do you understand me?" Hoss's face glowed nearly purple by the back porch light, but he held himself in. "I'll be there," he said. Then he turned on his heel and started for the barn, unbuckling his belt as he went. Will Henry watched him go, surprised at his own behavior. He couldn't recall shouting at anybody in his adult life. As he drove away from the Spence house, he could hear terrible screams coming from the barn. Will Henry shuddered, his anger spent. "Lord, hope he doesn't kill the boy," he muttered to himself. "But I hope he can't sit down for a month, either." As he drove toward home, he again felt the glow that had come from having done justice, from having been effective. 25. Jesse Cole was wakened by Nellie at 3:30 in the morning. He struggled into his clothes, half awake, while Nellie fried some bread and fat for him. This had been the hardest part of coming to work for Hoss Spence, this getting up in the middle of the night. He'd risen at dawn all his life, but cows demanded to be milked twice a day, and that meant getting up at 3:30. There was no way around it. He ate the hot bread and drank milk from a tin cup. There was no cash to buy coffee now, and Jesse missed his morning coffee mightily. Nellie was asleep again before he finished eating. Willie never cracked an eye. He left the shack with a kerosene lantern and walked a quarter-mile to the gate across the Warm Springs Road, where the herd waited patiently to be let through to the dairy. He stood with the lantern while they crossed the road, then walked slowly behind the cows, their bells thudding softly in his ears. He was about as close to sleep as a man could get and still walk a straight line, and he didn't hurry the animals. The cows entered the dairy barn and went into their stalls like ladies arranging themselves at an ice cream social. Jesse milked his dozen, still half asleep, resting his head against soft flanks while his hands automatically coaxed the milk from the teats. He and the others emptied their pails into the big 5-gallon cans, and he drove the emptied herd back to the pasture with the sun rising before them, huge and red. Already the air was heavy and hot, and the day promised to be a scalder. There were the cement floors of the dairy barn to be hosed down and disinfected, the stalls to be cleaned, then the milk to be fed into the pasteurizer, cooled and bottled, while a portion went into the big mechanical churn. By 10 o'clock, Jesse was replacing a rotting door jamb at the main house, by now fully awake and doing his carpentry steadily and skillfully. When Hoss Spence came back to the house at noon for his dinner, Jesse was just finishing up with the door jamb. He didn't speak to Jesse, and the black man was aware that something was wrong. He finished his work, packed his tools, and started home for his own dinner, and as he left he was aware of Spence staring at him. He'd heard about the incident with Emmett and the chief the day before, and he suspected Hoss's attitude had something to do with the Cole families having once worked for the Lees. Jesse was still eating when he heard Hoss's truck pull up outside. "Jesse!" Hoss had a tendency to yell when he was angry. Jesse walked out onto the porch. The truck's engine was still running. "Get in! I got some work I want done." Jesse swallowed what he was chewing. He was annoyed. He normally got 2 hours for dinner and a nap to make up for the early rising. What did the man want now? He reached for his toolbox on the porch. "Never mind the tools, you won't be needing them." Jesse got into the truck and sat silently while Hoss drove down a rough dirt road toward the middle of the farm, then turned off across a field toward Pigeon Creek. Hoss said nothing, but Jesse knew he was mad as hell about something, the way he jerked the truck around. They drove over a small rise and started downhill. As they moved along, they appeared ahead in the distance a small forest of tall, topless tree stumps, bare of bark, thrusting from water like elongated tombstones in a flooded cemetery. They were headed for several acres of swamp that bordered Pigeon Creek. Something inside Jesse recoiled. There were only two things on earth that truly terrified him: water and snakes, and a swamp was the worst possible combination of the two. Hoss stopped the truck at the edge of the water where there were 2 truckloads of sandbags stacked, waiting for drier weather before being fashioned into a levee which would allow the land to be drained. Hoss got out and motioned for Jesse to follow him. The white man pointed over the water. "See that tall trunk there? And on along that one with the limb sticking out?" The 2 stumps were about where the creek bank would be in dry weather and about 30 yards apart. "I want you to start laying them sandbags between them 2 trees. I want 'em in a straight line, stacked so they'll stay. You understand me?" Jesse's breath was coming quickly now, and his words tumbled out. "Miss Spence, don't you reckon we better to wait for the creek to go down a little bit before stacking them bags down there?" Hoss turned his head slowly and stared at Jesse. "I don't want no back talk from you. I want them bags in there today." Jesse was near panic now. "But Miss Spence..." Hoss turned back to the truck, lifted a double-barreled shotgun from a rack behind the seat, broke it, and looked at 12-gauge shells inside, then snapped it shut again. He walked back to where Jesse stood and stopped, the shotgun held across his chest. "You and me are all alone down here," he said softly. "Now you start shifting them sandbags or I'll blow your fucking head off right where you stand." His eyes were bright with something beyond anger. There was something terribly wrong here, Jesse thought. He'd done nothing to bring this man down on him. Nellie had been awful quiet lately, and the boy had been on his best behavior. But he knew that this man would kill him. So he turned quickly and lifted a sandbag to his shoulder. Jesse couldn't count, but he knew it weighed nearly 100 pounds. He walked into the water and started for the tall tree, picking his way carefully as the water deepened, feeling for a drop-off. There was mud, soft, sucking mud under the water, and his own 220 pounds plus the weight on his back pressed him down into it as he struggled on, staggering toward the tree. The water was only waist deep when he reached the stump, and he heaved a sigh of relief as he dumped the bag and guided it into place as it sank. He started back for another bag, mosquitoes swarming around his head, biting every exposed bit of flesh. More than an hour had passed, and only 10 bags had gone into place in the deepening water when Jesse saw the snake. He was struggling back in water to his chest, and the reptile's head and wake appeared in the corner of his vision, with 3 feet of writhing length following. Jesse uttered a strangled cry and changed his course abruptly for a log which stretched out from the water's edge, his arms flailing the water. He was nearly to the log, and suddenly there was no bottom. His forward progress took him away from his last contact with anything solid, and the snake became unimportant. All he wanted was a hand, a toe on something that would bear his weight. He surfaced, sputtering, water spewing from his mouth and nose. He could see the shape of the log through the liquid that filled his eyes, and he expelled all the air from his lungs in a final, pleading scream. Before he could inhale again, he was underwater, sinking, being drawn down by his sodden overalls, his empty lungs robbing him of any buoyancy. Some spark of survival instinct kept him from inhaling again as he sank, and after what seemed minutes of downward travel, his foot touched a soft bottom. With all his will he resisted, struggling until both feet were on the bottom, and he had enough leverage to push off the mud. He shot upward, and as he broke the surface, gasping and flailing, his hand came into contact with something cold and hard, and he drew himself around until both hands could grasp it, taking great gulps of sweet air and shaking the water from his eyes. Then he saw what he'd grabbed. Somewhere behind him was the dreaded snake, beneath him was the black water, and at the other end of the shotgun barrel to which he held so tightly was Hoss Spence braced on the log with finger on the triggers. And all around him the air hummed and bit and stung. 26. Some weeks later, Carrie Lee was ironing on her back porch, the coolest place she could find, when she looked up to see Nellie Cole at the screen door. She hadn't heard the black woman approach, nor had Nellie knocked. She simply stood there, staring blankly ahead of her. "Why, hello, Nellie." She went to the door and brought her to a cane chair next to the ironing board. She was clearly distraught. "Would you like some iced tea? I was about to have some myself. It's awfully hot this morning." Nellie took the glass and drank deeply from it. Carrie sat down next to her. "Nellie, what's wrong? Why are you in town in the middle of the week?" Nellie took another swallow of the tea. "Is it Jessie? Is something wrong with Jessie?" "Yes'm." And now the words began to come. "Nearly about a month ago, Miss Spence put Jessie to work in the swamp. He'd been doing the milking and carpentering around the house, and they seemed like they were real proud of his working. But one day he come and get Jessie, and when he bring him back in the evening, Jessie's soaking wet and shaking and crying. He won't tell me what happened, but pretty soon he gets sick. And Mr. Spence, he wait 3 days before he called a doctor, and Dr. Wilson from Warm Springs, he come out there finally and say Jessie get something from the skeeters in the swamp." She struggled for the name. "Malaria?" "Yes'm. Malaria. That's what Dr. Wilson say. And he make Miss Spence go down to the swamp and spread oil on the water to kill the mosquitoes. How's Jesse now? He get better after Dr. Wilson give him the medicine, but then he gets sick again. And Miss Spence, he come down to the house this morning and say we got to get off the place 'cause Jesse can't work no more. Jesse, he tried to get up and go to work, but he can't. And Miss Spence said we got to get off the place right quick. I make Willie stay with Jesse to keep him in the bed, and I hitch up the buggy and come to town. She'd been staring ahead, but now she turned and looked at Carrie with defeated eyes. Miss Carrie, what we gonna do? We ain't got no place to go. What we gonna do? We can't go to Flossie. She ain't got no room for a sick man and a boy. She got to do her baking to get by. She can't have nobody sick in the house when she baking. What we gonna do? Carrie patted her arm and gave her some tea. Nellie, you just sit here and cool off for a few minutes and we'll see what we can do. Don't you worry now. It's all going to be all right. I'll be back in a few minutes. Carrie called Will Henry at the station, but he was out. She felt something had to be done before the day was over. She was very angry with Hoss Spence. It was shameful that he should treat his people this way, that he didn't have the simple Christian decency to take care of them. She cranked the instrument again and asked for Idus Bray's number at his store. It was typical of Idus that when he set up his office in a downtown building, he should also run a shoe store in the extra space. Never waste an opportunity to turn a dollar. Idus ran his business and farming interests from a space at the rear barely 8 feet square, containing a roll-top desk, 2 chairs, and a hat rack, and he did it all between waiting on customers up front. A stranger visiting the store would have pitied the man, wondering how he could possibly make a living in the tiny shop, not knowing that Idus owned half a dozen farms, a peach-packing operation, a majority holding in the telephone company, and that on the side he lent money at high interest rates to people Hugh Holmes considered poor risks for the bank. He answered the phone on the first ring. Idus, this is Carrie Lee. How are you? Bray was immediately on guard, remembering the large lump of cash Carrie had extracted from him for the new pastorium. So, Carrie. How you doing? Just fine, Idus. She stopped and rephrased the idea in her mind. I've got a little business proposition for you. How much is it going to cost me? Not a thing. Not if you've got a colored house empty. I might have. I'd have to check. I understand the city council has been after you to fix those houses up. It was mentioned. Well, I've got just the man for you. Jesse Cole, Flossie's brother-in-law. He used to work for us at the farm. I know him. He's a first-rate carpenter. Cost you a lot if he were white. He needs a house, and I reckon he can work off the rent by fixing things at the other houses. What's he doing now? He's been working for Hoss Spence ever since we left the farm, doing carpentry work and milking. When he got sick, Hoss said he didn't need him anymore. He's sick, is he? Well, he's been sick, but he's getting better. He'll be up and around in no time. I don't know if I've got anything just at the moment, Carrie. His wife's a good washerwoman, too. I know Bess would be pleased with her. Bray was silent for a moment. Carrie knew his wife had been asking around for a laundress. When he continued to be quiet, she knew she had him hooked. Well, there is a place on D Street, second house from the corner. Might need a little work. Tell you what, Jesse'll give you a day a week for his rent. You supply the materials to fix up his own place. Nellie'll do your washing. 2 days. Done. As soon as he's on his feet. Now, Idas, if you don't treat these people right, you're going to have to answer to me, you know that. Bray laughed out loud. Carrie, I'm not about to bring that on myself. Carrie hung up and took a couple of deep breaths. She went back to Nellie and told her what she'd arranged. Nellie nearly fainted with joy. Now, Nellie, you drive back out to Spence's, and you and Willie get your things loaded onto the buggy. Flossie and I will go look at the house, and I'll send Robert out there for you and Jessie this afternoon. Willie can drive the buggy in. Carrie and Flossie drove out to D Street. The house was a shambles, but 2 hours of sweeping and dusting made it habitable. The stove was all right, and Carrie gave a neighborhood boy a quarter to chop some wood and kindling. There were 2 iron beds and a few sticks of other furniture, and Carrie contributed some linens. By the time Robert returned with Nellie and a very weak Jessie, the Coles had a home again, and Carrie left feeling that a great weight had been lifted from her. That night she related the whole incident to Will Henry. You know why he did it, don't you? It was that business with Emmett. Carrie was shocked. You mean Hoss was mad at you, so he took it out on Jessie? What kind of a man would do that? Hoss Spence's kind, I reckon. Carrie continued to send groceries out to the Coles via Flossie until they had some money coming in. In a week, Jessie was pottering around the house, and soon after he was giving Ida Spray his 2 days a week on the other houses. Ida seemed pleased, but Frank Munter wasn't too optimistic. It's a bad disease, Carrie, he told her at church one Sunday. It comes and it goes, and you never really get rid of it. If Jesse's lucky, he'll be able to make a living, but he's going to have a hard time. I'll look after him for nothing, but there's not all that much I can do. There's quinine and rest, that's about it. And a man in Jesse's position can't afford much rest. 27. As the 1920s moved on, Franklin Roosevelt became a familiar sight in Meriwether County and in Delano in particular. Hugh Holmes continued a series of personal conversations with the man in which, for the most part, Roosevelt asked questions and Holmes answered. Warm Springs agreed with Roosevelt, and the improvement in his condition seemed to whet his appetite for information about Georgia and the South. Holmes and others were invited to Warm Springs for a steak supper whenever Roosevelt arrived, and the banker sensed, perhaps before the others, that Roosevelt, who almost certainly didn't consider any of these men his social equal, was seeking more than merely their company. His questions in the private conversations with Holmes became more and more pointed, and Holmes could only surmise that the man was planning an attempt on the presidency in 1928, a fact which didn't entirely please him, for Roosevelt seemed to stand considerably to the left of Holmes in his politics. The banker was caught between his personal attraction and his philosophical antipathy for the man. In the late 20s, Holmes was a leader among 100 state legislators who sponsored a young lawyer from McRae named Eugene Talmadge to run against the incumbent state commissioner of agriculture, one J.J. Brown, who had built for himself something of a political empire at the expense of the state's farmers. Talmadge was a bit wild, but he was a mover, and he'd caught the imagination of the state's farmers, who needed entertainment as much as they needed help from the state. Holmes saw a certain kinship between Roosevelt and Talmage, as different as they were in background and philosophy. Ambition seemed to be their common characteristic, and Holmes had little doubt that each was capable of gaining much of what he sought. Now the little mountain against which Delano nestled was aflame with fall, the oaks and sweet gums and the occasional maple mixing with the evergreen of the pines, and giving the crisp air of early November a companion in color. Crops were in, and a whiff of prosperity could be caught drifting in from the distant economic boom that had the 20s of the rest of America roaring. The mill was running 3 full shifts, 6 days a week, and the railroad was hiring. The ring of cash registers was heard more frequently in the stores on Main Street. At the bank, deposits were up, and Hugh Holmes thought that an ex-schoolteacher named Irwin Dixon should probably be the bank's first vice president. Because of this young man's stewardship, Holmes could now take increasingly more frequent absences from the bank for legislative sessions, political meetings, and foreign travel with Virginia, and when he returned, things were in order. If prosperity was passing anyone by, it was Jesse and Nellie Cole and their son, Willie. They existed precariously, Jesse's illness ruling their lives. Jesse managed Ida Spray's 2 days a week, but little more. Robert, his brother-in-law, steered handyman and small carpentry work his way as often as possible, but too often Jesse would accept or even begin a job only to fall ill and not be able to finish it. His pride prevented him from accepting pay for work he couldn't finish, even though he might have devoted some days to it. Nellie was often late when the white folks came to collect their washing, and she lost customers. Willie could find only occasional work, and then at such low pay that he couldn't contribute much to the household. Only the kindness of Flossie and the concern of Carrie Lee kept enough in the Cole household to keep body and soul together. Willie took his father's old single-shot shotgun and killed a rabbit now and then, and that was the only lean meat they saw, except when Carrie or the church provided a turkey at Christmas and Thanksgiving. It made him feel good to be able to bring something to the table, and such an event momentarily lightened the gloom that increasingly surrounded their lives. By the autumn of 1927, Will Henry had found a kind of contentment, if not peace, in his life. The 2 murders had receded into the past, and time had mostly healed his personal psychic wounds. Occasionally someone would mention the first murder, and that would be enough to remind him and send him into a mild depression for a day, but this happened less and less often. The feeling of unease that Will Henry experienced on a Monday morning in November had no basis in reason, and he tried to put it down to the lingering effect of an already forgotten dream. But it had increased by the time he arrived at the police station, and it didn't dissipate as the morning wore on. Shortly after 11 o'clock, 2 strangers entered his office, and with a jolt of precognition he knew who they were. They came to the window which opened from the waiting room, a middle-aged man and woman, both thin and worn-looking, obviously dressed in their Sunday best. They might have been brother and sister. Will Henry stood and went to the window, placing his hands on the sill to keep them from trembling. There was a terrible weakness in his bowels. He wanted to go to the toilet. "Good morning. Can I do something for you?" The man extended a hard, dry hand. "My name is Holt. Julius Holt. This is my wife." Will Henry and the woman nodded at each other. "I'm Will Henry Lee. How can I help you?" The man took a yellowed newspaper page from his pocket and unfolded it. Will Henry willed himself not to look at it. "We've been putting a new room on our house. I farm down near Americus at Plains, and we got some old newspapers from our neighbors next door to put up for some insulation. We came across this article. Why don't you come around in here and have a seat?" He opened his office door and arranged 2 chairs for them. When they were comfortable, he forced himself to look at the newspaper page. The headline read, "Youth Found Dead in Delano. Police Search for Identity." The paper was dated the first week in February 1920. "This sounds like it could be our boy James." He produced a photograph. "This was taken more than 8 years ago, but it's the only picture we've got of him." There were 3 people in the picture, all sitting on the front porch of an unpainted farmhouse. The man and his wife were seated rigidly in chairs. The boy was sitting on the porch at their feet, his skinny legs dangling over the edge. His parents were posed with stern faces. The boy was grinning. There couldn't be the slightest doubt who he was. "He left home at the end of January in 1920. The weevil had hit us pretty bad, and James had the offer of a job in Atlanta. He never showed up for it. We never heard any more from him. The law wasn't able to help us much." Will Henry put the photograph down on his desk and took a deep breath. He forced himself to look directly at the man. "Mr. Holt, Mrs. Holt, I'm sorry to have to tell you that James is buried in our city cemetery here." The woman gasped and clutched her dress at the throat. The man looked as if he'd been struck. "Are you absolutely sure? Look at the picture again." Will Henry turned to his desk and pulled a file from the bottom drawer. With his body between the couple and the file, he quickly selected a picture of the boy's head, one in which it looked as if he were merely asleep. He closed the file, turned, and handed the picture to the boy's father. "That's James, isn't it?" They both looked at the picture carefully. Tears spilled from the woman's eyes and rolled down her pale cheeks. The man looked as if he'd been struck yet again. "Yes, that's James," he said, and handed the picture back to Will Henry. He put his arm around his wife and comforted her awkwardly. Then he turned back to Will Henry. "How did it happen?" Will Henry made an immediate decision to lie to them. "It was only a few days after he left you. He fell from a bluff on the mountain over yonder. It was at night, and a stranger wouldn't have known about it. A newspaper delivery boy found him the next morning. He had no identification on him. We thought he might have been traveling with someone. A lot of people were on the road around then, and that they might have taken his things." "Do you think somebody might have pushed him off that bluff?" It was the first time the woman had spoken. "There was no indication of that at all, ma'am. These traveling people he was probably with, they don't like to talk with the law much. If one of their friends dies, they divide what he has among themselves and keep going. We're pretty sure that's what happened." "No one would have had any reason to kill your boy." There was a silence, and he prayed they would accept the story. "I see," she said weakly. "We'd like to take him home with us," said her husband. "We've got a truck. Do you think you could fix that?" Will Henry hesitated. He wondered if the cheap coffin would be intact after more than 7 years. "Why don't you folks make yourselves comfortable here for a few minutes while I make some inquiries? There's some coffee on the stove, and the restroom is over there. I'll be back shortly." He went next door and telephoned Lamar Maddox, the undertaker. Maddox didn't like the idea at all. "Will Henry, I don't have any idea what's in that grave after all this time. I mean, that was a good pine casket, but there was no vault, and that's not the driest part of the cemetery down there in the city plot. And you know, I'm real good at burying 'em, but I've never dug one up. I don't know what we can expect. Listen, you hang on there for a minute, and I'll come over there and talk to 'em." Maddox arrived at the station a couple of minutes later, a little breathless. After introductions had been made, he sat down and composed himself into his most professionally soothing demeanor. "Now, Mr. Holt, I know what a grievous shock this has been for you, but I think we're going to have to look at this situation clearly. I think it's my most considered professional opinion, and that you're going to feel a lot better about this if you leave James to rest where he is and let me erect a real nice headstone there in his memory. Now, don't you think that would be the best thing to do?" Holt and his wife exchanged a long look, and she shook her head. He turned back to the undertaker. "Mr. Maddox, we appreciate the advice you're giving us, we really do, but we'd like to take our boy home with us, and we'd appreciate it a lot if you could arrange it so we could do it today. Will you do that, please?" Maddox sighed and clapped his hands on his knees. "Well, if you're sure that's what you want to do." He called Will Henry into the hallway. "Listen, I don't even know what the law is on exhumations, but I reckon nobody's going to object. Why don't I just write out a kind of order and get the J.P. to sign it, and then, well, we just have to see what's in that grave." Will Henry stood with the Holts at their truck some 50 feet from where the two blacks were digging, supervised by Lamar Maddox. He was grateful for their silence, grateful especially that they'd asked no further questions. It was taking a monumental effort on his part not to pour out the whole story, give them the medical report, take full blame for not having caught the murderer of their son. He was tightly wound, his jaws clamped together, his facial muscles hurting from the wretched expression frozen into his features. "Will Henry?" Lamar Maddox was calling from the graveside. He walked quickly over to find the two blacks clambering out of the grave. "Take a rope and help us, will you?" They hauled until the top of the coffin was at ground level. "Hold it right there," Lamar said. They stopped, and Will Henry could hear water streaming from the coffin back into the hole. "The casket's in one piece, thank the Lord. But like I said, this isn't the driest part of the cemetery. Let's just wait a minute." Soon the dripping sound stopped, and they manhandled the coffin away from the grave, where the two gravediggers began to wipe the mud from it with rags. The varnish was mostly gone, and the wood was pitted, but Maddox was right. It was a sturdy casket. Holt pulled the truck over, and the coffin was lifted onto the bed and the tailgate fastened. Holt turned to pass some bills to Maddox while his wife looked forlornly at the casket. Then he came and helped her into the truck. He thanked Will Henry profusely for his help, then climbed in and drove away. As Will Henry climbed stiffly into his car, the two gravediggers were shoveling dirt back into the grave. Will Henry went home for the noonday meal, but couldn't eat. Instead, he went upstairs and stretched out on the bed. He felt as if he'd opened the grave himself and filled it again. Every muscle ached, and the ache went to the heart of him. He dozed. He was awakened by the ringing of the telephone downstairs. Carrie answered it. "Will Henry? It's for you," she called up to him. He struggled from the bed, got his shoes on, and staggered downstairs, hardly awake. "This is Chief Lee." "Chief, this is Ed Routon out at the grocery store." "Yes, Ed, what can I do for you?" "Well, I hired a colored boy to sweep up this morning, and I caught him going out with a ham and a sack of beans. I guess you better come get him." "All right, Ed," Will Henry replied wearily. "I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Who is the boy? What's his name?" "Well, his name is Willie. Jesse Cole's boy. Lives down on D Street." 28. When Will Henry arrived at Routon's grocery store, Ed Routon was sacking some purchases for a woman and laying on the charm. Will Henry looked around but saw nothing of Willie. He waited for Routon to finish with his customer. "Hello, Will Henry. Sorry to have to get you out here." "Well, that's my job, Ed. Where's the boy?" Routon turned toward the rear of the store. He chuckled. "Got him on ice." He unlocked a large padlock and swung open the thick door of the cooler room. Willie sat on the floor, hugging his knees, trembling violently. Will Henry shot a glance at Ed Routon. The man avoided his eyes. "Only place I had to lock him up." Will Henry helped the boy up. He was surprised to find that he was nearly 6 feet tall, though still thin. It had been a while since he'd seen Willie. There was a swelling around one of the boy's eyes. "Willie, you go out and sit in my car and get warm. I'll be out there in a minute." The boy left. Ed Routon looked concerned. "He's going to run off." Will Henry shook his head. "I know, Willie. His folks used to work for me when I was farming. He won't go anywhere." "You roughed him up, didn't you?" Routon still wouldn't look at him. "Well, I got mad. I give the boy a job, and then he starts walking off with a ham." Will Henry nodded. "Ed, do you have to make a case against him? His daddy's been sick a long time, and they've had a lot of trouble. You won't have any more problem with him." Routon shook his head. "I've got to do it, Will Henry. If I let him get away scot-free, every nigger in Braytown will be in here stuffing his shirt full of groceries. I have to be hard about this, or they'll steal me blind. You understand? He won't get much. Tell you what, I'll make the case on the minimum charge. And what would that be? Petty theft?" Will Henry nodded. "That's a misdemeanor. At least you won't go to the county camp." "Thanks, Ed." He walked out of the store and got into the car. Willie was still shivering. Will Henry got in and turned the heater on. "Why'd you do this, Willie? You know what this is going to do to your mother." Tears began streaming down the boy's face. "Thanksgiving coming up. We don't have nothing in the house." His voice was very small, but Will Henry could tell that it changed. Willie was becoming a man. "You know you could have come to us, or to Flossie. Anyway, the church would have got y'all a turkey at Thanksgiving." Willie shook his head. "Mama say we ain't gonna take nothing else from nobody no more. Mr. Routon just paid me $10 an hour. Can't buy nothing with that." Will Henry fished in his pocket and found $2 bills. He stuffed them into Willie's shirt pocket. "Now listen to me, Willie," he said. "Don't you tell your mother where you got this. You tell her you found an odd job. Now, if you get this way again, I want you to come see me, and I'll help. We won't tell anybody. Will you do that now?" Fresh tears welled up in Willie's eyes. "Yes, sir. I'll do it. Yes, sir." "We're going to have to tell her about this business with Ed Routon, though. That's out of my hands. City court's tomorrow, and he's going to see you're charged with petty theft. Don't worry, though. You won't get sent to the county camp for that. Likely you'll be sentenced to some time in the city jail. I'll be around there, and you'll be all right. Now you stop crying, and let's go see your mother." Will Henry talked to Nellie on the front porch at the house on D Street. Jessie was inside, suffering through another malaria attack. Nellie took the news in silence, but Will Henry could see that she was angry and terribly hurt. "Now, Nellie, I'm going to leave Willie here with you tonight. City court meets tomorrow, and he'll have to be there at 9 o'clock sharp, here? Mr. Routon has agreed to make the minimum charge, and that means city jail instead of the county camp, so he'll be right here in Delano, and you can come see him. It won't be for long." She nodded, her teeth clenched, jaw muscles working. "I've already given Willie a good talking to, and he got a pretty good clout from Mr. Routon. He's learned his lesson, and he's getting too big to spank anyway, so you take it easy with him, all right?" She nodded again. "Now, I'll see you both at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at City Hall. I'll send Flossie to stay with Jessie. You remember, Nellie, that I'm leaving Willie in your custody instead of making him spend the night in jail, which I'm supposed to do. And if you aren't there on time, I'll get in a lot of trouble." "We'll be there, Miss Will Henry," Nellie said. "And we appreciate you letting him stay home." But her eyes didn't meet his, and her mind was somewhere else, in a dark and desperate place. From inside the house came a noise, a loud moaning. "I got to see to Jessie," she said. Will Henry drove back to the station slowly, his heart filled with pity for Jessie and Nellie Cole. After all their trouble, now this. And it all went back to the Spence boy. His pity changed to guilt, and on top of the visit from the murdered boy's parents, it was almost more than he could bear. The telephone was ringing as he walked into the station. "Delano Police, Chief Lee speaking." "Chief? T.T. Brown here." The salesman from the police equipment company. Will Henry had seen him regularly twice a year, but Brown had never telephoned before. "How are you, Mr. Brown?" Just fine, just fine. I'm due down there next week. Stop in and see you, if I may." Well, yes, there are a couple of things I need. A reason I called, though, we got an order from Delano last week. Well, I haven't ordered anything. I know. It's apparently from a civilian. And we get 'em from time to time, but we don't sell to the public. If somebody wants something from our catalog, we tell 'em to order through their local police department. That way we don't have any problem. I see. Well, who was it? And what did they order? No name. Just got an order for 2 pair of handcuffs with a money order for the correct amount enclosed and a Delano post office box number for an address. Box 82. Probably a child. We get that now and then. They want to play cops and robbers, and they save up some money and want the real stuff. Still, I thought you ought to know about it. And we've already returned the money order with a letter telling them to go through you. Well, thanks for letting me know, Mr. Brown. And stop in to see me when you're down this way. Will Henry hung up. He didn't know why Brown had even bothered to call. The money had been returned. That was the end of it. He doubted if anyone would be coming to see him to place an order for handcuffs. He turned to other work, anything to occupy his mind. There was a letter from some women who wanted a stop sign at their street corner. He marked it for the attention of Willis Greer at the city hall and put it in his outbasket so he wouldn't forget to take it over. At home that night, he told Carrie about Willie's arrest. Poor Nellie, she said. I'll see her name gets on the list for a turkey. I'll have a word with Frank Mudter, too, and get him to look in on Jessie. I'd go out and see her, but knowing Nellie, she'd be embarrassed. It took a lot for her to come to me when Hoss Spence threw them off his place. She doesn't like asking for help, not even from Flossie and Robert. You know, I'm going to have to give some thought to finding some regular work that she can do. Or maybe something for Willie, though it won't help when word gets around about this business at Routon's. She's tried so hard to keep him in school, and he'll graduate next year if he can just hang on. Flossie says he's real smart, head of his class. I'll mention that to the judge tomorrow. Maybe it'll help. They ate their supper and talked a little, but it was plain to Carrie and the children that Will Henry was again in the grip of his private demon. Willie got 10 days in the city jail. His mother testified that he'd never been in trouble before and that he was a good student. Will Henry testified that he'd known the boy all of his life, that he was a good worker, and that his parents had brought him up properly. Willie himself apologized for his theft to Ed Routon, and Routon said he had no wish to punish the boy unduly. Justice of the Peace Jim Buse, who also ran the feed store, was sympathetic, but said that the boy had to be taught some sort of lesson. So it was 10 days working on the streets under the supervision of the city manager. Will Henry turned him over to Willis Greer for work as soon as the court had adjourned. Robert drove Nellie home in the Lee's car, and Flossie was designated by the chief to bring the prisoner his meals, for which the city would pay. He would be the only prisoner in the jail. Will Henry made his usual rounds without thinking, in a torpor of depression. He returned to the station to receive his prisoner at 6 o'clock. How'd it go today, Willie? And what work did Mr. Greer have you doing? I cleaned leaves out of some drains under the street. It wasn't hard. He said we'd do the same thing tomorrow. Well, it's only 10 days. You'll be all done at the end of next week. Yes. Flossie brought Willie his supper and stayed to talk with him while Will Henry went home for his own meal. He left the cell door open and reflected that Willie was probably eating a lot better than he would be at home. Driving back to the station after supper, Will Henry had the sudden notion that Willie wouldn't be there when he arrived. But Willie was there, staring out the window, the cell door still wide open. Flossie had left. Will Henry wondered why he'd doubted the boy. "Everything all right, Willie?" "Yes, sir." "You gonna lock me up now?" "Yes, you can settle in now. There's plenty of blankets. And I'll put some coal in the stove before I leave. You should be real comfortable." Will Henry closed the door and began locking it. Willie rushed from the window and grabbed the bars, his eyes wide with fright. "You ain't gonna leave me here by myself, is you, Mr. Will Henry? You ain't gonna do that?" Will Henry reached through the bars and put his hands on the boy's shoulders. "Now, son, I can't stay here with you all night. You're perfectly safe here. It's all right." Willie grabbed Will Henry's wrists and he began crying. "Oh, no, sir. I can't stay here by myself. I'm scared of it here. Please, sir, Mr. Will Henry, don't make me do it. Don't leave me here all by myself, please." Will Henry hesitated. "Now, Willie, please, sir." Will Henry thought for a minute. He had a lot of leeway here. Nobody had ever questioned his disposition of a prisoner. He made up his mind. "All right, Willie. Now listen. I'll let you go home at night while you're serving your sentence. You'll come back here after work every day and let Flossie feed you. Then you can spend the night at home, but you have to promise me that you'll be at City Hall every morning at 8 o'clock sharp to report to Mr. Greer for work. Now, will you promise me that?" Willie nearly wept again, this time for joy. "Oh, yes, sir. I sure will. Thank you, sir." Will Henry drove the boy home and watched him run up the steps and into his mother's arms. He drove away feeling better than he had in days. 29. Will Henry was late to work the next morning for the first time since he'd taken the job. It was nearly 20 minutes past 8 when he arrived, and there was someone waiting for him. A tiny old man with a pack on his back and a bundle under his arm stood on the steps and said, "Good morning to you, sir. Name's Dooley. I do basket work, itinerant like. Whenever I come to a new town, I always visit police headquarters first and offer my services. That way, when I start knocking on doors, the police know I'm not out to steal the silver. Is there any caning I can do for you, sir?" Will Henry smiled at the man. "Matter of fact, there is. Kind of nice to have somebody turn up just when you need 'em. Come on in." He showed the man into his office and pointed to 2 sagging, cane-bottomed chairs. "How much for the 2? "I'd be pleased to do 'em for nothing but the goodwill, sir." "Suppose we call it $1 for the both." The old man smiled and doffed his hat. "As you wish, sir." He slipped out of his pack, tossed the bundle, which turned out to be strips of cane, onto the floor, and set to work on the chairs with a sharp knife, sitting on the floor as he worked, humming tunelessly to himself. The telephone rang. It was Skeeter Willis. "Morning, Will Henry." "Morning, Skeeter." "Had a call from the sheriff of Fulton County last night, an old friend. Asked a favor. Friend of his wife's had a boy run away Sunday after he got into a little trouble and took a whipping. Sheriff figures he might be headed for an aunt's place in Florida and thought he might be hitchhiking down 41. He'd appreciate it if you'd keep an eye out for him. You still there, Will Henry? Yes. He'd been thinking about another boy on the road alone for the first time, gone home finally with his parents in a box on the back of a truck. Got a description? Sure. Name, Raymond Curtis, age 15, but looks older. Height, 5 feet 9 inches, weight 145, hair brown, eyes brown. Has a 1-inch white scar on his chin. Stutters a little. Got that? Will Henry jotted down the information. I've got it. When did you say he was last seen? Sunday afternoon, late. If he's headed for Florida, he'd be past you already, this being Wednesday. But keep an eye out for him, all right? Sure. Be glad to. And Will Henry, if you come on him, call me instead of Fulton County, if you would. Skeeter wanted any credit coming. Sure, Skeeter. He hung up. He sat, elbow on desk, hand over mouth, like a man about to throw up, frozen, staring across the room. It couldn't happen again. Why did he feel this way? Just a runaway boy? Then he realized he was looking at something familiar, something from a long time ago. His eyes focused on what the little man, Dooley, was doing across the room. Dooley's hands were flying about a chair, quickly weaving a seat of cane over the frame. The other chair, stripped of its seat, stood next to him, bare, horribly naked, beckoning some memory. He went to his desk and heaved open the heavy-bottomed drawer, dug into a pile of papers, extracted the file he wanted. Setting the photographs aside, he turned to the neatly typed report. It was there, in bare detail. Horizontal and vertical bruises, approximately 8-9 inches in length, 1 inch wide on buttocks. But there was something not in the report. Something in Frank Mudter's dining room after an uneaten supper. Something said. Dr. Carter Saul's deep voice came to him. He was tied to some sort of seat. Something like an old-fashioned toilet chair with nothing in the middle. And now he remembered. His first visit to Foxy's house. Nobody there. In the kitchen. Chairs being recaned. One still bare. The dog had frightened him at that moment, when she and her puppies had made their appearance through the slot in the kitchen door, scaring him half to death, obliterating the memory of the chairs. He hadn't remembered when Sauls had brought it up. Something else Sauls had said. The boy's hands were tied, or perhaps handcuffed. He picked up the phone and spoke a number into it. Post office. Pittman speaking. George, this is Will Henry Lee. How you doing, Chief? Fine. Tell me something, George. Who has the box number 82? He already knew the answer. Foxy Funderburk. Got it last year. We got a waiting list, you know. Will Henry thought for a moment. Does Foxy pick up his mail every day, George? Never misses. In here every morning as soon as I've got it put up. Except... What, George? Well, it's funny, but Foxy... Hang on a minute, will you? Will Henry waited, tapping his foot, knowing what was coming, frightened. "Yeah, just like I thought. Foxy hadn't picked up his mail since last Saturday. Hope he isn't sick or something up there all by himself on that mountain." "Thanks for the information, George." "Sure, Will Henry, but what's this all about?" But the chief had hung up. Will Henry took a dollar bill from his pocket and handed it to Dooley. "Would you mind finishing up over in the fire station? I've got to lock up for a while." "Not at all." Dooley gathered up his things and moved out the door. Will Henry locked the door and started to get into his car. The telephone rang. He hesitated, then got into the car and drove away. With some effort, he kept himself from driving fast through the town. No need to disturb people. Once past the last houses, he accelerated up the mountain, climbing fast until he reached the crest of the pass. There he stopped, forced himself to be calm, to slow his breathing. He had faced Foxy twice on the occasion of murders and got nowhere. This time he would do it differently. Instead of taking the road across the mountain toward Foxy's, he turned right onto the scenic highway and drove along the mountain's ridge until he saw smoke rising. He pulled over to the side and got out. A few hundred yards away down the mountainside, he could see a part of the roof of Foxy's house. A puff of wind blew the chimney smoke in his direction. Good. He would be downwind of the dogs. He started away from the car, then went back. He unlocked the trunk, took out a .30-30 rifle and loaded it. If it was still going on down there, he might need it. He pumped around into the chamber, eased the hammer down to half-cock, and started down the mountain. 30. He moved downward through a riot of color, trees at the peak of their autumn shimmering gold and flaming red, a carpet of the same hues under his feet. He didn't notice the beauty which surrounded him, thinking only of what horror he might find at the end of his walk down the mountain. As he approached the house, he slowed and walked carefully, wishing to make no sound that might disturb the dogs. Now he could see snatches of the house through the trees, logs stacked on log, the garage to one side, doors open, truck inside. The trees ended in a clearing 20 yards from the house. The last yards before the clearing, he moved stealthily from tree to bush, always keeping something between himself and the house. Near the edge, he stopped and looked at everything again. Quiet morning picture. Nothing unusual. Smoke from the chimney, truck, garage. He sought to move around the perimeter of the clearing and look down for a quiet footing. He stopped. Something wrong. Dirt on the leaves, on top of the leaves. He knelt. Red dirt, clay. Leaves undisturbed. He raked aside the leaves and dug at the earth with his hand. Black topsoil. Black topsoil under the leaves, red clay on top. All wrong. He looked around him. More clay, sometimes mixed with black dirt, scattered over several yards. He turned his attention to the clearing. There, 10 feet maybe into the clearing, the leaves. A large patch had been disturbed. He had to see. The patch was well into the clearing, no shelter. He looked carefully from one window to the next. Nothing. He stood up, crooked the rifle in his arm, and walked as casually as possible toward the patch of disturbed leaves. From firm ground, he stepped into a soft spot in the patch. He looked at the house again. Still nothing. He raked at the leaves with his foot. Underneath, black soil mixed with red, tamped with something. A shovel. He forgot the house and raked more leaves away. An outline. 6 feet long, maybe 2 feet wide. A hole dug. Something buried, filled again, tamped with a shovel, extra dirt scattered into the woods to avoid a telltale mound. Leaves raked back over the raw earth. New. This morning. He was too late. In the house, Foxy, exhausted, was shaving. There was 3 days' mail in town, and he had to be presentable when he went to collect it. He turned and reached for a towel next to the window and froze. Will Henry Lee was standing in the backyard, exactly on the spot, moving leaves with his toe, looking. Seconds passed before he could move. Then he dropped the towel and ran barefooted, naked, into the living room, clawed at the .45 pistol on the wall over the fireplace, ran into the kitchen, working the pistol's action just to be sure, ran past the wet spot on the floor, scrubbed clean and drying, ran past the kitchen table, handcuffs, rubber garden hose, rope, ran to the kitchen door, threw it open, dropped to one knee, aiming. Gone. Clearing was empty. He could hear Will Henry running through the woods up the mountainside. He followed, running hard, past the disturbed leaves to the edge of the clearing, into the woods, stopped. He could no longer hear the steps. Lee had too much of a start, and he suddenly remembered with the chill that he was naked. He turned and ran for the house. Will Henry moved quickly up the mountainside, running a few steps, walking fast, climbing, thinking. He'd been too late, but now there was evidence to find, hard evidence in the cold earth, out of his jurisdiction. He reached the car and tossed the rifle onto the back seat. He'd have to go to Sheriff Gouldsby in Talbot County, tell him, convince him. Foxy's friend. No matter. When he heard what Will Henry had to tell him, he'd have no choice. A search warrant. He got the car started, turned around, and roared down the mountain toward Delano, unaware that Foxy had seen him. Foxy reached the house, sweating in spite of the cold, grabbed clothes, shoes. He had to reach Lee before he could tell anybody. Had to. He snatched a rifle from over the fireplace and ran for his truck. Will Henry unlocked the door of the station and hurried for the phone, impatient while the operator connected him. Sheriff's office. This is Chief Lee in Delano. Let me speak to the sheriff, please. I'm sorry, Chief. He's in the judge's chamber in a county meeting. He'll be there the better part of an hour, I'd say. Good. Who's this? Deputy Simpson. All right, Deputy. I'm on my way to Talbotton right now. I have to see both the sheriff and the judge, and I want you to be sure that neither one of them leaves until I get there. You got that? Yes, sir. You camp outside the judge's chambers and tell them this is an urgent matter, all right? Yes, sir, I'll tell them as soon as they get out of the meeting. Will Henry hung up. Willis Greer was standing in the door. The city manager had a disgusted look about him. Where's my prisoner? He asked. What? Where's my prisoner? I came to pick him up this morning and he wasn't here. You take him someplace? I tried to call you a while ago, but there was no answer. Damn Willie. I let him sleep at home last night. He was supposed to be at City Hall at 8 this morning. Well, he wasn't. I hope he isn't long gone. I sure need the extra help this week. All the storm drains have got to be cleared of leaves. Well, look, Willis, I can't fool with this right now. I've got to get down to Talbotton on some important business. I don't think Willie would run off. He's probably out at the house on D Street now. Listen, Will Henry, I need him this morning bad. Can't you go and get him before you go to Talbotton? Will Henry thought quickly. Tell you what, it's on the way anyhow. You follow me out to Braytown. I'll get Willie, and you can bring him back with you while I go on to Talbotton. Foxy got the truck started, roared down the road to the gate, turned left, and headed up the mountain. As he crested the pass, he suddenly slammed on his brakes and pulled the truck to the side of the road. He tried to think clearly for a minute. Sweat was pouring off him, and he was breathing hard, his heart hammering against his chest. Not Delano. Talbotton. Lee would have to go to Gouldsby and Talbotton. He started to turn the truck around, but something down the road stopped him. The Delano police car was turning off the road into Braytown, followed by a city truck. Foxy wrenched the pickup back toward Delano and Braytown. He made the turn into A Street in time to see the two vehicles turn right onto Bray Avenue. He followed at a distance and saw them turn left again into D Street. He approached the intersection cautiously. No one seemed to be about in the chilly weather. He turned into D Street and stopped. There were only two houses there, one on the corner, empty, and one at the end of the street. The two were separated by a long, empty lot overgrown with brush. He drove a few feet into the street and pulled over. Up ahead he could see Will Henry Lee and Willis Greer getting out of their cars and starting for the house. He got out of the truck, taking the rifle. In the house, Nellie was sponging down Jesse's forehead and face. He'd had a bad night, but seemed quieter and more lucid now. She and Willie had had a struggle keeping him in bed, he in the grip of some delirium in which Hoss Spence apparently played a part, for Jesse would mutter or shout his name from time to time. Willie was worried. He was nearly 2 hours late, being at City Hall, and he didn't want to get the chief into any trouble. "Mama, he quiet now. I got to get to town." Nellie spun around. "No! No, sir. You gonna stay here where you needed." She seemed half delirious herself. "But, Mama..." They heard car doors slam outside. "They didn't come to get me now. They're gonna put me under the jail." "Willie?" It was the chief's voice. Nellie started for the door. "You stay here and wash your daddy's face. I'm going to tell him you ain't going no place." She walked out onto the front porch. The chief and the city manager stood at the bottom of the steps. "Morning, Nellie," said Will Henry as pleasantly as he could. "I've come to get Willie. He has to go to work." Nellie was trembling with anger. "You ain't going to take him. I needs him here. His daddy's sick." "I'm sorry about that, Nellie. I'll send Dr. Frank out here this afternoon, but Willie has to come with me or he'll be in a lot of trouble. You know that." Foxy worked his way through the brush in the empty lot until he had a clear view of things. Lee and Greer were standing at the bottom of the steps to the house talking to a nigger woman. Foxy wondered if the chief had told Willis Greer anything. Probably not. Lee was talking to the woman about taking her boy away. That's what Greer was doing here. He dropped to one knee and brought the rifle to his shoulder. He'd have to kill all three of them. "No!" Nellie screamed at the top of her lungs. Inside, Jessie sat bolt upright in bed. "No! You ain't gonna take him. You just like the rest of them. You ain't no better than Hoss Spence." Jessie pushed Willie aside and started for the door. Foxy raised his rifle and drew a fine bead on Will Henry's right temple. The chief was standing stock still with his hands on his hips. It was an easy shot for somebody as good as Foxy. He took a deep breath and started to squeeze down on the trigger. Jesse burst from the house wearing only a pair of overalls, his eyes wild, a shotgun in his hands. Will Henry turned to look at him, his hands still resting on his hips. He opened his mouth to speak to Jesse, who ran across the porch and pushed Nellie out of the way. "Now, Jesse, you put—" The shotgun roared. Foxy watched in disbelief as Will Henry lifted his feet and flew backwards through the air. The black man dropped the shotgun and ran, jumped off the end of the porch and headed for the woods behind the house. A black boy ran out the door after him. The woman was screaming something. Before he heard the noise of the shotgun, Will Henry felt himself being slammed backwards by something heavy against his chest. Then everything slowed down. He left his feet and floated briefly through space, then struck the earth with his shoulders. He seemed to slide a long way, bits of gravel and dirt scraping against his shoulders as he landed. As he came to rest, the roar of the shotgun filled his head. Then he was looking up at the sky, and the sky was filled with Will Greer's face. He struggled for what seemed like a long time to fill his lungs, which had been emptied by whatever had hit him. Foxy changed his position, swung the rifle toward the running black man, took careful aim between the shoulder blades, then stopped himself. He had no reason to be here with a rifle. Besides, he had to find out if Greer knew. He started back toward the pickup truck, running low through the brush. The black woman was still screaming. Willis Greer was on his hands and knees, bending over Will Henry. The center of the chief's chest was a mass of blood and pulp. An expression of astonishment was on his face. He drew a long, gasping breath and heaved it out. Bloody bubbles popped through the wreckage of his chest, and he sucked in air again. Greer seemed in shock, didn't know what to do. Foxy stopped his truck in front of the house and ran to them, pushing Greer out of the way. He bent over Will Henry, a strange expression on his face. "Can you talk, Lee? Can you speak to me?" Foxy's voice was a soft purr. Then the pain hit Will Henry, and he fainted. In the woods, Jesse stopped next to a small creek to catch his breath, and Willie caught up to him. He grabbed Willie by the shoulders, gasping for breath. When he could speak, he said, "Listen, boy, we can't stay together." "But, Daddy, you sick. You can't." "No. You listen. You go to your Uncle Tuck in Columbus. He live at 16 Camp Street. Say that to me. 16 Camp Street. He take care of you. I done killed Mr. Hoss, and they gonna have the dogs after me for long." "But, Daddy, it wasn't Miss—" "Don't talk no more. Ain't got no time. Now you run up that creek right in the middle till you get to the top of the mountain, and then you get to Columbus. Don't take no rides from no white folks. You walk if you gotta, and you go to your Uncle Tuck. He know what to do." Willie nodded. "Yes, sir." Jesse held him at arm's length for a moment, then crushed him in his arms. Willie hugged his daddy. Then Jesse was gone, running across the little stream in his bare feet and out of sight into the woods. Willie watched him until he was out of sight, then turned and started running up the middle of the creek, up the mountain, away from Braytown and Delano. Away, away. Will Henry dove into the water clean and straight. He opened his eyes and swam downward. Underneath him the thick weeds moved as if in the wind, and minnows darted here and there. He swam and swam, the cold water delicious against his naked skin, streaming over his shoulders and buttocks, stroking his penis, shriveling his scrotum. His lungs began to ache for new air, and still he swam. He stopped and looked around. Behind him the dog, Fred, was swimming, his 4 legs running through the water, churning it into bubbles. Will Henry laughed out loud underwater at the sight. expelling the air from his lungs. His feet found the weeded bottom, and he pushed upward, aiming at a point in front of the swimming dog. He broke the surface to his waist, gulping air, reaching for Fred. He sucked in air and opened his eyes. Carrie's fingers were in his hair. Frank Mudter was sponging at his chest. Willis Greer, hat in hand, looked on wide-eyed. And Foxy stood at the foot of the examination table, tense, his jaw working, sweat pouring down his face. Carrie was weeping, trying to do it quietly. It was all clear to him, every sound, every sob, every movement, every drop of sweat on Foxy's face. He was numb, but when he inhaled, the pain came in his chest. He tried to speak, but it got worse. Frank Mudter drew back and looked at him, followed Will Henry's gaze to Foxy, looked back at him with curiosity. He was still trying to speak. The doctor leaned forward and looked into Will Henry's face. "Can you speak, Will Henry? You haven't got long, old fella. I can't do anything for you." Will Henry's lips formed a word, but no sound came out. He sucked in another painful breath and tried again, his eyes still riveted to Foxy. Seeming to ignore Carrie, who held his head up in her hands. "Again," he managed to whisper, still staring at Foxy. He bit at another breath, but it rattled from him in a long sigh. Darkness came slowly. He closed his eyes. He could feel Carrie's cheek against his, her tears on his skin, her lips at his ear. She loved him, she was saying. He knew it, and he was glad. Book 2. Sunny Butts. 1. Billy Lee, or more formally, Lieutenant Colonel William Henry Lee III, Army Air Corps, was in a daze, a mixture of simple relief, intense happiness, and equally intense fear. He was relieved that the Germans would no longer be trying to kill him, having surrendered just that day. He was very happy to be in the company of the girl he could just see disappearing toward the ladies' room of the crowded London pub, and he was terribly afraid that when she came back she wouldn't agree to marry him. Billy had had what he would later come to think of as a good war. He'd already earned a junior partnership in a large Atlanta law firm when the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor came, but he had unhesitatingly enlisted in the Army, using Hugh Holmes's influence with the Roosevelt administration to keep him out of the judge advocate's clutches and get him into flight school. His age had kept him out of fighters where he really wanted to be, but bombers were the next best thing, and his maturity had helped him earn responsibility when, after suffering a shrapnel wound in the seat of the pants on his 38th mission, he was able to return to his squadron as its executive officer. By assigning himself to fly whenever his commanding officer would look the other way, he had completed his 50th mission 2 days before the European War ended. But if that would seem like a good war later, all that mattered to him now was that it was over and that he was alive, and that somehow he might talk this girl into marrying him. He made an effort to stop rehearsing proposals and looked around for distraction. He would do better if he had to improvise. It had always been that way in court. A young infantry captain was slouched beside him, staring glumly into a pint of warm beer. A cane was hooked over the bar at his elbow. "Where are you from, Captain?" The young officer looked up. Billy thought he was probably a little drunk, but then so was he. "Elmira, New York, sir." "I guess you'll be going home pretty soon now." "Yes, sir." He tapped the cane. "This'll keep me out of the Pacific. Nothing permanent, though. I was lucky." "You don't look too happy about it. Aren't you ready to get back?" "Oh, sure. I've got a wife and a kid I've only seen once. I'll find it real easy to be a civilian again, even one with a limp. I was just thinking, though, there'll be some guys who will be sorry it's over." "Sorry not to get shot at anymore?" The captain looked up from his beer at Billy. "You're a pilot?" "B-17s." "You've killed some people in this war, then?" "Not much doubt about that." "Did you like it?" "Flying bombers?" "Killing people?" "I try not to think about it. Dresden, especially. I have a hard time not thinking about that." "There are men who like it." "Killing people?" The captain shifted his weight painfully on his bar stool and continued in the careful way of speaking of a man who knows he's drunk but wants to be understood. "There was a man in my company, a kid really, a sergeant." He paused and took a deep breath. "I promoted him to sergeant. And the worst of it, during the bulge he led a platoon when his lieutenant bought it. He loved it." "Leading the platoon?" "Killing. He loved making other men die. I think it made him feel—" His words trailed off. Billy started to say something to change the subject, but the captain continued. "I found him. There was this big shell hole, and he had these German soldiers, really young kids, and a couple of old men. We saw a lot of that. He was all they had at the end. There were 8 of them in the hole, and I came up on him. I heard his Thompson firing and thought he needed help. I saw him shoot the last one. He was at least 60. Well, one man against 8, he had to defend himself. They were armed, weren't they?" "The one I saw him shoot, the last one, he was armed with a rifle with a fixed bayonet, and there was a handkerchief, a white flag, tied to the bayonet. He didn't see me at first. He waited a minute. The man was begging, and then he shot him. He was grinning while he did it. He loved it. All 8 of them. It's hard to know what a man thinks or feels at a time like that. It might have been different than you think. I know what he was feeling. His fatigues were wet. His pants. He came in his pants. It was all just a big, wet dream to him." Billy winced. Was he charged with anything?" "Before I could do anything at all, a mortar shell went off somewhere behind me. I woke up in a field hospital. I was in England the next day. I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I hope he's dead. At home, they're not going to know what to do with somebody like that. He'd go back as a hero. He was the most decorated man in the regiment, and it was all because he loved his work. He'd been trained to kill people, and he learned to like it. I think I suspected it, but I couldn't relieve him. I needed him. All I could do in the end was to write to the new CO from the hospital, and I don't even know if he got the letter. Billy looked up and saw her picking her way through the crowd. I hope he got the letter, Captain. And I guess that's all you can do, too. I hope you'll have an easier time forgetting it than I've had forgetting Dresden. And I wish you luck. Excuse me. He struggled toward her and took her hand. Let's get some air, okay? They headed for the door. There was a bench in the mews at the bottom of the pub steps. They sat on the bench with their drinks. She pulled her knees onto the seat and faced him. Her name was Patricia Worth Newnham, and she was Anglo-Irish. He'd met her at a general's dinner party at the Connaught and had shamelessly wooed her under the general's nose. She was a Wren attached to Allied headquarters in London, and they'd spent every possible free moment together since then. They'd slept in each other's arms in her London flat and in country inns, but she wouldn't make love to him. There was an old boyfriend in the Royal Marines, a childhood sweetheart, and he thought that must be the reason. He tried not to think about the Marine. He'd pulled some strings and managed to visit her family home near Kinsale in County Cork for a weekend. Her family were Protestants, farmers for generations, who lived in a huge run-down Georgian house set in 2,000 acres of Irish countryside. Her father was a small, handsome man who was a splendid host, but wary of him. He'd lost a son and heir in the war and had only a remaining son and Patricia. He didn't intend to lose her to some passing American. Billy had told him flatly that he would ask her to marry him if he survived the war. "You're a nice enough fellow," Worth Newnham had replied, "and you're not the first to speak to me, as you might imagine. Colin Cudmore's wanted her all her life, and if I have my way, he'll have her. She was brought up on a horse, and she loves this land. She'll not be happy as an American lawyer's wife." "Mr. Worth Newnham," Billy had replied, looking him in the eye, "I know I'm a foreigner to you, and I can understand how you must want to keep her here. But I love her, and I can give her a good life. There's land in Georgia, too, and I think that living in London has made her want more than just that. The thing that neither you nor I really knows is whether she wants me. If she decides she does, I hope you and Mrs. Worth Newnham will give us your blessing. Since we love her too, I don't see how we can do anything else. I guess you better find out if she'll have you." Now he was about to do that, and all he could think about was how unbearably painful it would be if she didn't want him. The light from the pub's windows shone on her auburn hair, and though her eyes were in shadow, he knew they were the same color. He took a deep breath and improvised. "Listen, Trish, I think I want to be the President of the United States. Do you want to be the First Lady?" In the brief silence that followed, he wished he could see her eyes. Nothing else was moving. "Oh, sure," she said, sounding oddly American. "But how will Mr. and Mrs. Truman feel about that?" "Well, I haven't mentioned it to the Trumans yet, but Harry understands that any American boy can become president, so I don't see how he can object." "Do they promote 33-year-old lieutenant colonels directly to president in America?" Well, there's a waiting period, usually. I thought I might go into the Congress, or maybe be governor of Georgia in the meantime. Right. I mean, with my sterling war record and my wound and everything, how could they deny me? Listen, Buster, just because you got shot in the arse for Uncle Sam doesn't mean anybody's going to vote for you. Lots of other people got shot in the arse too, you know. I love it when you talk dirty. Don't change the subject. What was the subject? You were proposing to me? Oh, yeah. Did you give me an answer? Yes. What was it? That was it. His mouth fell open. You mean it? There are conditions. Your bargaining position will never be better. Name them. First, you have to ask me properly. Patricia Worth Noonan, I love you. I really do. And I want you to be my wife and the mother of my children and all that. Will you marry me? That was very nice. Second condition, I can't just be a politician's wife all day long. You have to buy me a farm. Anything to bring in the farm boat. I mean it. I mean it too. The farm boat is crucial in Georgia. Done, then. No more conditions? That's it for now. God, but I love you, Trish. I love you too, Billy Lee. Take me home and I'll prove it. As they walked up the Mews to find a taxi, she asked about the captain in the pub. War stories, he replied. He told me the worst war story I ever heard. You really going to marry me? If you promise never to tell me war stories. Conditions. Always conditions. He put his arm around her, and they walked up the Mews very close together. 2. Top Sergeant Homer Butts, known to all as Sonny, stood in the sunshine of an early spring day in 1946 at rigid attention on the baseball diamond of Delano High School. 31 other Delano natives, all in Army, Navy, or Marine uniform, stood in ranks with him. Sonny was bored. The banker, Hugh Holmes, was droning on about service and sacrifice and honor, and Sonny had had it up to here with service especially, and all that other stuff too. It had been okay when the war was still going on. There'd been something to get your blood going. But for nearly a year, the most strenuous thing he'd done had been to play poker while he waited to get out of the Army. His eyes swept the crowded grandstand, the part of it he could see without turning his head. They were here to see him, not these other yokels. Hometown boy, the most decorated soldier in Georgia. Well, probably. He damn near had the Medal of Honor, damn near. Somebody had torpedoed him, though. A friend of his, a clerk in the company orderly room, had hinted as much. Shit. If he'd had that one, he'd be as famous as Audie Murphy. Maybe even have a movie contract like Murphy. He was good-looking enough, he knew, better looking than Murphy, for sure. He knew exactly how he looked, braced up on that baseball field, in that uniform the old German guy had tailored for 2 cartons of Luckies. Not as tall as he'd have liked, only 5'9", but service had put some weight on him. He was 175 now. If he'd had that extra 20 pounds when he'd graduated from Delano High, he'd have been a sure thing for a football scholarship to Georgia or Alabama or Auburn. He had the speed, but not the size, for college ball, the scouts told him. He would let the blonde crew cut grow out. The girls were getting tired of guys who looked like soldiers. He'd get a couple of sharp suits with the poker money, and there was enough for a good used car. A convertible, maybe. Sonny heard his name mentioned. Holmes was reciting his list of decorations. Sonny tuned out again, then snapped back alert. Holmes was saying something he wanted to hear. This morning, the Delano City Council voted to give priority on all city jobs to returning veterans, and among veterans to those with combat records, Holmes was saying. Sonny clenched his teeth. The interview with Holmes the day before hadn't gone well, he thought. Holmes disapproved of him in some way, was suspicious of him. He'd known the feeling before. His company commander in Belgium had given him the same uneasy feeling. Sonny suspected the CO of torpedoing his Medal of Honor, even though the guy was in a hospital somewhere and had been replaced. Holmes continued. Today I can announce that the first of these openings has been filled by a veteran. From among the available candidates, Sergeant Sonny Butts is being hired to fill a vacancy on the city police force. Sergeant Butts, 2 steps forward, march. The speaker was Billy Lee, Colonel Lee, the highest ranking of Delano's more than 200 veterans, someone Sonny had known only as a high school athlete when he himself had been in grade school. Sonny stepped forward and Holmes shook his hand. Congratulations, son. I hope you'll continue to make us proud of you. Report to Chief Thomas at 8 o'clock Monday morning. Thank you, sir. I'll do a good job for you, sir. Sonny was weak with relief. He'd been worried sick about work. His only job before the war had been jerking sodas and stocking shelves at the Delano Drug Company, and his only other prospect, apart from a police job, was the mill, and the thought of the mill depressed him. Now he had a job that would continue to command the respect he'd earned by his deeds on the battlefield. Colonel Lee formed up the group and marched them off the field in single file. As they passed through the fence next to the dugout, they broke ranks, and people came and pumped Sonny's hand and offered congratulations. As the crowd thinned out, Sonny found himself confronted by a wiry, wizened figure in the World War I uniform of a first lieutenant. The man had been pumping his hand for several seconds before Sonny recognized him. Jesus, it was Foxy Funderburg. Sergeant, you've done a fine job for your country, Foxy was saying. And I expect you'll do a fine job on the police force. Thank you, sir. I'll do my best. When he was a kid, he was scared shitless of Foxy Funderburg. They all were. He wasn't sure just why. Now, here was the old fart shaking his hand. And I want you to know that my experience is always available to you. If you ever need any help, you just ask. Yes, sir. I sure will. What the hell was he talking about? What experience? But before Sonny could wonder any further, the tightly uniformed figure had spun about and marched away. Sonny stopped himself from laughing out loud. Back on the field, another group of ex-soldiers was forming. They were all black. Delano's black community was filling the stands. A few whites hung about to watch. Holmes repeated much the same remarks, and singled out 1 or 2 men who had been decorated. Among them was Marshal Parker. Marshall, who had been in some of the heaviest fighting during the D-Day invasion and had won a Bronze Star, noted that there was no mention of city jobs in Holmes's address to the blacks of Delano. Never mind, though. He'd saved his money and he had plans. Before the war, he might not have dared to dream he could own a business, but his army service had changed him as it had changed his black contemporaries, and the war, he thought, had changed things for the better for all of them. Holmes had encouraged him, had indicated that a loan might be forthcoming for the right project. As he stood in the sun and listened to Holmes's speech and accepted handshakes from the banker and Colonel Lee, Marshall Parker felt something he'd rarely felt before: optimism. Hugh Holmes and Billy Lee sat in Holmes's study and sipped bourbon. Billy laughed aloud. "You're pretty sneaky, you know. I never knew you had a secret stash of whiskey in this room. The last time you were in this room, you weren't old enough to know. Let's see. I was 28, I think. Too young to be trusted with my secret. I'm flattered to be trusted with it now. Well, if anybody ever had any doubts about you, and I don't think many folks did, your war record certainly has removed them. Your daddy would have been real proud of you." "Thank you, sir." "That's quite a girl you've got there." Patricia was in the Holmes garden with Virginia, looking at azaleas and such. "I know it, believe me. She'd rather be in here with you and me now than looking at flower beds, too. I'll have to square it with her tonight by telling her everything we've talked about." "She's like that, is she?" "Yes, sir, and I'm glad. She's smarter than I am." "You're a lucky man, then. She can help you a lot. I don't think her being a foreigner will hurt a bit." "Hurt? You are still interested in politics, aren't you?" "More than ever." "Good. Have you made any plans? You going back with Blackburn Hedge, etc., etc.? "They want me. Partnership within a year, they're saying." "What are you thinking of? Congress?" "It crossed my mind." Holmes shook his head. "The way I see it, only one Atlanta area seat is weak enough to change hands this year, and you've never lived in that district. There are at least two good men, veterans, who've already announced, and they both have roots there. You'd be at a big disadvantage." "That's true. I'd thought, too, about moving back here and running." "Against Joe Collins? Forget it. Not even I could support you against Joe. He's done too good a job for us, and he's a good friend of mine." "What do you think I should do?" "Are you only interested in going to Washington, or does Georgia politics have any interest for you? What about governor eventually?" "That interests me a lot." "Good. I think it's a better goal, even if you want to end up in Washington. The Senate's the place, and Walter George is an old man now, good for a few more years, I expect, and governor or even lieutenant governor would be a better springboard to that seat. Mind you, not for another 8 years. Old Gene Talmadge is already running hard for one last shot at the office, and he'll win, I think. His health's not good, though. He might not live through a term. Melvin Thompson will probably be elected lieutenant governor and would succeed for the remainder of his term if Gene died in office, but I don't think he could be reelected on his own hook. I think Herman Talmadge will have it next time. By the time Herman finishes his term, you should be about ready, I think." "Where do you think I should begin?" "I think you should run for the state senate." "Which district?" "This district." Billy swallowed hard. "You thinking of retiring?" "I am. I'm 70. I've been dealing with those scoundrels for 35 years. I'd stay on the State Board of Education and keep my hand in a number of other areas, but I'd be ready to leave the Senate if I knew I was being replaced by the right young man." Billy was quiet. "Well, it's a wonderful opportunity, Mr. Holmes, but what's bothering you? You think Patricia might not want to live in Delano instead of Atlanta?" "Oh, no. In some ways, I think she'd prefer it down here." Billy shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Mr. Holmes, after Daddy died, you were about the closest thing to a father I had. Even after Mama married Mr. Fowler, as good a man as he is, I still felt closer to you. And I want you to know how grateful I am for the advice you've given me over the years and your efforts on my behalf, with the Army and all." Holmes waved a hand. "Billy, you've never really needed my help in any important sort of way. You're going to rise to the top in whatever you decide to do. But I can help you now in many ways, and I want to. Jenny and I never had children, and I think of you as a son." "Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. But what I have to make clear to you is that, well, I have to be my own man right from the start if I'm going to really be effective in government. Forgive me for putting it bluntly, but I don't want to be elected to the state senate to represent Hugh Holmes." Holmes grinned sheepishly. "Well, I guess I'm a pretty pushy fella sometimes. And I'll admit I hoped that you would pursue some of the same goals in the legislature that I did." "I'm sure I would, sir. But you and I are going to disagree on some things sooner or later. That's only natural. And I want you to understand that I couldn't accept your help unless I felt free to follow my conscience." "I have a feeling you have something specific in mind." Billy shifted in his seat again. "I think the war has changed a lot of things irrevocably. I think we're going to be in for some upheavals in the South, things that a lot of Georgians are going to find distasteful." "Billy, has the Army turned you into an integrationist?" "I think we have some painful transitions to make in this state. Those colored boys out at the school this afternoon fought and bled in the war just like everybody else, and they're entitled to the gratitude of their community. A lot of them were treated like grown men for the first time in their lives, and they're not going to forget it. And they're just not going to accept things the way they were. And if I'm elected to the state senate, I'm going to be representing those men." Holmes grinned slightly. "That was a very politic answer to my question. Let me tell you where I stand on this. I think that for the races to start mixing and intermarrying would be the worst thing that could ever happen to this country, would ruin it. I don't want to see us become a nation of mongrels. But I think our colored people are entitled to things, education, work, just like white people. And I've always taken care to represent them in the Senate." "I know you have, sir." "However, in spite of my views on miscegenation, I know there are some important changes coming. My concern in all this is to try and prevent a confrontation which would be disastrous for all of us, white and black. One of the major concerns of my life has been education in this state, and that includes the education of Negroes, too. I think, and if you ever quote me on this, I'll call you a liar, we're going to end up being forced to integrate the schools in the next 15 to 20 years by the federal government. I hate to see it happen, but I'll do what I can while I live to see that it doesn't destroy our public education system. So you see, even though we might not quite see eye to eye on this question, We'll still have some common goals, and I think we'll be able to work together. I'm relieved that you feel that way, sir, because I don't think I could ask for or accept your help if I had to fight you tooth and nail on this issue. I want you to know, too, that I'm not going to lead any integration movements. I want a career in government, and to have that, you have to keep getting elected. I'm enough of a realist to know that. Holmes cocked his head to one side and examined the young man who sat across from him. You know, I think you might be even more ambitious than I thought. I think governor is what I'll be aiming for. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Right. You'll run for the state senate, then? You'll have my full support, and I don't think we can anticipate any difficulties. Yes, sir, I will. And I can't thank you enough for the opportunity. I hope there's room for another lawyer in Delano. You know, Harry Mix died 3 months ago. Mama wrote me about it. The bank hasn't appointed another counsel yet. You've got all our work, so you better start reading up on your banking law. Not quite the same as being a trial attorney. That's wonderful, sir. Thank you. You'll get some work from the mill, too. Doesn't Blackburn Hedger still represent them? Oh, yes. But I've already had a word with Tom Delano. You'll get whatever they need doing locally, and maybe some of their trial work, too. Blackburn Hedger won't like that much. They won't have to. How is old Delano, anyway? 82 and still ruling with a steel-trap mind and an iron hand. I reckon that between the bank and the mill you'll get $10,000 a year in business. That ought to be enough to get a young lawyer started. Well, that's business any lawyer would give his eye teeth for. He'll need an office. There's space on the second floor of the bank building, small, but it'll do for a beginning. You need a library, too. You save any money in the service? All my flight and overseas pay, plus some. I've got about $8,000 in war bonds. Good boy. Still, you'll need more to get set up properly. You've got to have a place to live, too, and since there was no building during the war, housing is very short. I'd suggest we find you something temporary, then you build. That'll show folks you're serious about staying here. I've promised Tricia a farm, a working farm. Good. Good. We'll find you some land hereabouts and work out a mortgage. Farmer-lawyer is a hard political combination to beat in this state. Holmes got to his feet. I think this calls for another drink. I'm having a tough enough time keeping my feet on the ground now. Holmes began to pour for both of them. Nonsense. Since you were a small boy, Billy, your feet have never been anywhere but on the ground. You're going to do well, boy, really well. He sank back into his chair and looked at Billy appraisingly. There's just a chance, with a lot of luck, that you could go all the way. He sipped his bourbon and stared into the fire. A tiny smile played across his lips. The first Southerner since the war between the states. Wouldn't that be something? As they drove home to his mother's house in his stepfather's car, Patricia snuggled close to him. "All right, then, let's have a report," she said. "Well, it appears I've just been appointed to the Georgia State Senate." "Appointed? Don't you have to get elected?" He laughed and put his arm around her. "Oh, I have to run." You're going to get to meet every storekeeper and dirt farmer in the Tri-Counties. But in this particular district, one vote elects. And I've already got that vote. All right, start at the beginning. 3. Sonny sat at a table on the edge of the dance floor at Fletcher's, a roadhouse 5 miles north of Delano, and watched the girl. A hillbilly band in cowboy suits was cranking out something mournful, the whine of the steel guitar leading the way, and the floor was crowded. But Sonny saw only the girl. Charlie Ward, Delano's only other police officer besides the chief, sat down at his elbow and peered at Sonny through the thick glasses that had kept him happily out of the war. "Jesus, Sonny, it's going to be great having you on the force. It really is. You and me together are going to snatch some folks sideways in this town. You wait and see." "Yeah, sure, Charlie." Sonny signaled the waitress for another Pabst. He nodded at the girl as she drifted past in the arms of a beefy type in a sailor's uniform. "Who's she?" "The redhead? She's from LaGrange, named Charlene something." "Not bad, huh?" She was better than not bad. She was tall and had her hair swept back on one side with a flower behind her ear. Her Angora sweater was pulled down tightly over her breasts and secured at the waist by a belt. "I love that," Sonny said. "I love slim girls with big tits." He took a short swig of the fresh beer and started toward the floor. Charlie grabbed his sleeve. "Hey, listen, that man's got a mean reputation around here. You better wait till she sits down." Sonny took hold of Charlie's wrist and squeezed until the fingers opened. "Don't crease the uniform, kid." "Sorry, Sonny, But Sonny was wading into the crowd. He caught the girl's eye over her partner's shoulder and held it as he approached them. She gave a little frown and rolled her eyes sideways at the sailor. Sonny read the look. "You're cute, but watch it with this guy," it said. He stepped up to the couple and tapped the sailor firmly on the shoulder. The young man turned and looked at him, surprised. Sonny smiled. "Excuse me," he said in his friendliest manner. "May I cut in?" The sailor's eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared. "Fuck off," he said, and turned back to the girl. Sonny grasped a fistful of navy uniform at the shoulder and turned the man slowly toward him. The smile left his eyes. "I don't think you understood me, Swabby. The Army is cutting in." The sailor looked him up and down, took in the ribbons. He had a few of his own. "What the Army is going to do," he said, "is get cut up, not in." Fletcher, the club's owner, was suddenly present, towering over both of them, shoving his big belly between them. He held a child's baseball bat in one hand, its large end wrapped in black friction tape. "All right, boys, the back door is right over there." He nodded toward a fire exit in the corner of the room. "This discussion takes place outside." He slapped the bat into his left palm for emphasis. "Right now." Sonny smiled again. "Yes, sir, Fletcher." He motioned the sailor toward the door. "After you, Swabby." The crowd parted to let them through, then fell in behind. The girl leaned toward Sonny as he passed her. Her eyes were bright with excitement. "He's got a knife in his sock," she whispered quickly. Sonny nodded its thanks. "Come on, honey, I need an audience." As they moved toward the door, Sonny slipped a ring from his left hand to his right. The stone moved back and forth easily, exposing the sharpened corners of the setting. He watched the sailor moving ahead of him. Lots of hard muscle there. The guy had 30 pounds on him, easy. No close stuff. Stay back and cut him up. See how he likes the sight of his own blood. The sailor shoved the door open and started down the short flight of steps into the parking lot, Sonny staying close behind. The sailor was starting to turn around. "Okay, soldier boy, how do you want—" Sonny, pushing off the bottom step, had started to swing as the man turned. The blow caught him high on the cheekbone as he came halfway around, and his own momentum helped spin him to the ground hard. He started to his feet, swearing, but Sonny stepped quickly in and clipped him above the left eye, sending him down again. Now the sailor noticed that he was bleeding from both sides of his face, and as he rose, his hand went to his ankle and began to come up with the knife, switching it open. Sonny took one long step forward and kicked him in the face like a football player going for the extra point. The sailor's feet left the ground as he flew backwards. The knife fell from his hand and Fletcher stepped on it. But there was no need. The sailor lay where he fell. "All right, folks," Fletcher yelled to the crowd. "It's all over. Everybody back inside. The band's only playing for another half hour." He turned to Sonny. "You better scat before he comes to, or you'll have to kill him to stop him." Sonny walked over to the girl, slipping the ring back onto his left hand. "Give me the car keys," he said to Charlie, who was standing beside her. She was breathing as hard as he was, he noticed. "You're going to come back for me, ain't you, Sonny?" Charlie asked. Sonny took the girl's hand and started for the parking lot. "Why don't you get a ride with somebody, Charlie? I'll see you tomorrow. Don't worry about the car." He handed the girl through the driver's door and got the car started. "You're Charlene, right?" "Charlene Pearl." She was still breathing hard. So was he. "I'm Sonny Butts." He spun the car out of the dirt parking lot onto the highway and drove a few hundred yards to a dirt road that led to Fletcher's catfish pond. She slid over to him and put her hand on his thigh. "You took real good care of Maxie, you know that? He never knew what hit him." She was up close, breathing into his ear. Her hand moved up to his crotch. Hey, she giggled. "Take off your pants," he said, concentrating on driving fast. She laughed and wriggled out of them. "And your sweater. And the brassiere." "Is that all, hon?" He whipped the car into a little clearing off the road and stopped. They got out, and the girl crawled into the back seat without a word. Sonny unbuckled his belt and shed his pants and uniform tunic. Then he was on her and in her, driving, biting the big nipples, driving. They came together in less than a minute, noisily. Spent, they lay in a heap on the back seat and fought for breath. "It was the fight, wasn't it?" he said finally, panting. "The fight got you going." "Oh, yes," she said, panting herself. "It got you going, too, didn't it?" "Yeah," he replied. "It always does. It does it every time." 4. Hugh Holmes and Marshall Parker stood in the dim light of a disused barn on the outskirts of Delano. "What do you reckon you'll need to fix it up, Marshall?" "Mr. Holmes, I figure to patch up the roof and make the walls watertight and to put in a couple of pot-bellied stoves and otherwise get it in shape to work in. And that would take about $1,500. That's with me doing most of the work myself." How about tools and enough spare parts to get you started? Another $500, I reckon. And you figured your expenses, your rent and things? Yes, sir. And he'll give me an option to buy it at $3,000. That's with just over 2 acres of land. Holmes thought that sounded high, but it was a white man selling to a black one, and if Marshall did well enough to buy the place, the bank might help him negotiate a better price. Marshall, I know you worked for Mickey Shelton before the war. Is that where you learned how to work on cars? Well, sir, I didn't do much for him except grease jobs and oil changes and flat tires like that. It was in the Army I really learned about vehicles. We didn't have a proper motor pool in my outfit, and we found out we'd get things running a lot quicker if we did it ourselves, instead of taking them to regiment. Holmes nodded. He could understand how an outfit that came to be known as Eleanor Roosevelt's Niggers might have its problems getting help from an all-white unit. Then, after we left Italy and went to England to get ready for the big invasion, we were stationed down in Cornwall, in the southwest part of the country. We were living in tents and on ships hidden and camouflaged up these rivers, and we had a lot of time on our hands. So I started going down to this little village, St. Mawes, and helping out this old gentleman, Mr. Pascoe, in his garage. I worked on Austins and Wolseleys and even Jaguars. Of course, they were real short of parts, and we had to make do, and it was a real good experience. I got so I could fix parts you'd usually throw away. That'll stand me in good stead around here right now, I reckon, since parts are still pretty scarce, and most colored folks like to get things fixed instead of replacing them. Marshall didn't mention the Sunday dinners at the Pascoes, or the sailing in Falmouth Harbor with their daughter, Varian, or how, for the first time, he'd been made to feel like an equal by white people. They still corresponded. Holmes had noticed that Marshall spoke more like a white man than a black one, and supposed that must have been the result of his English experience. He hoped the man's speech wouldn't cause problems for him. Good point. Tell you what, Marshall, we'll make you a loan of $1,000 to start. You say you've got some money saved up? Yes, sir. Over $2,000. Well, you put half of that in a savings account at the bank, and you'll still be earning interest on it until you need it. Do you know about that? Yes, sir. I got all the way through high school. And when you get on down the road a little bit and we see how you're doing in business, maybe we can let you have more money to help build it up. That all right? Yes, sir. That's just fine. And I sure appreciate it, Mr. Holmes, I sure do. Well, Marshall, you've always been a good fellow, and if you work hard and build up something for yourself right here in your garage, folks will have faith in you, and you'll be surprised what they'll do for you. Holmes looked at his watch. You come on down to the bank tomorrow morning, and we'll fix you up. I've got another stop to make this afternoon, and I don't believe I'll get back before closing time. Holmes left Marshall Parker at his new barn garage and drove to the other side of town. Idas Bray had shrewdly figured on a housing shortage for returning veterans and had set up a trailer park on a piece of his land there. Patricia Lee met him as he drove up to the tiny box she and Billy were living in. Billy arrived as Holmes was getting out of his car, and there were greetings all around. Well, Miss Lee, how are you appreciating Idas Bray's hospitality? You enjoying your spacious new home? She kissed him on the cheek. Mr. Hugh, he promised me land, a farm. She grinned, tossing her head at Billy. "And look at this. I'm living in something the size of a stall in my father's stable. If Daddy could see this, he'd horsewhip my husband." "Listen to her," Billy said. "We've only been home a week, and she's complaining already. I've bought myself an Irish shrew, I have." "Well," said Holmes, "we might be able to make a start, getting you out of the grips of your wicked landlord. Come, take a ride with me." He looked at the rusty '38 Ford convertible Billy was driving. "Let's take my car." They drove north on Highway 41 for a couple of miles, then turned east onto the unpaved Raleigh Road for another 2. Holmes turned off the road and drove 100 yards up a slight rise and stopped. Billy stared ahead of them. A tall stone chimney stood alone on the little hill. Cows grazed where the house had been. Oaks, sweet gums, and a few pecans shaded the area. Billy got out of the car silently and walked toward the chimney, followed by Patricia and Holmes, carefully avoiding the cowpats. He stopped and looked around him. "No shortage of fertilizer for the grass," commented Patricia. Billy nodded at a pile of manure near her feet. "That near enough marks the spot where I was born." He pointed upward. "Up 1 floor. Not exactly a marble monument, is it?" Patricia's mouth fell open. "This was your father's place? The cotton farm?" She looked around her. "You never told me it was so beautiful." "To tell you the truth, I never remembered it as being beautiful. I haven't been out here since I was 13. It is beautiful, though, isn't it?" His eyes swept the trees and meadows. "My God." "It's for sale," said Holmes. "Who owns it?" Holmes looked embarrassed. "Well, I do." "You do?" "I bought it from the bank. Hoss Spence wanted it, but your daddy said to me once that he'd rather the bank have it than Hoss Spence. I leased the grazing rights to Hoss after Will Henry died, but I couldn't bring myself to sell it to him. He could never figure out why. He's mad at me for it to this day." "How much land is there?" 641 acres. Your great-granddaddy owned more than 3,000 when the war between the states started. And Reconstruction was hard. You can have it for what your daddy owed on it, plus interest from that time. You'll be assuming his debt, sort of. Works out to about 20,000. I reckon a house will cost you 30. Materials are short, but there's good timber on the place, hardwoods. There's a sawmill 3 miles down the road. I know a fellow over at LaGrange has got a wrecking business. He's got a lot of old brick. Pretty when it's cleaned up. We'll find you some cement and copper pipe somewhere. Roofing's a problem, but we'll find some. 20,000's too cheap. I've got a reasonable return on my investment. You forget, Hoss has been paying me for the use of the land. The bank will be getting your mortgage business, too. I'm no fool." Billy looked at Patricia. "Say yes to Mr. Hugh, or I'll divorce you," she said. He turned back to Holmes. "The bank has itself a customer." "There's just one condition," said Holmes. "I want to make you a wedding present of the brick. I want to give you something that'll last." Billy started to protest. "Shut up, Billy Lee," Patricia said, then put her arms around Holmes and kissed him, making him blush. "Thank you, Mr. Hugh," She whispered in his ear, "Thank you so very much." On the way back to town, Holmes asked where Billy had found the Ford convertible. Billy told him. "You should have checked with me," Holmes said reprovingly. "Still, I know a fella could probably fix it up for you." "I don't doubt it," Billy replied. 5. Officer Sonny Butts strolled out of the Delano police station and into the bright June morning. This was his favorite time of day and his favorite thing to do. He threw a leg over the big Indian motorcycle, flipped out the kickstarter with a toe, rose into the air, and came down with all his weight. The engine roared the first time, and he throttled back for a moment as he kicked up the stand and adjusted the aviator sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. The black leather seat was hot from the sun and felt good against his genitals as he pulled smoothly from the station's parking lot into Main Street and headed unhurriedly through the business district. People waved, and he waved back, or gave a little two-fingered salute from the bill of his cap if the recipient was a city councilman or a store owner. At the traffic light at Main and Broad, Hugh Holmes waved him to the curb. A young man in a blue suit, very tall and skinny, stood with him. "Morning, Mr. Holmes." Sonny was instantly on his most correct behavior. Holmes always made him a little nervous. "Morning, Sonny. Meet the new preacher at the First Baptist Church, Brooks Peters. Preacher, this is Officer Sonny Butts, one of our combat veterans. Joined the police force about 3 months back." "Glad to meet you, Sonny." The preacher sounded as though he really were glad. "Welcome to Delano, Brother Peters. My mother and I go over to the west side, so we're not in your congregation, but maybe we'll get to hear you at a revival sometime." Sonny knew exactly how to talk to Baptist preachers, just as he knew how to talk to most kinds of people. "That's a powerful-looking machine you're riding there." "Yes, sir, I guess it is. We picked it up for just about nothing at a war surplus sale down at Fort Benning last month. Only had 7,000 miles on it. Good buy for the city, I reckon." He shot a look at Holmes, who said nothing but gave a low grunt of indeterminate meaning. "Well, preacher, Mr. Holmes, I better get going on my rounds." "Nice to meet you." Sonny pulled away from the curb and continued down Main, then up Second to Broad, and on up the mountain. At 40 miles an hour, the breeze was downright cool. He felt wonderful. At the top of the pass, he swung across the road and parked in the shade of a billboard for the Bijou Theater, advertising the current attraction, The Best Years of Our Lives. Sonny had seen the picture the night before and had identified strongly with the Dana Andrews character, the former soda jerk who'd come back to his hometown and been unable to find work. He felt grateful again for his job. All through the film he kept wanting to say to Andrews, "Apply for a police job, you stupid bastard. Then you won't have any trouble holding on to your women." He kicked the stand down and sat side-saddle, waiting. A lone mailbox stood not 8 feet from where he was. Foxy Funderburk's mailbox, he knew. He was surprised to recognize a piece of mail protruding from the box. Even though he couldn't read the whole return address, he knew what it was, because he'd opened an identical envelope at headquarters only that morning. It was a catalog for police equipment. That guy was a real cop freak. The back bumper of his pickup truck was studded with stickers and stars from various police and sheriff groups that solicited memberships from the public. People joined them because they thought that they might not get arrested for speeding if a cop saw the stickers. Before he could think further about Foxy, a car flashed past the billboard doing at least 50. Sonny caught up with the car before it had gone a mile. It was one of those new 46 Fords, and it had a police association badge stuck to the rear bumper. Sonny pulled up alongside and waved the surprised driver over. The man got out to meet him. "Oh, what's the problem, officer?" The man was grinning, friendly. "I'm afraid I clocked you doing 45 in a 25-mile-an-hour speed zone, sir. Can I see your license, please?" "Sure." The man pulled out a wallet and opened it. His driver's license was displayed opposite a card with a big star on it, a police association membership card. He was still grinning. Sonny noted the license number and began writing out a ticket. The man stopped grinning. "Say, didn't you see my association card?" "Oh, yes, sir. And I want you to know how much we appreciate your contributing to the association that way." The man watched Sonny continue to write the ticket. "But don't members get some kind of special consideration?" "Sir, we want to give you every consideration we can, so if you'll just follow me down to the station, we'll try to have you on your way with the absolute minimum of inconvenience." Sonny handed the bemused man his license and got on the motorcycle. "Just follow me, sir." He kicked the machine to life and led the way. At the station, the man paid a $25 bond to Chief Melvin Thompson and left in a huff. "That's 3 this week, Sonny," the chief said. "Sure you're not cutting them too fine? The council likes the income, but they wouldn't want to get a reputation as a speed trap, like some of those South Georgia towns on US 1. "No, sir, Chief. That one was doing a clear 50, and I only wrote him up for 45. "Okay, then. You mind the store for a while. I'm going home for my dinner." It was only just past 11, but the chief had a bad back and liked a nap at midday. Sonny knew he wouldn't be back before 2. Thompson was relying more and more on him to run things, and that was just the way Sonny wanted it. "Yes, sir, Chief. Enjoy your meal. Say, if I clean up that old roll-top desk, can I use it regular?" The chief glanced at the disused piece of furniture across the room, piled with old notices and circulars. "Sure, Sonny. Time some of that stuff was cleared out of here anyway." Sonny spent half an hour sifting through papers, throwing away most of them, then another 10 minutes dusting and polishing the old desk and oiling the roll top. Didn't look bad when it was done. He sat down and began rummaging through drawers. The debris of half a dozen past small-town policemen filled most of them. Notebooks, wanted circulars, a rusty old handgun taken from some drunk years before, some loose rounds of ammunition, various calibers. Sonny dumped it all into a cardboard box. In the bottom drawer, though, he found a neat bundle of files tied with string. There was a note with them. "Files of Chief of Police William Henry Lee, deceased," it read, and was signed in an indecipherable hand. Sonny was about to put the bundle on the chief's desk for him to check before discarding when the aged string broke, and before he could recover, some of the files spilled onto the floor. A corpse stared up at him from a photograph. Sonny had seen many corpses in various attitudes, but he couldn't remember ever having seen a photograph of one. There were several photographs, in fact, taken from different angles. The kid had been beaten up. Sonny noticed a quickening of his pulse, then dismissed it. He started to read a typed report clipped to one of the photographs. When he finished that, he read another report, neatly handwritten on ruled notebook paper. As he read, he referred frequently to the photographs, connecting the boy's injuries to what had been written about them. He looked at the signatures on the reports. He'd never heard of the doctor, but he remembered the chief, Colonel Billy Lee's old man. He must have been 6 or 7 when that nigger killed him with the shotgun. He remembered that the nigger had been tried 2 or 3 times before they finally got the conviction to stick. It had been the first execution in the electric chair. He remembered talking about that at school. He had no memory of them finding this kid, though. Shit, old man Lee had himself an unsolved murder on his hands when he died. How about that? Sonny leaned back in his chair and had a sudden fantasy about going around and checking for clues and solving this old murder that went back to, when was it? 1920. More than 25 years. There was no statute of limitations on murder, he knew that. Maybe it was some solid citizen did it. A headline: Butts pins murder on banker Hugh Holmes. He laughed aloud. He'd be a fucking hero all over again. No doubt about that. He stacked up the photographs and the 2 reports neatly and was just turning to a second report in the same handwriting when there was a commotion in the hallway outside the office. He stuffed the bundle of files quickly back into the desk drawer, he'd keep them to himself, and walked into the hallway to see what was going on. His fellow officer, Charlie Ward, was pushing a black man, obviously drunk, down the hall toward the cells. It was a local, Pieback Johnson, so named for his reluctance to do any heavy work. The man was in jail overnight at least twice a month. Charlie gave him a kick to move him toward the cells faster. Jesus, Pieback, Sonny said. You getting tanked up in the middle of the week now? I thought you was a Saturday night special. Caught him panhandling right in the middle of Main Street at high noon, said Charlie. Can you believe that? Pieback grovelled his way into a cell, dodging another kick. No, sir. I ain't really drunk. I just had a little nip or 2 of shine. I ain't what you call true drunk. Sonny slammed the cell door, not bothering to lock it. Well, you can just get yourself true sober in there for 48 hours. The JP ain't holding no special sessions for something like you. Sonny remembered that Pieback had stayed out of the draft by showing up for his physical drunk as a skunk. He'd been classified as a 4F because of his chronic alcoholism. You just sleep it off, and if you start snoring, I'll come in there and kick your ass up around your ears, here. Pieback flopped into a bunk and heaved a deep sigh. He might have just come home to his own bed after a hard day's work. Then somebody came in about a lost bicycle, and there were a couple of phone calls, and Sonny didn't get back to the old files. The boy's murder stuck in his mind, but he hadn't read Will Henry's account of the second murder. 6. Billy Lee sat on a Coca-Cola crate in the shade of a pecan tree and watched his wife charm and bully a variety of carpenters and other building tradesmen into doing things exactly as she wished to their half-finished new home. He'd forgotten, after nearly 4 years in England, how hot it could be in Georgia in July. Patricia loved the heat. She'd been cold all her life, she said, and it couldn't get too hot for her. In the distance, he could see 2 black men repairing a barbed wire fence. He hadn't really had a hell of a lot to do with the planning and building of the house, because his new clients, the bank and the cotton mill, were working his tail off, because Holmes was marching him to every Kiwanis, Rotary, and J.C. meeting in the Tri-Counties, and to every church social and barbecue they could find, and because Patricia had said she didn't want him in the way. She had, to his astonishment, produced a finely rendered set of plans for a 2-story Georgian house from her trunk, based on one she'd known in England, and had proceeded to assemble the materials and people necessary to construct it in record time, considering the post-war shortages. Thus, in a few weeks more, they would be living in a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house, all out of proportion to their needs or income. When he had protested, she had reluctantly revealed to him that she had a bit of money of her own, and that she would spend it as she pleased, and that she pleased to spend it on a house they could live in for the rest of their lives, since she had no intention of moving about like a gypsy. He'd gone back to work and campaigning, and left her to it. Now, from far down the Raleigh road toward Delano, a column of dust arose, led by a small dot of a car. Soon it was visible as a police car, and eventually turned into Patricia's newly paved driveway and pulled up before the house. Sonny Butts and Charlie Ward got out. "Afternoon, Colonel," Sonny sang out. A lot of people referred to Billy as Colonel, and only partly because of his military rank. In Georgia, as in much of the South, attorneys were called that. Billy had never known why. "Sonny, how are you?" He got up and shook hands with both officers. He'd seen little of Sonny since their return from the war, only an occasional glimpse of him patrolling on the motorcycle or directing traffic. "Just fine, Colonel. That's going to be some house." Sonny looked admiringly toward the structure. "Yes, well, my wife never seems to do anything small. What can I do for you?" Sonny handed him an envelope. "Got some good news for you. Fella just showed up at the station with a brand new Chevrolet for you. Said he couldn't find you at your office or the trailer park, so he reckoned it'd be all right to leave it with us. Here's the papers and keys. We put him on the bus back to Atlanta." "Oh, that's great." He took the papers. "The fellow I was in the service with has a dealership in Atlanta. Billy had sent him a large deposit a month before and agreed to take whatever he could get. I appreciate you keeping the car for me and coming all the way out here." "Glad to do it. Anyway," Sonny nodded toward Billy's 38 Ford, "I wondered if you'd be interested in selling the convertible. I've been looking for one." "Sure. Come have a look at it." They walked toward the car. "Wasn't much when I got it, but I've put some money into it, a ring job and some rewiring and 4 recaps. It's in good shape now, except for a little rust here and there. Spare's not so hot, but it's okay for a spare." Sonny walked around the car, kicked the tires, asked some questions, listened to the engine. They haggled, agreed on a price. Sonny wrote a check. Patricia came down the temporary front steps and was introduced to the 2 policemen. "Sonny's just bought himself a snazzy Ford convertible," Billy said to her. "How much are you paying him to take it away?" Billy looked pained. "He got it for a song. The 2 of them sandbagged me." "I'll miss it, Officer Butts. You take good care of it. Billy'll never buy anything that romantic again." "Don't you worry, Miss Lee. I'm going to fix it up even better." He turned to Billy. "Who did the engine job for you? Mickey Shelton?" "No, it was Marshall Parker, the colored fellow who opened up over by Braytown. Did a good job, too. I recommend him. He's a lot cheaper than Mickey." Sonny shook his head. "Well, I never knew a nigger could fix any kind of machinery more'n a wheelbarrow. Hope you're right about him, seeing as how I bought the thing." Billy looked at the ground. "Marshall's good. He was pretty good in the Army, too, from what I hear. He picked up a Bronze Star at Anzio. Billy wanted to change the subject. I hear you were in the bulge. Yeah. Pretty rough, I guess. Only for those guys who couldn't take it. I didn't have no problem. We got along without Eleanor's niggers. Billy could feel his anger rising. Hope you like the car, Sonny. Stop by the office tomorrow and I'll give you the registration. Sure thing, Colonel. Sonny got into the Ford and drove away, followed closely by Charlie Ward in the police car. Funny, said Patricia. He never even noticed you were annoyed about the way he talked about Marshall Parker. Yes, he did, Billy said, looking down the road after Sonny. He was putting the needle in. I knew guys like him in the Army. They'd like to see just how far they could go with you. He noticed. Sonny turned off the Raleigh Road onto Highway 41 and drove the 2 miles to Delano at 75 miles an hour. He took his hands off the wheel for a moment and noticed that it vibrated slightly at that speed. At 60, it was solid as a rock. Shit. He'd have gone another 200 for the car if Billy Lee had pushed him. Stupid bastard. As he approached the city limits, he saw a sign he hadn't noticed before. Parker's Garage, repairs on all makes and models. Billy Lee had said the nigger was a lot cheaper than Mickey Shelton. Sonny whipped into the bare dirt space before the converted barn and killed the engine. He could see a pair of feet sticking out from under an old Plymouth. He got out of the car and walked inside. Be with you in just a minute. The voice came from under the car. Sonny waited impatiently for a moment, then tapped the sole of one of the protruding shoes with his foot. Come on, I ain't got all day. I'll be with you just as soon as I tighten this bolt. There was an edge in the voice. Sonny didn't like that from a nigger. After another moment's wait, Marshall pushed himself from under the car, riding on a slab of plywood mounted on casters. He stood up, wiping his hands with a rag. What can I do for you? Sonny glared at him for a second before speaking. You know how to balance wheels? Marshall waited a beat before replying evenly. Sure do. Well, I got a little shimmy in the front end at about 75. I figured it's a balancing job. Marshall looked at the convertible. You buy Colonel Lee's car, did you? Well, I sure as hell didn't steal it. I balanced the wheels on it last week. You might have a little alignment problem, though. Listen, I'm due back at the station. I haven't got time to argue with you about it. Just get the front wheels off and balance them right this time. I balanced them right the first time. Them's recaps on there. They won't never run true as new tires. But if you want to bring it back in the morning, I'll check the front end alignment. I'm going to be tied up till this evening on this job. Sonny flushed. Whose rattletrap is that, anyway? Smitty's. Smitty ran the grocery store in Braytown. Well, you just call up Smitty and tell him you got to work on Police Officer Butts's car. He can come back tomorrow. I don't have no phone yet. They're bringing it in next week. And anyways, Smitty's mama's sick up in Atlanta, and you got to go up there tonight to carry her home. Now, it ain't going to hurt it to drive it tonight the way it is, and if you bring it back in the morning, I'll do the best job I can on it. I tell you what, I'll pick it up at the police station and fix it and have it back to you by dinner time if it ain't nothing serious, and I don't have to order no parts. Marshall knew Sonny was getting mad, and he didn't want any problems with the uniformed policeman who was also carrying a gun, so he said all this as placatingly as he could manage, considering that he was getting pretty mad himself. "You know," said Sonny, "I thought I'd see what kind of work you do and maybe let you do all my servicing for me, but I should have known better. I reckon I just better take my car on over to Mickey Shelton where I know it'll get done right." He turned and started for the car. Now Marshall had to make a real effort to hold himself in. "Well, I appreciate you coming to me, and I wish I could fix it right now. But I promised this man his car. I'd done all the work on that convertible, you know, and couldn't nobody do it better, I reckon." Sonny got to the car and opened the door. He turned back toward Marshall. "Shit. He'll be back to sweeping floors and fixing inner tubes for Mickey Shelton in a month anyway. I don't even know why I thought I could do business with a nigger." He slammed the door, started the car, reversed into the road, and burned rubber, driving away. Marshall stood in the door of his garage, his jaw clamped tightly shut, looking after the angry policeman. Annie, his wife, came out of the little office cubicle at the back, where she'd been working on the books. "You shouldn't have made that man mad, Marshall. You know what we've been hearing about him. He can make us a lot of trouble." "Shoot, girl, I was just as polite as I could be to that white boy. You heard every word of it. You don't know how to talk right to white folks. You could have been talking to a colored man the way you was talking to him." "Listen, I'm a businessman now. I don't have to go Uncle Tom and nobody no more. He can't do nothing to us. Don't you worry about it." He knew she would worry anyway. Sonny was still angry when he got back to the station. He'd fix that nigger. He'd get him in his jail some Saturday night, and he'd fix him. 7. On an evening in early August, 2 meetings were held in Delano. Their purposes were disparate. In an apartment over the garage of Dr. Frank Mudter, his son, Dr. Tom Mudter, hosted a group which included Billy Lee, Bob Blankenship, the new owner-editor of the Delano Messenger, Ellis Woodall, owner of a radio shop, and Brooks Peters, the new Baptist minister. They were all young and all veterans, with the single exception of Peters, who had been too underweight to pass his physical. This wasn't their first meeting. Since returning from the war, they'd been laying plans to establish their generation politically in Delano and the Tri-Counties. For more than 4 years, virtually every healthy adult male between the ages of 18 and 35 had been absent from the community, and the natural progression of the young into positions of influence had been halted. Now, at the approach of the first statewide election since the end of the war, they were working hard to make up for the lost years. Their efforts weren't without resistance from an establishment that had hardened in their absence. Among their group and among the candidates they supported, only Billy Lee seemed reasonably sure of election, and that had made him their unofficial leader. Now he called them to order. "Okay, gents, let's hear what's going on out there." Bob Blankenship spoke up. "Why don't you start by telling us where you think the state Senate race stands?" "Well, Mr. Holmes seems to think we're okay. Ward is a nice enough fellow, but he's not well known outside of Talbot County, and he was a 4F. That's not helping him any. He could edge us out in Talbot, but we think we'll take Harris and Meriwether without too much trouble. God knows I've shaken hands with every man, woman, and mule in the Tri-Counties at least twice. Lucky we don't have any Republicans to worry about. The primary is tough enough without having to fight it all over again in a general election. Bob, you're about as objective an ear as we'll get. How are we doing in the other races?" Blankenship, a short, heavy man in his early 40s, had bought the newspaper from Harmon Everson some 6 months before and had quickly settled into the town. And the way I see it, we'll get one seat on the city council, pretty sure. Maybe the second one, too, if we work hard. I think Tom is in better shape than Ellis right now because everybody knows his daddy. I think we'd be safe in putting more of our effort behind Ellis in the 5 weeks we got left. We ought to make a real effort with the American Legion boys. They could turn it for us. That's okay with me, said Tom. Well, what about the sheriff's race? James Montgomery, a veteran from Greenville, the county seat, was challenging Skeeter Willis. Bob Blankenship spoke again. A toss-up, I reckon. James has got the veteran vote for sure, but Skeeter's got a lot of friends in this county. A lot of enemies, too, I think, said Billy. A lot of people suspect he's in the bootlegger's pocket, and everybody knows about the black market stuff during the war. Tom Mudger chipped in. Yeah, and a lot of people were buying stuff from him, too, stuff they couldn't get anywhere else. They might be grateful to him. Blankenship looked thoughtful. You know, I haven't really written a lot about what went on during the war. Maybe a good, strong editorial on the black market, no names, mind you, might stir up enough guilt in some folks to sway their votes toward veterans. Brooks Peters spoke for the first time. Speaking as one acquainted with folks' guilt over their sins, I think that just might work. In fact, it might be worth a whole series of editorials. A little repentance at the polls could go a long way next month. By the way, the last Sunday before the primary, I plan to lean pretty heavily on our debt of gratitude to our veterans in my sermon. Having been a 4F myself, I don't think it'll look too self-serving. Peters felt keenly his guilt at not having been in uniform. Billy spoke again. Brooks, I think that's a good idea, but you've got to be careful. You're the first preacher the First Baptist Church has ever had under the age of 40, and I can tell you that in the deacons' meetings, when we were deciding whether to call you, there was a lot of harumphing going on among some of the old boys. You can go just so far with them, and they'll be on your neck like a dog on a coon. Billy, I made my decision about that when I accepted the church's call. I decided I was going to do the job the way I felt it ought to be done and then take the consequences. I told the board of deacons that, too, you may recall. You were there. Now, I think I established to their satisfaction that we don't have any theological differences, but I told them that I expected to conduct the day-to-day affairs of the church without undue interference, gladly hearing advice but reserving my decision on whether to take it, and that I would preach my sermons according to my conscience and my perceptions of what the congregation's needs were. He tilted his chair back and grinned. Right now, I perceive that the congregation needs some veterans helping to run things in this town and this county, and I'm going to tell them so. As long as you know what kind of opposition you're going to have. I know I'm going to have Ida Spray calling me up and telling me to keep my nose out of civic affairs, but he's already tried that and he didn't get anywhere. I was real lucky that I had a professor at the seminary who got fired from a church in similar circumstances, and he gave me a pretty good education in church politics. And as long as I have the support of people like you and Tom on the board of deacons, and the veterans and younger people in the congregation, I figure I can weather whatever storms I have to. You know you have our support, said Billy. Tom nodded. We formed a ministerial association in town, too. There are 8 churches in town with full-time ministers, and we're meeting once a week to see if we can't kind of coordinate ourselves on some points. Youth programs, opposition to Sunday picture shows, and civic improvements being among the things we're already talking about. I'll see if I can get some of the others to make some timely remarks before the primary. Good. Now, let's get down to some specific items and see if we can't use them to scare up some votes. I think the paving of the new 4th Street extension is something a lot of folks are pretty hot about. They're all complaining about the mud when it rains and the dust when it doesn't. The group ran through their list of issues and opportunities for another hour and a half, and then began to make adjournment noises. Brooks Peters held them back for another moment. I wasn't going to bring this up until I knew more about it, but maybe it's something we should all keep our ears open about. He had the group's attention. Jim Parker, you know him, he's the janitor of the church. Jim has hinted to me that there's something wrong down at the police station. He's Marshall Parker's daddy, isn't he? Billy asked. Peters nodded. How do you mean wrong? Well, Jim won't say much. He may not trust me completely yet, and he's pretty tight-lipped anyway, but I gather it's something to do with race, with some colored prisoners being mistreated. Mistreated by who? Bob Blankenship was showing particular interest now. Possible news story. As I say, I don't know much, but it seemed to be going on weekends or at night, so Melvin Thomas wouldn't be around then, and that just leaves Sonny Butts and Charlie Ward. There was silence for a bit. Finally, Ellis Woodall asked, So what do we do? Well, I don't guess there's much we can do now, with the information so vague, but I think we all ought to keep our ears open, especially with the colored people we know. We don't want anything bad going on down there. The other meeting, taking place simultaneously, was held in a tar paper shack just off the scenic highway atop Pine Mountain. It was lit by a naphtha lamp and lubricated by 2 cases of Blatt's beer. There were 8 men at the meeting, among them Emmett Spence, dairy farmer, son of Hoss, Tommy Allen, shoe repair shop owner, Mickey Shelton, garage owner, and Sonny Butts, police officer. It was Sonny's first meeting as a full member after his solemn initiation into the Ku Klux Klan. Although the meeting lasted as long as its counterpart in the town below, most of its time was taken up with an opening prayer and a lot of talk about fishing, guns, and dogs. The business agenda was short and concisely phrased by Emmett Spence. It's about time we started doing something about our nigger soldier boys, he said, and belched. There was a chorus of assent. Any ideas? Mickey Shelton had an idea. Marshall Parker, he said flatly. He's their number 1 boy. We bring him down and we bring 'em all down. What's the matter, Mickey? A voice chuckled back at him. Old Marshall taking too much of your business? There was other laughter. You're goddamn right he is. Shelton shot back. He ain't got no overhead out there in that shack, and he's fobbing off used parts on his customers, too. He's hit me for about all of my nigger business, and some white, too. Hugh Holmes loaned him the money to get started up, and he's taking his car out there. So's Billy Lee and some others I could mention. There was a jumble of remarks. Sonny Butts silenced them. Mickey's right. Marshall's the ringleader in Braytown. He's getting 'em all stirred up about registering to vote. If we can put him out of business, the rest of 'em will fold. Emmett Spence proposed a solution. Let's burn the black bastard out. There was a general murmur of agreement. Tommy Allen stopped it abruptly. No, we can't go burning anybody out. Burning, horsewhipping, all that's out. We'll just end up in a lot of trouble ourselves, and we'll get the whole town stirred up against us. Sonny spoke up. Tommy's right. We've got to do this legal. How do you mean, legal? Asked Emmett. I can't tell you right off the top of my head, but let me think about it a little bit, and I guarantee you I'll find a way to get Marshall in jail. Sonny paused for emphasis and looked around at the lamp-lit faces. And once I get him in jail, he won't be a problem to nobody no more. He winked at them. I guarantee. A few minutes later, a couple of miles down the highway, a railroad crosstie fastened to a utility pole was erected in a clearing beside the road overlooking the town. The whole had been wrapped in burlap bags and soaked in kerosene. Somebody tossed a burning newspaper at it. Down in the town, Billy Lee and his group were leaving Tom Mudger's house. Brooks Peters, about to get into his car, glanced up at the mountain. "Oh, my Lord," he said. The others turned and looked up at the flaming cross floating in the night above Delano. Billy Lee was the first to break their silence. "That," he said, "is all we need." 8. So why is this man, what's his name, why is he such a character? Funderburk. Patricia Lee and Eloise, Billy's younger sister, were driving through Delano in Patricia's new 41 Ford station wagon, which Hugh Holmes had found for her. Eloise had married a young man before the war, and he'd been killed in the Pacific early on. Now she worked in her stepfather's store, Fowler's. And he's called Foxy? His real name is Francis, but I've never heard anybody call him that. He looks kind of like a fox, I guess, kind of pointy-faced. How old a person is he? I don't know, really. Old? It's hard to tell exactly. Between 50 and 70, I guess. I remember him mostly as a child. All the children were afraid of him. Why? Eloise laughed. Oh, no good reason. It's not as if he ever did anything to anybody. You know how children are. He just became kind of an ogre to us. I know. I remember people like that from my own childhood. There was a man, a neighbor, who terrified me. When I came back later, when I was all grown up, I sat next to him at a dinner party, and he was charming. How did you know Funderburk had a litter of labs? He raised them for years. He gave Billy and me a puppy when we were little, before Daddy died. We could never figure out why. Did I tell you he was there when Daddy died? No. At the actual deathbed? Yes. In fact, it was Foxy who brought Daddy to the doctor's office, along with the fellow who was the city manager at the time. He just happened along right after Daddy was shot. I remember Mama mentioning how scared Foxy was. She was surprised because he always had made such a point of his service in the First War, but he was nearly hysterical, just barely in control. Well, I suppose the circumstances were pretty awful. Patricia turned into Broad Street and started up the mountain. Yes, I don't think Mama's gotten over it to this day, even after marrying Mr. Fowler. She has a different sort of marriage, I guess, more like just good friends. I don't think anybody could ever take Daddy's place. From what I've seen of Mr. Fowler, I'd say your mother has done very well. Oh, she certainly has. He's a fine, fine man, and everybody has enormous respect for him in the community and the church. He's been a deacon practically since he moved here in 28, I guess it was. Eloise pulled her knees onto the seat, turning toward Patricia. You've been in Delano for 6 months now. What do you think of it? Patricia looked thoughtful. It's funny. I'm more surprised by the similarities than the differences. Oh, the landscape's different, and the heat certainly is, and the houses are different. But apart from the accents, a lot of people here seem very familiar. Mr. Fowler reminds me of my father in a way, and your mother is very much like an aunt of mine. I think farmers must be the same everywhere. Even the race thing doesn't seem all that foreign. The white attitude toward blacks here is much the same as the British attitude toward the Irish, especially before the Revolution. They crested the pass and started down the other side of the mountain toward the turnoff to Foxy's place. One thing I can tell you, Eloise, if that comparison holds true, there's a lot more resentment among your Negroes here than shows. You mustn't believe that because they kowtow to you, they like it. They're people, just like the Irish are people, and if you don't pay more attention to being fair to them, you could be in for an awful time. Ask the British. I tried to get Billy to understand that. Eloise pointed. It's just up here on the right. A sign appeared. F. Funderburk, breeder, Labrador Retrievers, by appointment only, and a phone number. I called ahead. Word is he doesn't like unexpected visitors. Patricia turned into the road and drove up the side of the mountain. Sonny was covering the police station at noon, which, with Chief Thomas's proclivity for a long dinner hour, still ran from 11 to 2. Charlie had been covering lately, but Sonny had sent him to eat. Sonny'd wanted a nap, but now he found himself restless and bored. He was wondering how to pass the time when he remembered what was in his bottom desk drawer. In a moment he had the files on the murdered boy spread out on the desk. He skimmed the 2 reports, the medical examiner's and Will Henry's, then turned to the other files. They were routine, day-to-day stuff for the most part. But then he came across a letter, poorly typed, on the stationery of Underwood's funeral home of Waycross, Georgia. It was addressed to Chief Lee of the Delano Police Department and was brief. Dear Sir, in answer to your request via long-distance telephone today about Frank Collins, deceased, the following are the details as best I remember them, which is good, since I only embalmed him last night. Frank appeared to be killed by a shot in the back from a heavy firearm, which shot went all the way through him. As to other injuries, his feet had some cuts and scratches, like he'd been going barefoot over rocks or rough ground. His wrists had marks like dents going all the way around, and some skin had been scraped off. I would say he might have been tied up right before he died. I didn't notice any more injuries on the body. Yours very sincerely, C.V. Underwood, Proprietor. Sonny quickly noted that the naked boy's wrists showed such marks too. But who the hell was Frank Collins? There was no report here on a Frank Collins. He shuffled quickly through the papers. There was no report, but he found some loose pages of notes. 7/10/24. Rep from S. Willis. Man on fence. Goulby says 1 shot, 45. Sent body Waycross. Checked area near Columbus Highway. Found fence, Hobo J. 45 casing, no markings. Spoke FF. Has 45. Shells marked. Spoke Waycross. Promised description. Sent Gouldsby casing. He and FF mad. Happened Talbot. No more go on. How many more? The last words were heavily penciled and underlined, as if the writer had been angry. The notes fit the letter from the Waycross undertaker. It wasn't too tough to figure out that there had been a second murder. This one, 4 years, nearly 4.5 after the first one, but this one was in Talbot County. Sonny knew a hobo jungle near the Columbus Highway. He'd knocked a couple of heads together and cleaned it out a couple of times. It was off his turf, but close enough to be a problem. The chief didn't like hobos around. Goolsby was sheriff in Talbot County years ago. FF. Foxy Funderburk's house was near that jungle. Chief Lee must have been to see him, and he had a .45, but what was that about the shells? The casing he found had no markings. That was the sort of casing somebody might use who was loading his own ammunition. Somebody who shot a lot and didn't want to pay retail for shells. But Foxy's shells had markings. Sonny quickly scanned the reports of the first murder. There was no mention of Foxy Funderburk specifically, but it did say that Chief Lee had questioned the residents of houses near where the body was found. Foxy's house wasn't all that far away. Lee must have talked to him. In his notes on the second murder, Lee had said that FF was mad. Why? Did he object to being questioned when 2 murders happened less than a half a mile from his house? He was the cop freak, wasn't he? Always wanted to help the police. Why was he mad? Sonny opened the top right-hand desk drawer and took out an oily rag wrapped around an object. He removed a German Walther P38 pistol. He slipped the clip out, emptied it, replaced it, and worked the action to eject the round in the firing chamber, then rewrapped the pistol in the rag. He'd heard Charlie Ward shuffle in the front door coming back from lunch. He got up and walked past Charlie in the hallway and went out to the motorcycle, slipping the P38 into a saddlebag. "Cover for a while, Charlie," he called back. "I gotta go see a man about a dog." He switched on the ignition and kicked the machine to life.